This young man had just finished showering and was looking out over the city, gazing at the clouds and sky, feeling quite chill when suddenly a monster appeared out of nowhere, pressing its face against the window and startling him. A real jump scare. Catching the delicious scent, it immediately called over a few more roots, getting ready to smash the door and rush in to jump. But just as the whole pack was scrambling to swarm him, they got swatted by him for a knockout blow. Even the giant bug, with its huge, massive body, was punched by him without missing a single hit. They'd assumed the opponent was just some weak human, an easy target. Little did they know he was, in fact, the invincible god Spear who had fought on the battlefield for 20 years, with the strength of a single man he had personally lopped off the bell, head of the demon lord of the other world. Even the hunters regarded as masters in this world couldn't withstand a single punch of his. Bad luck for the monster squad, who were resting in retirement, only to have prey come deliver itself right to them. Well, works out great, folks. In the middle of the blazing battlefield where smoke and dust blotted out the whole sky, a sphinx monster spoke in astonishment. You, human, you're very strong, but your teammates are all about to die over there. Looking toward his gravely wounded and exhausted teammates, the hero Hansio kept his composure and replied, "Is that so? You don't look much better off. Your cell." Stung in its pride, the monster roared in furious rage and immediately unleashed deadly attacks at him. The enemy frenziedly threatened, "If you don't submit, I'll tear your body to pieces." It arrogantly declared this land a kingdom built from its own fangs and claws. Amid the searing rain of energy, Hunzeo gritted his teeth and endured, both hands gripping his spear tightly, determined to end this long drawn-out battle. Hunzeo roared, "Game over for you, right here." Instantly, a blinding beam of light burst forth. He activated his ultimate skill, called the Paradox Flame, turning the entire battlefield into a raging sea of fire. Among the colossal pillars of flame, Hunzeo dashed at wind-splitting speed, creating impacts that shook the ground and left deep craters. The monster, with its blazing red eyes, was not the least bit shaken. It swung its razor-sharp claws back in a frenzy, pushed back by a powerful collision. Hunzeo gritted his teeth and endured as his body began to feel the fatigue. Seeing his opponent seemingly weakening, the monster laughed mockingly with smug delight. That feeble attack hadn't even left a single scratch. Dining you, standing firm on the ground, he just smirked and asked back, "You call that feeble?" His hands clenched, the spear shaft pouring in all his spiritual power, so the weapon radiated a brilliant aura. Hunzeo declared with certainty it was more than enough to cut down your arrogance. A colossal pillar of blazing red energy erupted violently, striking straight at the enemy, shattering the golden crown on its head, so it broke apart and fell to the ground. The monster collapsed, panting in astonishment. Impossible. How can a human be this tough? Hunzeo coldly repeated once more. I already told you, I don't belong to this world. Even while dying, the enemy stubbornly declared that even if it fell, its body would dissolve into Mother Earth and one day would be reborn. But its expression suddenly turned to horror when it realized its body could not regenerate. Am I being erased from existence? Hunzeo calmly explained that the black flame consuming it was a special skill called the paradox. Flame dark die. Unlike ordinary fire that needs oxygen, it uses abstract concepts like the ego, reason, and memory as fuel. Your hobby of resurrecting 4 centuries is over now, because what's burning is your very big existence. Cheating the game only to meet a master. Total blackout. Realizing its end was near, Monster laughed bitterly through the pain. Even if I disappear, you will never be remembered as a world-saving hero, because the ones you consider teammates are actually just waiting for you to die. Here, before the enemy's astonishment, Hunzio just calmly replied, I know. Immediately the holy maiden, standing behind him, cried out in panic, Sir, hero, don't believe that monster's words. But Hunzio had seen through it all. He knew the woman who constantly professed love and seduced him every day actually hated him to the bone because he was an outsider. Those honeyed words were only a scheme to make him hesitate, unwilling to strike back. When he was purged after the expedition ended, he turned back to look at her with a cold, sharp gaze. Holy maiden, am I wrong? Not stopping there, he exposed the knight in the party too, the one who had received a national treasure from the cowardly emperor to eliminate him the moment the monster was slain. Witnessing all his dark secrets laid bare, the knight trembled in terror and blurted out, How did you know about that? Hunzio went on to expose the party's mage, a man obsessed with experimenting on human bodies who always hated him just because he opposed the brutal slavery system. He coldly asserted that he had known all about the plot to kill him after the monster was destroyed since the previous year. The monster couldn't help but exclaim in shock, I can't understand it, O hero. With the power that cornered me, you have more than enough to destroy the world that turned its back on you. Gazing into the empty void with a face covered in scars, he only replied briefly, If I did that, who would send me home? The enemy still hadn't recovered from its bewilderment at that simple reason. You want to go home? Memory took him back to Earth 20 years earlier, in the year 2005, when he was still an ordinary 30-year-old office worker, until an entity calling itself a goddess appeared and brought him to another world with a plea. Oh, chosen hero, please save this world from the monsters. He'd thought it would be a glorious tale like in the books about an ordinary person succeeding in a new world, but the reality where he set foot was a horrifying catastrophe with desperate cries for help ringing out everywhere. Though he'd tried every way to return, he realized the only way out was to destroy all the monsters, as the goddess said. For 20 long years he threw himself into training and fighting without rest to become stronger. Once, when he carried a wounded child back to the village instead of a welcome, the gatekeepers coldly blocked him because he dared to act on his own, despite his desperate pleas to be let in to save the person they only threw out sneering words. Why save them? Wasting medicine. Just let it go. This world was so cruel. It was ready to abandon the wounded instead of treating them, but the worst thing was the medical and sanitary standards, unbelievably backward, like the Middle Ages. He could only stand watching in horror as they casually sawed off a patient's leg over a simple infection, because all the salvage healers had been mobilized to the Wanyang battlefield. Right then, the clergy appeared and interrogated him about how he could possibly save the child from the hands of the monsters. But something even more terrifying was Waiting ahead, the cruel clergy declared that the child had survived because a demon dwelled inside it and they would purify it with their own hands. Watching innocent people being burned alive behind him, he could only seethe, thinking to himself about these repulsive otherworlders who had no concept of human rights at all. You want to be saved? Drop that cheap kindness. After 20 years of enduring in this painful world, he finally defeated the monster and saved the world. Standing in the ruined battlefield, he muttered, with exhaustion, "It's over." Immediately, his teammates' swords again pointed straight at him. The knight revealed his true face. He sighed with relief that the hero had figured out the truth and declared they couldn't let him live. Facing the blatant betrayal, he only coldly replied, "You know what? I really hate this world." Though gravely wounded, the pressure he radiated still made the fall knight tremble, not daring to advance. He bitterly realized he had created a monster only to destroy another monster. Tried so hard, and in the end, it backfired on you. Serves you right. Nyan white. Nothing left to regret. Unzeo roared toward the bay sky. "I have completed the mission I was given. Now keep your promise." A blinding beam of light descended from on high, making all the traders gape in astonishment. As they looked up, the goddess appeared with a gentle expression bestowing praise. "Sir, hero, you've worked hard. Thanks to your tireless efforts, you have defeated the monster." He pointed toward the goddess, reminding her of the old pact. "Hey, goddess, do you still remember that? Once I brought down the monster, all my experience, memories, and soul would be preserved, and you would send me back to Earth." The goddess smiled faintly and asked whether he really didn't like this world. Even though he possessed power enough to threaten her, she warned that all of Hero Hanseo's achievements would become meaningless if he left. Hanzeo laughed with contempt, telling her to stop the act because he knew she was only relieved that he was leaving exactly as agreed. The goddess didn't deny it. She coldly concluded that this world ultimately didn't need one more monster either. The goddess looked at him pensively and asked whether he really had no regrets about this decision. Hanzeo didn't hesitate. He affirmed his sole desire was to return to his old world. He let go of his weapon, letting the spear fall to the barren ground. Receiving the goddess's consent, he inwardly felt relieved that he was finally escaping this cursed otherworld, leaving behind a hand covered in maimon wounds. A brilliant pillar of light enveloped the hero's body. The goddess announced his old body was gone, and she would put him into a new one. When he wondered about that person's identity, the goddess only revealed it was someone with an extremely tragic fate, but believed he would survive. To Hanzeo, no matter how harsh a future he had to face, he would still accept the way trade to go home, because nothing could be worse than the hell he had gone through over the past 20 years. The figure of the child hero vanished completely into the blinding light. Right after the scene shifted to Earth in the year 2025. In a small, cramped room, a young man suddenly opened his eyes and awoke. Bewildered, he asked himself whether he had really returned or not. The soul of Hero Hanseo now had officially merged into the body of a commoner named Yu Chanho. He sat up, gritting his teeth, thinking about the Bao traitors in the other world, and felt relieved that he no longer had to see them. Stepping closer to the mirror, he stared in amazement at Tiu, the unfamiliar but youthful face that was now his own. Touching his face, he told himself, "Hello, brother, from now on. I'm Yu Chanho." Chanho pressed his face into the cold stream of water from the tap, blissfully shouting, "Water, clean water, water. That isn't polluted. To me, this is truly magic, while those mages in that other world can all go to hell." He kept getting excited over the gas stove. Fire with just one press of a button. No longer having to chop wood and light a damn campfire. Suddenly, a familiar scent hit his nose, and he stared in amazement at the food box on the table. This is what I've missed. Don't tell me this is fried chicken. Unable to hold back, he snatched up the golden, crispy piece of chicken and took a really big bite. The explosion of deliciousness made him burst into sobbing tears right there. So good, my tears just keep pouring out. That's right, this is the taste of real food. He sat down on the floor, eating and crying because he so missed the humble flavors that he had lost over the past 20 years. Looking out at the glittering city scenery through the Kaido window, he told himself he could finally live an ordinary life. But then he was stunned to realize the motto. Current date. What? It's already 2025. I was away from home that long. It turned out that time in the other world had passed in step with Earth, but he quickly brushed off that surprise because it no longer mattered. He resolved that no matter how hard adapting might be, it couldn't be as horrifying as the hell he'd had to endure in the world beyond. Chanho savored the stream of hot water pouring from the showerhead without having to wait, and with just one button, a stream of cool air from the air conditioner spread throughout the room, bringing a supremely comfortable feeling. Gazing at the clear blue sky through the high-rise window, he sighed with relief. This right here is paradise. The AC is amazing. He began making plans for his new life in 2025, even intending to play StarCraft for fun. But then a horrifying dark shadow with a bizarre grin suddenly pressed its face against the window, startling him out of his wits. In his panic, he asked himself in shock, "What is this?" Right then, the building's announcement speaker rang out, shattering the quiet stillness. An announcement about a corrosion crack that had appeared right inside the apartment complex. Chanho stood stunned, muttering, "What? A corrosion crack? What the hell is that?" The loudspeaker kept demanding residents evacuate urgently to the shelter immediately. He couldn't believe the reality unfolding, his eyes full of doubt about what had happened to Earth over the past 20 years. The room was now flooded with bizarre creatures, shaped like monkeys but wearing bizarre masks on their faces. The glass couldn't withstand the pressure. It was only a matter of time before they smashed the door and burst inside, forcing him to run for his life into the dark emergency exit. The ferocious monsters chased hot on his heels, creating huge tremors that shook the entire stairwell. As he ran, he seethed, asking himself what kind of creatures they were. A whole pack of frenzied monsters rushed down, pursuing him like ghosts in the night. He screamed in despair at the horrifying change to the world. Where's the beautiful Earth gone? Why is it now monster didn't like this? Taking advantage of the moment the monsters passed by, He quickly climbed through a broken window to find a way out. After temporarily shaking off the fire. Bloodthirsty creatures. He leaned against the wall, panting. Hard, finally shaking them off. Suddenly he froze when he saw a boy holding a stick standing alone in the hallway. Oh, a human. Chunho anxiously urged the boy to hurry to the shelter because this place was very dangerous. But the child calmly asked back, Hey, mister, did you see where the monster ran off to? Chunho could only stand frozen and exclaim, What? The boy calmly declared, I'm going to go kill it. Do you want to come along? Chunho blurted out in amazement. Kid, what are you saying? The boy revealed that Earth had fallen into this state for the past 13 years, making Chunho only grit his teeth and curse under his breath. Damn. Nanny. I've become a reluctant babysitter. Since then, the kid stubbornly refused to go to the shelter, and he couldn't leave him alone. He had no choice but to go along with this little kid. Through the boy's account, he learned the corrosion crack was a gateway for monsters. No one knew why they formed or when, or where they would appear. Chunho bitterly realized he'd just escaped this hell only to fall into another black hole of hell. He seethed and screamed inside. Isn't this a bit too much? That damned goddess. When asked why he knew nothing, he awkwardly made up a story that he used to live in America. But the boy immediately refuted it with bizarre information about the U.S. president being impeached for secretly sending his daughter to Korea, leaving him utterly speechless. To change the subject, he asked about the hunter the boy liked. Hitting the right topic, the kid excitedly cheered. But he rambled on about how she belonged to the Janabi Guild, ranked 10th in the world, and used a cool great sword to destroy monsters. Chunho pondered thoughtfully. He hadn't expected that in this world. Humans also had to fight monsters, just like where he'd just left. Right. When the boy went to open his phone to show him a video, Chunho suddenly moved in close and covered the kid's mouth. He sensed danger was near and muttered, Damn it! Behind the corner of the wall, a pack of masked monsters was lurking. With his seasoned combat experience, he quickly identified 6 of them. More makes a full set. Though he sensed this new body had above average strength, and he was used to facing multiple enemies. The presence of the boy trembling behind him made the situation more complicated than ever. Chunho worried inwardly that if he abandoned the kid, he would surely be in danger. He wondered where the kid's determination to kill monsters from earlier had gone. In a situation with no proper weapon, he agonized over how to deal with it until he noticed a familiar energy pulsing in the air. He wondered in amazement whether this was After confirming it was completely identical to what was in the other world, he inwardly resolved to act. Messing with me was a mistake. Let's get to work. Hey! Desperate shriek rang out as Chunho landed a timely attack, setting the monster ablaze fiercely. Though the mana accumulated over 20 years had vanished completely. With the mana available in the air on Earth, he could still activate the paradox flame that had been carved deep into his soul. Looking at the blue flame blazing on his hand, he told himself that even though his current firepower was a bit disappointing, this was more than enough to finish off the enemy. The monster collapsed in the pitch-black smoke, leaving the boy marveling in amazement. Mister, that was amazing. Why? The kid cheerfully admitted that at first he'd been a little doubtful because the man knew nothing about the current world, but he hadn't expected the man to possess such a slick special skill. Suddenly remembering something, the kid excitedly talked about watching on YouTube. That confirming a monster is dead is very important, and suddenly dashed straight toward the corpse. Chanho panicked and shouted to stop him, but it was too late. He knew well the power of the paradox flame and warned the kid not to go near until the target was truly erased. Immediately, the monster wasn't fully dead. It surged up in the black smoke with a horrifically disgusting form right in front of the child died. Chanho leapt out in time to shield him. Though his hand was wounded and stained with blood, he still coldly said, "Kid, I don't know what YouTube is, but it's best you stop watching it." The hero hates and reports YouTube, folks. He has to borrow the stick in the boy's hand to keep fighting. Taking the weapon from the trembling child, Chanho stood firm, facing the pack of monsters, frenziedly rushing in from all sides. His gaze turned cold and sharp. Chanho swung the stick in his hand hard, creating a powerful sweeping arc, sending the pack of monsters on their way in an instant. Total game hack! The monsters scream. Witnessing that overwhelming power, the boy standing beside him could only gape in astonishment, not believing his eyes. The kid excitedly cheered. "Awesome. Mister, are you secretly a hunter?" Standing in the gruesome scene, Chanho panted with exhaustion, feeling it was absurd that he just returned to Earth, only to have to smell this rank stench again. He gritted his teeth in fury when he realized he had gone through so much hardship in the other world, hoping to rest, but the reality before his eyes was no different from the hell he'd just escaped. After temporarily reaching safety, the two quickly moved to the area where the population had gathered, where hundreds of people were anxiously waiting, hearing the boy grumble about being called a little kid instead of an elementary school student. Chanho could only walk in silence. The moment they stepped into the shelter, an elegant woman rushed over in a panic and threw her arms around the boy, calling the name Yansong. She profusely thanked Chanho for protecting her reckless son. Kind. Looking at the designer clothes and the expensive earrings of the woman, he inwardly realized she was decked out in luxury brands, so the kid was a young master. Suddenly, tremors of tremendous force shook the entire shelter, leaving everyone staring at each other in confusion. A giant fist suddenly punched through the solid wall, followed by the appearance of a huge monster with sharp teeth and a disgusting long tongue. The crowd began to panic. Shrill screams rang out everywhere as the protective wall of the shelter completely collapsed. Amid the scene of people trampling over each other to flee, Chanho stood frozen, staring at the new enemy. Seeing the dire situation, the boy Yansong urged in a panic, "Mister, I think this time we have to run." Chanho was silent, his eyes heavy with thought. He inwardly asked himself, wanting to live in peace, why is it so hard? I wonder. The pain from his wound made him furrow his brow, looking at his blood-stained hand, covered in scars. He softly said, "Hey, kid," making the boy answer irritably, "I told you not to call me that." Looking at the child's appearance, Chanho wondered, "You're rich, aren't you? Why still try so hard to become a hunter? Wouldn't it be enough to just hide in a safe place and live comfortably?" Yansong lowered his face, his voice sinking. "I lost my father to a monster. A corrosion. Crack opened up right in the shelter that we'd thought was the safest place. Mundane. The boy bitterly realized there was no place on this earth that was peaceful anymore. Though he wasn't strong enough yet and was still very scared, Yonsong resolved to become the strongest hunter to wipe out the monsters. The boy shouted with all his determination that he'd save the world. Looking at the kid's resolute expression, Shanho gave a faint smile. No, you will become a wonderful hunter. It's just that you won't be able to save the world. In the middle of that, Yonsong's mother anxiously pulled her son's hand, urging him to leave. The kid still tried to look back and call out, "Wait, that, mister, is still there." Suddenly, a huge explosion rang out, shaking the entire shelter. Yonsong screamed in terror, "Mister!" Amid the rubble and thick smoke, Shanho used just one hand to incinerate the monster, turning it to ash, his whole body radiating a powerful purple energy. He coldly declared, "Leave saving this world to the experts." Originally just an ordinary young man in the 21st century, Shanho had been summoned to another world, forced to fight monsters for 20 years before finding his way back to Earth. Barely back, and before he could enjoy freedom, he had to face a corrosion crack. Luckily, he survived thanks to the experience from his past life, and he'd even promised that kidded he would save the world. But the reality was he did nothing at all. Sitting in front of the computer screen with a haggard face, he chewed candy while intensely focused on the game. When the words "victory" appeared brilliantly, he just muttered, "Won it. Easy as candy. Games are easy." He opened a can of soda and enjoyed the refreshment. He suddenly recalled his bold declaration in front of everyone. One who saved the world once can save it again. Thinking back, well, so what? His desire to save the world didn't last long. Against the temptations of modern life, video games, an abundant food supply that in the other world he could only dream of, and a system where you can do anything with just one touch. And as for saving the world, other hunters were already handling it. Just as he was about to use his phone to order some food, he was suddenly stunned when he saw the account balance notification. He panicked and shouted, "What? I've spent all of my severance. Already?" The measly figure of 3,200 appeared like a bucket of cold water splashed straight into his face. The previous owner of this body, Shanho, had been an employee at a shipping company, but he'd lost his job when the Fortibiana company went bankrupt from the impact of the corrosion crack. Now, with the last of his measly money finally run dry, he clutched his head. In despair, he'd tried to find a new job, but there was no way to get an ordinary job right now. Since the corrosion cracks appeared constantly, most companies were headed for bankruptcy, so this was understandable. He wondered what he had to do to survive in this modern society when nowhere was hiring new employees. Right then, a recruitment notice for hunters appeared on his phone screen. His gaze lingered thoughtfully, then a confident smile flickered across his lips. Experience to spare. This is right up my alley. Ah. Right after, he showed up at the Hunter Association, housed in a magnificent skyscraper. The atmosphere there was extremely lively. A young man excitedly cheered, about to become a hunter. Life's looking up. However, the people with him seemed more nonchalant. They figured the selection exam these days was just a formality. In this day and age, you only need to show one unique skill to be chosen immediately. Standing amid the hot, jostling crowd, he coldly observed and felt they were all exactly the same. In the eyes of a former hero like Chanho, this crowd was just a bunch of small fry, nothing more. A midi. That chaos, a woman with long, black hair walked by proudly. "Hey!" and was stunned, his eyes bulging when he recognized the presence of a major figure. What the hell is this? Is that Lee Seo? The crowd began buzzing about Lee Seo Dite, the 10th-ranked hunter in the world from famous Jenabi Guild. Everyone couldn't believe their eyes, because she was supposed to be with the army conquering a corrosion crack, yet now she'd appeared here too. Personally recruit for the guild. In the observation room, they were reviewing the file of Mei Anzangai, an outstanding graduate of the Hunter Academy with the ability to control electricity and swordsmanship. Darai, a man on the way. Council sneered. Her ability is probably for charging batteries, huh? Immediately he was rebutted that she was a hunter candidate, not a power generator. A man wearing glasses looked skeptical, arguing that real combat at a corrosion crack was far more brutal than what's learned in the classroom. He asserted that even being excellent at the academy didn't guarantee results when facing real monsters. Meanwhile, Lee Zao just calmly chewed candy and replied, indifferently, maybe, or maybe not. A memory of rookies falling victim to the monster's fangs came back. Seo thought to herself. That training and real combat were completely different, and it would take a lot of time for Han Sang-a to adapt. The announcement speaker rang out, cutting off her train of her thought. The first match was officially beginning. Cao smirked faintly, telling herself that either way she had to complete the mission she was given, and asked the candidates to show their worth so she'd want to recruit them. Just then the host suddenly exclaimed with interest, "Oh, this candidate is quite interesting." The crowd began murmuring in astonishment when they saw a stranger step out. An amateur wants to be a hunter too? An amateur without proper training daring to stand on this stage was unprecedented. Amid the doubtful looks, the host clearly introduced, and this is candidate Chanho. Stepping out in simple sports attire, he still felt a little awkward and told himself he wasn't used to this new name yet. The match began with strict rules. No personal weapons allowed, and absolutely no inflicting life-threatening wounds. Chanho stood, facing his opponent, gripping the thigh which issued wooden blade ready for his first battle in the modern world. The hero beating masters with cheap gear. Once he decided to become a hunter, Chanho told himself the first thing to do was save this world on the verge of collapse. But no less important, he wanted a prosperous life, too. Eat well and dress well. And to achieve that, he had to get really good results in this tournament. His opponent, a blonde guy full of conceit, looked contemptuous at the appearance of an amateur. The referee clearly ordered both to take their positions, then waved his hand signaling the match officially began. Immediately, the blonde guy charged in with a flaming spear. My opponent is someone who doesn't even know how to gather mana. He arrogantly told him to consider losing at his hands an honor because he was the undefeated master of spear technique at the Hunter Academy. Facing the fierce attack, Chanho kept a calm face, coldly observing. each of the enemy's openings. Powerful thrust came down but only struck air, making the blonde guy exclaim in shock. He was standing right here. Where'd he go? Right then, Chanho had closed in, right behind him, and threw out a sneering remark. Hey, your spear technique is still very clumsy. No. Not giving his opponent time to react, he unleashed a powerful bare-handed blow, leaving the enemy unable to resist. The powerful impact made the conceited hunter's face completely deform before he collapsed onto the arena floor. Seeing his opponent lie motionless after just one move, Chanho was stunned and wondered, "What's what? This? I haven't even warmed up yet." Inwardly thought he'd deliberately used his bare hands because he was afraid that using the spear would injure him too badly. He hadn't expected his opponent's level to be so astonishingly weak. He couldn't help but doubt whether this was really the average level of the hunters in this world or not. Han Zhang watched the match with a face full of doubt. She couldn't help wondering who this young man really was. A colleague beside her said his file was just an ordinary shipping company employee with almost no mana accumulated in his body. He figured the strength just now could only be luck, but Sang-A immediately shoved a candy into his hand to make him shut up. But while the colleague understood, she wanted him to keep quiet. Sang-A was absorbed in a more terrifying thought. No, is he deliberately not accumulating mana? Down in the arena, Chanho scratched his head with a look of discomfort. He told himself that though it was a bit of a hassle to prove his abilities, he needed to end this battle decisively. Looking at his opponent trembling and asking how he could do something like that, Chanho sauntered closer. He unleashed another powerful blow along with a mockingly reassuring remark. Relax. Where there's breath, there's a chance. Just take a little nap. A loud sound rang out. The opponent collapsed completely, with his eyes rolled back and no longer able to resist. The announcement speaker clearly rang out across the arena. The winner is contestant Chanho. The judges and the audience above couldn't help being stunned. They buzzed and murmured at this unbelievable result. Han Zhang's eyes turned sharp. She focused, carefully observing his every movement, as if wanting to see through the secret hidden within, while the others were still busy assessing. Sang-A decided she had to act first to verify with her own eyes Chanho's true strength. When her colleague asked where she was going, she just coldly replied, "I need to go see the association chairman." The following matches took place, but the results didn't change at all. Chanho continuously took down the other opponents with lightning-fast blows and inwardly marveled, too weak, even for rookies who've just become hunters. Aren't they too weak? He realized that no matter how many matches he fought, everyone who showed up was of the same low level, leaving him wondering, does the academy teach martial arts or teach dancing? Like this? Chanho sighed wearily, wondering whether he could get even a single decent opponent out of this crowd. Right? Then the crowd began buzzing, murmuring, "Oh, she's so beautiful finally. We get to watch." The speaker clearly rang out, introducing the candidate for the final match as Han Sang-A, stepping out with a halt at her hip and short gray hair full of character. She was expected to be the one to end the winning streak of the winning, mysterious super rookie. Chanho quietly assessed. Oh, at least she's the one who's accumulated the most mana among the people I've seen. Wait. Han Zhang-A coldly replied with full contempt. And yet you don't have a shred of Fred. Manadai, Danornida. Your luck has just run out. Get ready to disappear. Chanho inwardly mocked, wondering whether these cookie-cutter lines were also part of the curriculum of the Hunter Academy. Sang-ah, continued to assert, seeing you only ever use your fists. You definitely don't have any special skill, but I won't go easy on you for that. She gripped the sword hilt tightly, her eyes blazing with blue sparks of pressure. Chanho could only give a wry smile and tell himself, actually, I do have a special skill. I just don't use it because I'm afraid you'll get badly hurt. The referee shouted ready. Sang-A immediately took her stance. The moment the start command ended, Sang-A drew her sword at the speed of light. Chanho's eyes went wide, focusing intensely to keep up with his opponent's movement. A blinding explosion of energy engulfed the arena. But Sang-A was suddenly stunned to realize her blade had only sliced through empty air. High above, Chanho was doing a skillful backflip to dodge the deadly attack by a hair's breadth. Are you performing acrobatics or something? Dodging that nimbly? Ah! Sang-A couldn't believe her eyes, her face showing clear shock. Hey, dodged it? Dodged even the electric current with just one jump? While flipping, Chanho inwardly analyzed his opponent's technique. Interesting. By running current through the scabbard and the blade, she turned them into magnets, combined with a draw force to create an attack like an electromagnetic gun. Landing on the ground gently, he calmly remarked, your skill is certainly the best so far, but you've missed the most important thing. Before Sang-A's bewilderment, he pointed out her fatal weakness. It was the timing of the attack. She'd been too focused on striking really fast. Han Sang-A's mistake was that to accelerate her sword path even faster. She'd set up a magnetic rail right in the air. Chanho inwardly assessed that no matter how fast and powerful an attack is, no fool would just take a hit with a trajectory plainly visible right before their eyes. Seen through. Sang-A gritted her teeth in fury. Don't get cocky. I don't need tricks. I can still send you flying immediately. She erupted with spiritual power and charged in at a terrifying speed. Chanho gently sidestepped and dodged the slash, easily, calmly asking back, are you an idiot? I already dodged your fastest attack, so there's no way I'd take this one. Seeing here, opponent was too superior. Sang-A frenziedly backed in mana, making her eyes blaze with ill pressured body. Chanho realized she was overexerting, forcing herself to squeeze out every last bit of mana. He inwardly worried that if she kept it up, her body would be completely destroyed. Just as Sang-A was about to launch her next blow, Chanho had closed in and coldly declared that performance was pretty cool. But it stops here. Immediately he unleashed a powerful punch to Sang-A's stomach, leaving her only able to grit her teeth and endure in pain, not giving his opponent a chance to retaliate. Chanho added a powerful chain of consecutive attacks. Han Zhang-A was completely unable to resist. Her eyes rolled back and she collapsed. Immediately, her face smeared with ill wounds. Han Zhang-A crashed down onto the arena floor before the astonishment of the whole stands. The crowd began buzzing, not believing their eyes when they saw the top graduate of the Manhwa Academy defeated so overwhelmingly like that. Chunho sauntered off, inwardly, assessing that though Sang-A had far better skill than the others, the fact that she went down so quickly proved she'd been too dependent on mana and neglected physical conditioning. Hearing a groan behind him, he looked back in surprise, wondering whether she still wanted to keep fighting. But Han Sang-A just trembled and raised her left hand to surrender. Chunho couldn't help but laugh, told her to raise her hand, and she raised it right away. This girl sure is obedient. Immediately, the organizers' speaker rang out, shattering the atmosphere. Attention! The competition schedule has been changed. No, the host asked Chunho to rest for a moment, leaving him wondering since he'd thought everything was over. A shocking announcement was made right after. In a few minutes, the winner, Chunho, and a professional hunter would have a special match. This event was arranged by the Order of the Association chairman, making the stands erupt in extreme excitement. Looking at a guy. Everyone's fervent reaction on the action screen. He inwardly wondered whether the mysterious woman from earlier had directly stepped in to test his abilities. Or not. Right then, a giant great sword plunged into the ground. Lee! Seo stepped out proudly. She apologized for this sudden appearance, but asserted this was the only way to verify his true strength. She clearly introduced, I am Lee Eso from the E. Janabi Gildai. Looking deep into her opponent's eyes, Seo remarked that this stage seemed too small compared to Chunho's talent. She issued a direct challenge and gave him permission to decline if he felt it was too much for him. Given the abruptness, Chunho immediately realized the tremendous pressure radiating from the male world's 10th-ranked hunter, a true expert with an unassuming demeanor. Though he knew his current body would struggle facing an opponent like that, he still broke into an excited smile and accepted the game immediately. Seo noticed the enthusiasm blazing in Chunho's eyes and believed he was very willing for this confrontation. To him, if he had to fight anyway, then this was the best possible opportunity to achieve the highest result and prove his worth. Let's see whether I should raise my worth a bit more. The match erupted, with tremendous collisions leaving the bottom audience in the stands gaping in astonishment. As for the commentator, cold sweat poured down from excitement. Under the suffocating pressure from the great sword, Chunho gritted his teeth to hold on, inwardly stunned and wondering, what does this lady eat to be stronger than even a monster? I wonder. The prolonged confrontation left Chunho struggling under the powerful sword swings of Seo Dao. Though her exterior stayed calm, she inwardly realized her own speed had dropped considerably from when they started. On the opposite side, Chunho was at the limit of his endurance, breathing hard and drenched in sweat. He bitterly realized it wasn't that his opponent had no openings, but that his current body was too weak, not capable enough to seize those opportunities. Seeing her opponent was worn out, Seo calmly stepped forward. She offered praise for his endurance. I thought you'd only last about 5 minutes. I hadn't expected you could hold on for 30 minutes. Right. But it seems you've reached your limit to end this prolonged match. She leapt up high, swinging the giant great sword with a declaration that she'd help him end it all as gently as possible, gently send you to the hospital. falling into a razor's edge situation, the mana in his body and in the surrounding space had all run dry. Chunho breathed out a decisive breath, though he didn't want to. Reveal his hand early, the situation forced him to activate his true power. CO was stunned to realize her full force. Attack had missed its target. She couldn't believe he could dodge that slash, looking toward Chunho, standing among the eerie purple-black pillars of flame, she stammered in shock. Purple stuff. Is it contraband or something banned? The paradox flame was the ultimate technique he'd used continuously for 20 years in the other world, and also the power he trusted most. Unlike ordinary flame, it didn't burn matter at all. The proof was that the clothes he was wearing were still completely intact. Instead, it used abstract concepts that he designated as fuel to burn in the wire. Annihilates Ssr. At his current energy level, he couldn't yet burn concepts with a high ignition point like the ego, memory, or reason. So, what he chose to burn right now was his fatigue. Witnessing her opponent's speed suddenly surge, Lee Seo couldn't help being astonished. You've gotten faster? A tremendous collision occurred. She was stunned to realize he had fully recovered. In just a short span of time, consecutive attacks broke out, and Seo clearly sensed the mana concentration in the air fluctuating abnormally in a way hard to understand. She inwardly wondered what was happening when the arena's settings hadn't changed at all. Its mechanism was very simple, just like fire releasing heat when burning matter. The paradox flame also releases mana. When consuming abstract concepts, he uses mana to ignite the fire, and the flame burns his fatigue to produce even more mana. A game hack. This latent. Who can beat it? It's an endless cycle that lets him maintain a peak combat state. In other words, his real specialty is a war of attrition. After a collision that shattered the ground, Seo began to feel annoyed and snapped. Do you intend to keep going like this? Clinging like a leech? Standing amid the rubble in a tattered state, but with a smile still on his lips, Chunho calmly replied, I can still keep going, you know that. Hey, I looked straight into the world's 10th rank hunter's eyes and asked provocatively, do you like this kind of man who clings like a hungry leech? Or not? Facing Chunho's provocation, Seo coldly replied, no. I absolutely hate that type of person. The paradox flame has a harsh rule. When a tree burns, what remains is only ash, and ash cannot burn again. Similarly, this flame always leaves a residue, and once everything is completely consumed until only ash remains, that's when it disappears. After 4 hours and 17 minutes of continuous battle, Chunho finally reached his limit. Seo hoisted the great sword onto her shoulder, looked down at her opponent lying on the floor, and asked, You held on very well, do you want to continue? Chunho at this point could only plead miserably. Spare me. Grinding a game is gentler than fighting you. The speaker clearly rang out across the arena, declaring that since contestant Chunho was surrendering, the final victory belonged to Hunter Lee Seo. Amid the astonishment of those watching, Seo calmly pulled from her pocket a lollipop. The hunters standing nearby couldn't help being startled. That candy? She stepped closer to Chunho and smiled, handing him the forward candy. Here, a reward for your hard work, boy. I put my business card in it, taking the card that read Lee SEO. Third team partner, Hunter of the Janabi Guild. Shano was still a bit hazy about her real identity before leaving. CO didn't forget to wink meaningfully. We'll discuss the details later. Four. Now just call me. The Hunter selection. Exam officially closed with an announcement inviting the winner Chanho up to the stage to receive his award. I wondered whether Janabi was under a management company or not then. Calmly chewed the lollipop to bits in his mouth, holding the latest model phone in his hand. He couldn't help being amazed at the tremendous advancement of technology. The Hunter license is right inside the phone. Back then, they only gave me a scrap of paper. This smartphone integrated every necessary feature from a hunter community and a marketplace for gear selling, monster byproducts to communication via military satellite data. As he was absorbed in exploring it, a deep, muffled voice suddenly rang out from behind. You're the Hunter Chanho, right? Before him was a giant man with a fierce appearance and tattoos covering his arms. He broke into a friendly smile. You look more dashing in person than on camera. Nani. Looking at the man's over 2-meter height, Chanho warily asked. Yes, but who are you? Not making him wait long, the giant handed over a business card, introducing himself as Yon Son-hyun, a partner hunter of the Teeb Guild. He got straight to the point. I'll keep it short. Join my team at Take. If I train you, you'll definitely shine brilliantly. A pitch like high-level, multi-level marketing. Observing his opponent's confident expression, Chanho inwardly assessed that this guy didn't seem to be lying at all. Facing the giant's invitation, Chanho inwardly thought he already had a prior appointment, so he couldn't give a firm answer right now. He tactfully replied, I'll think about it a bit more before making a decision. Yun. Son-hyun burst out laughing, asking whether he thought he'd force him to answer right here or not. But the guy suddenly placed his big hand on Chanho's shoulder, leaning in close with a threatening gaze. Think it over carefully. Workplace accidents are hard to avoid, you know. Leaving that meaningful remark, the giant turned and walked away. Watching that, retreating back, Chanho inwardly resolved to cross the Teabake Guild off his list. Right after, he tapped to call the world's 10th-ranked hunter. On the other end, Lee Sao quickly picked up. Chanho got straight to the point. This is Chanho. Where should I go to meet you? CO said she was at a cafe called Yu right on the 2nd floor of the Kyle Association building and asked him to come there. Chanho found the place, inwardly puzzling over the strange name of this cafe. The moment he stepped in, he received a warm welcome from the serving staff. Lee Zhao was already seated waiting with a big sweet drink. She warmly invited him to sit. Seeing Chanho's expression, she curiously asked whether something had happened. Chanho calmly recounted having just been approached by a big guy to be recruited into a guild. Hearing the description, SEO immediately recognized Son-hyun of the Ted Guild. She explained that once that guy set his eyes on someone, other guilds definitely wouldn't dare come near to make an offer. Chanho smirked and asked, So does that apply the Janabi Guild too? Contrary to his prediction, SEO calmly scooped ice cream and replied, indifferently. Huh? I have no intention of recruiting you. The answer left Chanho stunned in astonishment. CO suggested that instead of joining a guild, what did he think about? Being a freelance hunter. Seeing he seemed interested in not having to belong to any organization. She explained further that Son Hyon surely only intended to invite him into a junior position. Chanho asked back blankly, "What's a junior?" "The name of some milk tea." Seo at this point remembered he'd never gone through training at the academy, so he was completely clueless about these terms. Seo explained that the ranks of hunters within a guild are usually divided into 3 types: junior, mid-level, and partner. Junior and mid-level hunters are actually just salaried employees under the management of the team leaders, who are partner hunters. Conversely, partner hunters hold shares in the guild instead of receiving a salary. They directly split the net profit the guild earns. Chanho realized this was no different from disguised multi-level marketing, just renamed a guild. And EAO confirmed that the founder of the first guild had indeed used that as a model. She also revealed an important piece of information: you don't necessarily have to advance through the ranks. One by one, he could become a partner hunter immediately if he had enough ability. Chanho nodded, understanding that as long as he racked up resounding achievements, the big guilds would automatically come to make offers. CO smiled and handed him more candy, leaving him wondering why she liked giving him candy so much. However, she also frankly pointed out that for someone with neither experience nor connections like him, getting lucrative requests was impossible. She made an attractive offer. "I'll help you with that completely free of charge." "No, chewing candy?" Chanho asked doubtfully, why she was helping him so enthusiastically. CO admitted, "I'm investing in a promising stock, so don't let me down." "Nay, sir." This made him realize she wanted him to owe her a favor. She handed over a file and let him decide for himself whether to take it or not. It was a request from the city of Incheon regarding Godong Island, which had become a corrosion zone 2 years ago, after a failed attempt to eliminate a crack. His mission wasn't to clean up the old crack, but to patrol the island to detect and destroy any new cracks that appeared. The work would begin in 1 month, with a fee of 5 million paid up front and another 15 million if successful. Holding the stack of documents, Chanho felt this amount seemed a bit measly for a job as dangerous as this, life-threatening. CO just smiled slyly and said if he found it unfair, then hurry up and become strong and famous. Then the money would automatically flow into his pockets, even when he didn't need it. She looked straight into his eyes and asked, "So what's your answer?" Chanho's gaze turned resolute. He slowly replied, "I'll do it." In a luxurious car, cruising along the street, Lee Sao was reporting to her superior about her new discovery. When he heard about Chanho, the boss asked a doubtful question. "Is he skilled?" "What kind of person is he?" CO calmly confirmed. He was a commoner who'd passed the Burningwood Deer tournament that required weapons using only his bare hands type. Though the boss just remarked it wasn't bad, she immediately rebutted the phrase, "Not bad isn't adequate." He held out. "For 4 hours against me, that's saying something." "Liu, I tell ye." At the suspicion that she had gone easy on him, SEO asserted she was a veteran hunter with 10 years of wild experience surviving the most hellish places. She should have been able to toy with him easily, but dragging it out to a full 4 hours was unthinkable. She emphasized with feeling, even if I were reborn, I doubt I would ever see another monster like him. The Danmire. Boss still wasn't truly reassured. But no matter how highly you rate him, doesn't the mission on Godong Island require hunters to have real combat experience? He worried that no matter how excellent Chanho's skills were, he'd have a hard time fitting in when forming a team without seasoned hunters. To reassure him, Seo asserted she had arranged for him to go with an extremely reliable person. Seeing the thorough preparation, the boss relented and accepted. All right, you're the brain of Janabi's operations, so I'll trust you. Jinri. However, he was still curious to ask more about the young man's potential. That kid. How do you think he'd turn out if he reached your level? Seo smiled faintly and gave an assessment that stunned the boss. You may not like hearing this, but if Chanho reached my level, he could even take down you. Boss! A month earlier, a delivery worker was struggling to haul a heavy package to apartment 156. Walked along panting and muttering insanely. Heavy. I don't know what they even ordered. The delivery guy questioning his whole existence, looking at package on the table longer than a whole person. Chanho couldn't help remarking, "This long are you planning to give the Monkey King a staff like Rui Jingu to go raid the heavens?" The lock clicked open, revealing a cold, sharp spear with exquisite mechanical detailing. Inside, Chanho picked up the new weapon, satisfied and telling himself, this spear should be fine. Right after, he took out a vial of glittering green liquid and declared, "And this is Alicia. It's a special pharmaceutical containing concentrated mana that hunters often use in emergencies. Normally, a hunter's way of handling mana is to control mana in the atmosphere, store it in the body, then use it when necessary, just like drinking water from a filter. But Chanho's way of controlling mana was completely different. He skipped the storage process and directly absorbed and used mana right from the surrounding air. The advantage of this method is that there's no limit because the mana source in the air is infinite. Moreover, this continuous circulation process gradually makes the mana channels in the body stronger, allowing the use of enormous amounts of mana. The only drawback is that when the mana channels are large enough, the amount of mana that can be handled is still small, making it hard for him to produce a powerful blow in a short time. Since there was no time to wait, he decided it seemed best to store up a little before using it. Chanho opened the cap of the vial, believing that if he trained with it for a month, he'd develop the strength he needed. Time passed. The scene now shifted to Godon Island in the city of Incheon. Among the crowd of hunters, bustling and gathered waiting, Chanho took out his phone to complete the Kasiworo check-in procedure. The staff in charge looked at their tablet and clearly announced, "Confirmed. Please join Team 8-2. Be a punching bag." Chanho stood among the crowd of hunters buzzing and chattering about pay and their fear before the departure hour. Suddenly someone called his name, making him startle and turn around. It turned out to be Han Sang-ae, with her short gray hair now styled neatly instead of the long black hair from before. She explained that her spiky hair full of electricity earlier was just from static and proposed they cooperate, since they were on the same team. Before Chanho's wary attitude, Sang frankly admitted, seeing You fight so fiercely, I want to. Go undercover and learn a few moves. Seeing hair. Crack a joke about her shoulder about to fall off from astonishment. Chun-Ho took it seriously and worriedly asked about chronic joint disease, leaving her only exasperated, advising him to take better care of himself. He inwardly thought this girl had no sense of humor whatsoever, just like when facing off in the arena. Right after, a manager wearing glasses assembled team 8 to begin the mission briefing, and also explain the basic term for those participating for the first time. Like him, corrosion cracks are classified into 3 levels from Class 1 to Class 3, with Class 1 being the most dangerous level. The first crack to appear in a specific area is named Alpha, and currently it was located at a gloomy church in the north of Godong Island, though it currently wasn't classified yet, since cracks strengthen over time. Everyone was ordered absolutely not to approach that area. Team 8's main mission was to patrol and destroy any new cracks that arose to protect the safety of the island. When the boat docked at Godong Island, the other hunters began to tremble because they sensed a cold energy that seemed to freeze the very blood in their veins. Chun-Ho just calmly stood watching and figured they were overreacting to a normal event. The whole team officially set foot on the desolate island under the supervision of the offshore control room. Through the communication device, they received wishes of good luck along with a reminder to contact them immediately if they needed emergency help. The team's first plan was to scout 2 key areas within 1 week. Chun-Ho calmly took out the map on his phone and proposed the group set up a base at Waji Temple for convenient action. However, the hunters with him immediately took a domineering attitude. Who the hell are you? I've never seen your face before. A rookie? Playing the senior card. You're about to get slapped. They sharply demanded to know why they had to choose that temple instead of other locations. Chun-Ho kept a calm attitude. I explained that from that spot you could directly observe the entire area and Godong, my own. Not to mention, an old temple is very sturdy, even if a monster gets in. It has to take its shoes off in the yard. Despite the sharp reasoning, the hunters still kept grumbling. There are plenty of places to stay around here. What if we get surrounded after climbing up that mountain? Chun-Ho could only reply wearily, it's not like we're facing thousands of enemies. How could we possibly get surrounded up there? One of them roared with contempt, asserting he'd never listen to the orders of an inexperienced person like Wang. Looking at the stubborn people before him, Chun-Ho inwardly sighed, realizing that in every world there exists stubborn people who defy all logic, not wanting to waste more words. He coldly proposed, if you won't listen, then get lost to free up space. Stop getting in my way. With that, Chun-Ho immediately dashed quickly into the deep forest to begin his mission. He'd assumed only Han Sang-a was following, but was surprised to realize there was one more person tailing close behind at an astonishing speed. He glanced at the young man with brown hair and inwardly assessed that his mana was even a bit higher than Han Sang-a's. Chun-Ho asked, your name is Kim Min-jae, right? I'm curious why you're following us. Kim Min-jae calmly answered that because he was worried, seeing 2 rookies act on their own, he decided to come along to support them. Before that sincere attitude, Chun-Ho smirked, thanking him for his concern and inwardly thinking at least In this team there was still one decent person. As they moved, Chanho suddenly froze, his eyes turning sharp when he sensed something unusual. He raised a hand signaling the group to stop and ordered, "Wait, Before his teammates confusion, he softly warned. "Shh! Look! Over there, the pack of monsters is throwing a feast." Kim Min-jae cautiously peeked over the rock and couldn't help being stunned at the wail. Horrifying scene ahead. Below, in the bushes, a pack of grayish monsters with hideous forms and sharp teeth were gathered in a dense crowd. Kim Min-jae turned pale and stammered, We should have taken a detour. There are too many, at least. 50 of them." Chanho still kept an unusually calm attitude. He reassured him, calm. Down. Hunter Kim Min-jae, what's your special skill?" Min-jae was startled and asked back whether he really intended to fight, but Chanho just coldly replied, "Isn't it natural for hunters to destroy monsters? I'll ask again, what's your skill?" Before that sharp gaze, Min-jae had to confess his skill was fire magic, specifically fireballs. Immediately, Chanho gave an order. "Good, then when I give the signal, attack first." Min-jae looked over blankly at Han Sang-a for help, only to realize she agreed with this insane plan. He frantically objected, 3 lives against 50. Are you going to go donate blood for charity? Besides, didn't you say this was your first mission? He suggested they use the radio to call for reinforcements, but Chanho immediately dismissed it because they wouldn't arrive in time. While Chenho's group set out from Waji Temple, the other hunters were searching out at the Manhwa coast. He explained that calling for reinforcements right now was extremely risky because there was no guarantee they'd come, and if the monsters scattered while waiting, they would become an enormous threat to the others. Min-jae inwardly admitted. Chanho was right, especially recalling the hot conflict with those hunters earlier. They probably wouldn't bother to come help right away. Chanho asserted the whole group had no choice but to handle it themselves, and the key was a surprise attack. Not wasting time, he used the tip of his sword to draw a battle plan right on thought. Round. Min-jae, you'll use fireballs to attack the center. I'll block both flanks. And Han Sang-a, you'll witness such a detailed tactic that anticipates every possibility. Min-jae couldn't help being astonished, wondering just who this man was that gave the feeling of having gone through tens of thousands of battles like this. The pack of monsters was still loitering without any idea that disaster was about to strike. According to the plan, Kim Min-jae gathered all his courage and rushed out with a hand blazing with fire. A giant fireball came down right in the middle of the enemy formation, creating a horrifying explosion. The monsters were completely caught off guard. They shrieked miserably as they were engulfed in a raging sea of fire. The barbecue party on Godong Island officially began. Amid the chaotic battle, Kim Min-jae shouted loudly, "I need a little time before I can fire the next fireball." "What kind of mage is this impotent?" Chanho nodded, signaling. "Got it, fire the moment you're ready." Min-jae quickly replied, "Yes, I understand." Chanho immediately charged into the enemy's encirclement, with the mindset of always prioritizing efficiency. First in combat, he understood that to achieve that, dividing up roles was a vital factor. He swung his spear, sweeping away the monsters that were poised to charge in. telling himself he'd handle all the ones, blocking the way so they couldn't reach Kim Min-jae until the next fireball was ready. Though powerful, Chun-Ho was still realistic in admitting he couldn't single-handedly stop this whole huge pack of monsters. That was exactly why dividing up roles became extremely important. Han Zhang-e immediately appeared to support. She drew her sword at lightning speed, focusing all her spiritual power to ensure not a single monster could slip past her line of defense. From behind, Kim Min-jae poured all his power into his blazing palm and shouted loudly, "I'm ready." Chun-Ho immediately dodged to one side. "I'll get out of the way. Fire!" Immediately, a giant fireball was launched, creating an earth-shattering explosion that swallowed the entire target in a raging sea of fire. Just when it seemed everything had ended smoothly, Chun-Ho softly spoke up. Everyone did very well, but his words suddenly trailed off when he realized a horrifying truth. Right behind him, Kim Min-jae was pointing a gun barrel straight at his head with a cold and resolute gaze. However, Min-jae just smiled and asked, "Move to one side?" Chun-Ho sighed with relief when he realized it wasn't a weapon aimed at him. He inwardly thought, "Phew, I almost thought our friendship had a crack." Actually, Min-jae was just using that device to attach chips to the monster corpses. Finding it strange, Chun-Ho wondered whether that rat was some kind of microchip. Min-jae explained that after the area was secured, the scrap dealers he'd contracted with would come to collect them. So being a hunter, you also moonlight as a junk dealer on the side? Because the byproducts from monster corpses are very bulky and heavy. Hunters can hardly transport them themselves, so attaching chips helps the buyers easily locate them. After appraising and selling the items, the profit is split back to the poor hunter after deducting commission. It. Chun-Ho's doubt about reliability. Min-jae asserted that finding a reputable partner to sign a contract with was extremely important. Having just finished cleaning up, Min-jae poured out praise. "Either way, you're really amazing, Chun-Ho. I never thought the three of us could take down as many as 50 like that." In the middle of the excitement, a giant monster came diving down from above. Chun-Ho quickly pushed Min-jae out of the danger zone. He anxiously asked, "Are you okay?" Min-jae stared in shock toward the new enemy. "What is it this time?" A creature with sharp teeth and a gruesome grin was looming forward. Chun-Ho narrowed his eyes, observing and judged this seemed to be a boss-class monster. It was a creature with bulging muscles and blazing red wings, its bearing completely overwhelming the small fry from before. Chun-Ho gritted his teeth with tension. Damn it, could this be the leader of the pack of monsters from just now? The monster roared, a threatening cry, signaling a new life-or-death battle about to begin. Sensing the mana from this monster far surpassed the small fry from before, Chun-Ho coldly ordered, "I'll handle this. Don't interfere." Seeing Min-jae and Sang-ah still hesitating out of worry that all three would be unable to escape if they failed, Min-jae even wanted to coordinate a pincer too, by time and then report the situation. He roared decisively, "Stop talking nonsense and back off. Right now. Do you want to go home in a body bag?" He inwardly thought fighting alone would be far better, then stood alone, proudly holding his spear facing the enemy. Chun-Ho was confident because now he could freely use the paradox flame without worrying about injuring his teammates so as to end the battle as fast as possible. He looked straight at the monster and challenged. "Come here, sweetheart. Let me give you a few basic lessons so you can reincarnate early." A horrifying explosion occurred right after, shaking the whole space. Witnessing that, Sein Hanzang anxiously asked whether they should help since he seemed to be in danger, but Kim Min-jae immediately stopped her. He realized that though he seemed to be under pressure, Chan-ho actually hadn't taken a single hit this whole time. Sang-a was one, stunned to realize Chan-ho was dodging and counterattacking at the same time against deadly attacks that even she would struggle to dodge. The strange thing was that each time the spear touched the target, black flames flared up mysteriously. She noticed that as the firepower increased, the speed of the monster also began to drop noticeably. Though it looked like a struggle at first, now Chan-ho was completely in control of the game and wore a smug smile like he was toying with prey. Anzang couldn't believe a rookie could fight so arrogantly like this. "Fooled me." Chan-ho unleashed a powerful smash from above, pinning the monster firmly down onto the ground. Amid the rubble, he quickly gripped the spear shaft, gathering force, then, suddenly, tossed the weapon into the air to prepare for the decisive blow. Witnessing Chan-ho suddenly let go of his weapon, Kim Min-jae screamed in terror. He threw the weapon away as he going to trade insults barehanded with it. "Oh!" Monster seized the chance and rushed in like a gust of wind, leaving him only able to scream in despair. But facing the sharp teeth closing in, Chan-ho kept his face cold without a single change. But before it could do anything, it was pierced by the spear falling from above, skewering its body and pinning it firmly to the ground, completely unable to resist. Looking at the enemy struggling for breath, Chan-ho inwardly assessed, "I didn't expect it could still move after I burned away all its strength. I have to finish it off completely." Behind him, Kim Min-jae and Anzang stood rooted to the spot with stunned faces. Min-jae couldn't believe his eyes. He stammered, "No way." Clearly, Hunter Chan-ho looked like he was being pressured, yet now the monster went down so easily. What the hell just happened? Chan-ho retrieved his weapon and called out. He asked whether a monster this strong appearing on Godon Island was a normal thing or not. Min-jae trembled and explained that for a creature that wasn't even normal, the core of the crack, its iron presence could only happen if this was a corrosion zone of class 3 or higher. Chan-ho pondered, recalling that corrosion cracks were divided into 4. During the mission briefing, I heard the alpha crack here was originally unclassified. Min-jae judged with a grave expression. If so, seems the alpha crack on Godon Island has already risen to class 3. Han Sang-a was stunned and objected because the information at the briefing was completely different. But Chan-ho immediately, Kain, think realistically. If it's not class 3, there's no other way to explain the appearance of that monster just now. Min-jae was terrified to the extreme. He shouted, "Wait a second. The difference between unclassified and an class 3 is a world apart. If that's really the case, then the number of hunters who can survive and return will be almost 0. Before this razor's edge situation, Kim Min-jae earnestly pleaded, "Let's go. Rescue the other hunters. With your skill, even class 3, Chanho coldly. Cut him off. No thanks, I have no need to do charity. The decisive answer left Minye stunned. What? Why? Chanho calmly replied. Could I possibly rescue every hunter on this island by myself? I have my limits too. What I can't do, I say I can. He asserted the group's mission was to identify and destroy new cracks, not to go rescue those in danger. Moreover, doing this line of work, you can't expect everyone to survive and return. Han Zhang looked at him with an eyes full of accusation. Chanho, let me ask you this. If you were in that situation, wouldn't you feel the injustice, the resentment, and beg to be rescued? Chanho turned to look straight into her eyes, asking back mockingly. So, by natural logic, I should feel sympathy and go rescue them? I say this, not because I don't understand human emotions. I'm talking about the actual results. In this world, there are deaths that are unavoidable. When facing death like that, no matter what you think or feel, you'll still die. And I see. He seriously warned his teammates not to let themselves be swayed by desperate situations, because, with that kind of mentality, they would never survive in this harsh world. Night fell at the old temple. Chanho checked around and then announced the building was still fine, no trace of any other corroded creatures. Hearing this, Kim Min-jae sighed with relief. When asked whether he saw anything, Chanho looked into the distance and replied, It's too dark, so nothing special. But thanks to the flashlight beams, I can see the positions of the other hunters. However, he inwardly worried that using light too openly would make them living targets for the monsters. If it's just small fry, it's fine, but if another high-class monster appears, the situation would be extremely bad. Thinking about the monster he'd just encountered, Chanho decided to send a warning message to everyone. This is Chanho of Team 8. Given the level of that monster just now, there's a possibility the Alpha Crack has become Class 3. Using light carelessly will be very dangerous. I urge everyone to limit it. Han Zhang wondered if destroying the full core of the crack would make the corrosion zone disappear. Chanho confirmed that if there was no more energy radiating from the crack, every corroded creature would completely dissolve. An idea popped into his head and he muttered, Simple. Just go destroy the monster's house. Get it done, then come back and sleep. Leaving Han Sang-a and Kim Min-jae to rest, Chanho quietly left. After activating an alarm device, he told himself this device would warn him if any monster came near, so he could rest easy going to handle his task and return soon. Chanho dashed quickly through the night forest, inwardly feeling lucky he'd memorized the map. Location of the Alpha Crack from the mission briefing. He believed everything would go smoothly if he kept this pace. But, a bad premonition struck, making him freeze. A growl rang out right behind him. Chanho clicked his tongue. I jinxed it. Looking at the thing blocking his way, he softly muttered, It's you again? The purple-black energy of the paradox flame began to erupt on his hand, facing a monster shaped like a giant wolf with blazing eyes. Chanho coldly remarked he'd never seen this face before, then stood firm, facing the huge creature bearing its fangs and claws. At the control room of the Godon Island Hunter Association, the atmosphere was becoming more chaotic than ever. The clatter of keyboards rang out rapidly along, with terrified reports. Report! We've lost the signal of some hunters from Team 5. They're presumed dead. The situation grew worse as monsters began to move in an organized way, and Team 3 had just confirmed one more casualty. The manager was stunned and roared in despair. Damn! What the hell is happening with a crack that was supposedly unclassified? Like this? He immediately ordered the emergency communication network activated and sent requests for reinforcements to all hunters in the surrounding area. Amid the Ssr. Chaos! A staff member suddenly shouted. Manager, there's a young man running straight into his death. The manager was stunned and ordered him stopped immediately, but when he learned it was Chanho of Team 8, he suddenly froze. Chanho was the first person to realize and confirm that the crack had been upgraded. Recognizing this was the only hope to grasp the situation. The manager ordered them to connect immediately with his device to confirm his survival, because he believed that if anyone had an answer at this moment, it could only be Chanho. The moment the signal connected, Chanho was struggling to dodge the thunderous pounces of the giant monster and roared through the radio. You lunatics! You told me this was an unclassified crack? It's much faster than I expected, he furiously shouted at the association's negligence in not investigating thoroughly, leaving the hunters to face the Reaper. He even threatened, wait till I get back. Whoever reported wrong, I'll slash their face to teach them a lesson. Though deeply offended, the staff still had to sigh with relief upon confirming Chanho was still alive amid the brutal battlefield. However, the actual situation was far more difficult than it appeared. Chanho realized that Paradox Flame in its current state didn't have enough power to finish this monster immediately. Normally, he had to use the flame to wear down the strength of powerful enemies before landing the decisive blow with his spear. But this monster still stood looming without flinching. It turned out that drawing too much mana on the island to destroy the giant winged monster that morning had left his current mana level depleted. With his strength significantly reduced, Chanho understood. Couldn't leave God on island right now. One day Jinbei was forced to find another place on the island to recharge his mana in order to continue the fight. Chanho's eyes suddenly lit up when he spotted his target. Found it. A deep blue crack appeared amid the dark old-growth forest. Without hesitation, he decisively dashed straight toward that place. Chanho coldly left a challenge. Run in. Fast. Don't make me wait, you reptile. His face showed a determination, full of bloodlust, before he charged straight into the center of the crack. At the control room, the atmosphere fell into panic when the GPS signal suddenly vanished. A staff member panicked and reported, Hunter Chanho has entered the alpha corrosion crack. Then manager could only stand frozen, gritting his teeth helplessly before his reckless action. Stepping into the space inside, Chanho remarked in surprise that this place was cleaner than he'd thought. Looking at the desolate scene around him, he inwardly wondered if the unclassified Class 3 levels were already this vast. Then, how colossal would Class 1 and 2 be? Suddenly, a bizarre foot stepped forward. A giant purple wolf monster loomed into view right behind him. When the monster opened its mouth and roared frenziedly, He calmly gripped his spear shaft. He inwardly thought, one of the biggest problems with the paradox flame was that it would spread to every living creature around him, except himself, no matter whether that one was an ally. The purple-black pillar of flame erupted violently, engulfing Chanho's entire weapon. Precisely for that reason, if the flame reached an uncontrollable level, it would become useless. But if he fought alone, that drawback was no longer an issue. Unyimbly dodged the monster's pounce, letting the purple-black flame begin to gnaw at his opponent's body. The most important part was only now beginning as the mana absorbed from the enemy spread to every corner, seeping through every fiber of muscle and marrow of his. This process was expanding and strengthening the mana channels in Shenho's body noticeably. Feeling the new source of power seething, he inwardly assessed that absorbing directly like this was far more efficient than he'd thought. Zhao. Meanwhile, the wolf monster could only scream in despair before being completely consumed by the flame. Dight up. Suddenly, a blazing blue ring of energy appeared in the night sky, shaking the space. Chanho smirked when he realized the enemy's true intent. Ah? So this is what you were doing? Immediately a whole horde of gargoyle monsters with giant winged forms came looming down to the ground, surrounding him. It turned out the monster from before had called in reinforcements in time. Facing the encirclement of the pack of monsters, Chanho just coldly remarked, "Sure that there's a lot of you, but chickens are still just snacks." Aye. Giant purple-black energy burst from his body, creating a shock wave that swept away everything around in the mere blink of an eye. Feeling the power seething in every fiber of muscle, he told himself was now many times stronger than before, though he still couldn't match his peak days in the other world. His gaze swept coldly around the rubble to find the real target. Where's the core of this corrosion crack? According to Hunter Kim Min Jae, it must be the strongest corroded creature in this space. As he was absorbed in thought, a deep, muffled voice suddenly rang out right by his ear, making him freeze and stop. A bizarre, dark shadow with rolled-back white eyes loomed into view right behind him, carrying a tremendous pressure that made the space seem to freeze solid. It's the one, Chanho realized. The enemy had been extremely patient, waiting until his paradox flame died down before showing itself, looking at the monster with drooping ears and the bearing of a true swordsman. He couldn't help marveling. "Oh, you can speak human? Then can you speak your last words?" He realized the level of a creature. That was the core of the crack, really. Was on a completely different tier than the underlings from before. The monster growled with bloodlust, declaring firmly, "You will have to." I guess. Not the least bit shaken, Chanho gripped his spear shaft into a combat stance, inwardly calculating that at his current level he could definitely execute a four-hit combo to finish the opponent. Immediately, Chanho dashed at wind-splitting speed. He unleashed powerful consecutive thrusts, forcing the monster to retreat and struggle to defend with his sword. Grating metallic collisions rang out incessantly. Chanho's gaze turned cold. He softly called the name of the skill, Twin Trajectory Spear. Immediately, a brilliant blue beam of energy erupted, striking straight at the monster with tremendous power. He inwardly explained that a blue trajectory would be created along the exact path of his attack, replicating the first thrust and repeating it perfectly 4 more times. Basically, this is just a simple technique of 4 consecutive thrusts. But what would happen if that blue trajectory attacked slower? It would create an extremely deadly 2-stage spear loop, making the opponent extremely hard-pressed to dodge. Though, monster was pinned high up so it couldn't dodge in time, facing a pincer attack deployed. With a time delay, the monster was completely caught off guard and fell into a passive position when the enemy was flustered and would surely make a mistake, he coldly declared. That's a wrap, sweetheart. Go back to the factory and get resurrected. 4 brilliant points of light pinned down the target, creating consecutive explosions that shook the entire space. The monster collapsed, its body beginning to disintegrate and be consumed in the hazy blue flame dying. Looking at the scene before him, Chanho inwardly thought he'd assumed it would simply dissolve away, and that's it. After the monster dissolved, Chanho discovered a strange object radiating a magical blue light. He curiously picked it up and wondered, what's this? A box. The moment he gently opened the lid of the box, an astonished expression appeared clearly on his face. This is... At the same time, at the control room, the situation was becoming extremely bad as the corrosion zone continued to spread. From the center of Godong Island, the manager shouted in despair, demanding the staff coordinate the hunters' positions very well to avoid casualties, but grim news kept flooding in as the signal of T9 had completely vanished. The reinforcement hunters also unexpectedly clashed with monsters, making approach to the island infeasible due to the energy disturbance. The manager stood frozen before the screen, his face showing clear helplessness. It's over. The whole lot's done for. Time to write our resignation letters. He bitterly realized that without a miracle he could only stand and watch all the hunters get wiped out. Suddenly, a staff member shouted, announcing there was a message from Chunho sent from the center of the center. Alpha cracked before everyone's astonishment. A clear announcement was broadcast across the whole system. Alpha corrosion crack on Godong Island has been resolved. The signal from the Alpha crack vanished completely, confirming the target had been harassed. Not stopping there, all the corroded creatures attacking the other hunters were simultaneously destroyed. The manager stared blankly at the screen, not believing his eyes. This is a miracle. How could this even be done? Meanwhile, the battlefield had now returned to stillness. Chunho leisurely sat leaning back against his spear, gazing up at the starry night sky, and softly murmured, "The air is so fresh. Elsewhere, Han." Sang-ah was continuously swinging her sword, creating blinding blue electric slashes to drive back the pack of monsters closing in from all sides. Her hands trembled from exhaustion. Blood seeped from the wounds on her face, making her vision go blurry. She inwardly worried, as the number of monsters kept increasing, while Chanho remained unreachable, out of contact. Standing beside her, Kim Min-jae trembled and asked, "We're about to become snacks for the bow. Monsters, help!" When they saw the pitch-black sea of monsters surging in like a flood from deep in the forest, Sang-a realized Min-jae had completely reached his limit, and even she didn't know how much longer she could hold out with the deep wound on her leg bleeding non-stop. "Ay! Oh!" Monster shrieked disgustingly and lunged straight at Sang-a with its cold, sharp, claws-deterior eyes. She tried to react to fight back, but her legs had completely collapsed from overload, and she had no strength left to stand firm. As the Reaper drew near, Kim Min-jae could only scream in despair. Sang-a. Just as the pack of monsters was about to tear them apart, a total cleanup, the monsters dissolved faster than a paycheck. The two blankly looked around, not understanding why the enemy had vanished so strangely right before their eyes. At the hunter gathering point on Godong Island, Shan-ho leisurely walked among the tents, full of the wounded, and told himself the monsters must have raised a lot of hell while he was off dealing with the core of the crack. News of Chan-ho single-handedly clearing out the Class 3 crack spread, leaving the other hunters stunned. Ah, Chan-ho? You mean he really did single-handedly handle that Class 3 corrosion crack? Amid the doubtful looks, Chan-ho sauntered out of the deep forest with his spear on his shoulder. Seeing him return, Kim Min-jae hurriedly waved. Over here. Chan-ho, you're finally here. I was really shocked when I got your message. How could you even think of single-handedly facing a corrosion crack? To keep up his image, Chan-ho put on a serious face. Let's just say it was to protect the hunters. It wasn't my body, but my heart that urged me to. Eager to be. He inwardly gloated that image management was also an important skill, even as Han Sang-a looked at him with a doubtful gaze. Resting in the camp, Shan-ho inwardly regretted not setting out earlier before the sun set. Suddenly, a man in a neat suit approached. Hunter. Shan-ho, right? Nice to meet you. I'm from the Korea Operations Corporation. I'm Jongtae, manager of branch number 3 for North Gyeonggi region and Incheon province. Dongtae got straight to the point. Mayor is itching to have an audience with the garbage cleaning hero. Right after, in the pouring rain, Chan-ho arrived at the mayor's office building. He inwardly mocked the habit of giving orders that these powerful old men in this world had. Walking under an umbrella, Chan-ho began calculating. Come to think of it, the contract never mentioned a bonus for clearing a Class 3 crack. Since I'm here, I should renegotiate the price to something reasonable. Welcoming him at the lobby was Lip Pine, the information and communications officer Dort. He warmly greeted. Very nice to meet you, Mr. Chan-ho. I'm Lip Pine. He led him inside and said the mayor had been very much looking forward to this meeting after receiving the shocking report from Godong Island early this morning. The mayor was also a hardcore fan of Chan-ho. Pine revealed the mayor had even canceled his entire morning schedule just to meet him. Chan-ho played it modest. Is that so? We could have met later too. After all, I didn't do anything too impressive. Pine immediately rebutted, asserting that a rookie hunter single-handedly destroying a Class 3 crack was unprecedented. Since the days of the first hunter who bore the title of the Great Pioneer. Hearing that, Chan-ho inwardly thought that guy was the real monster, since he himself had also had a very hard time resolving it. The office door opened. Pine clearly announced his presence. The Incheon Mayor Pyeon broke into a warm smile of welcome. Oh, thank you for making the long trip all the way here. I'm Park Ron, Mayor of Incheon. So sorry for calling you in this terrible weather. Mayor Park Ron warmly invited Chan-ho to sit down and asked Officer Lip Pine to go make coffee. Looking at the steaming cup of coffee on the table, he spared no words of praise. You're the Manhwa nation superhero garbage cleaner this country owes you a big thank you, he admitted. Godon Island had long been a thorn in his side, but because of the tight budget, the city couldn't hire the expensive hunter. Guilds. Parkron sighed with relief that the problem had been solved at extremely low cost, and was even more astonished when he learned this was only his first mission. He suddenly sprang to his feet, excitedly declaring, I never expected the first step of such an extraordinary person would be here in Incheon. As Mayor, I truly feel very proud. Parkron continued rambling on, endlessly about Korea's status as the safest country in the world. Within it, Incheon played a pivotal role thanks to the excellent infrastructure of its airport and its free economic zone project. He proudly showed off international cities like Songdo and Cheongna, which attracted countless foreign investors with enormous capital. Chanho could only silently sip his coffee inwardly, wondering, did this old man take the wrong medicine or something, talking as much as a radio broadcast? Ending his speech, the mayor gripped his hand tightly and pledged, I'll ensure your hunter career goes very smoothly. I'll support you with everything I have. After the meeting, Chanho sat in the luxurious car, cruising through the pouring rain. The VO driver suddenly spoke up, asking about his real purpose in becoming a hunter. Chanho looked out the window, calmly, replying with a practical example. If there's a clogged toilet spewing out filth, then someone has to dare to jump into that pile of garbage to unclog it. Nay. The answer left the driver stunned. For a moment, then he pensively admitted. He predicted that with this talent, Chanho would soon become famous, be invited by companies to do commercials and appear on hit TV shows. Seeing his passenger seemed worried he'd be blinded by the glory, Chanho smiled faintly. The driver admitted he'd seen too many promising hunters lose themselves to fame and money. He explained that Korea was now the last sanctuary on Earth, but even this place was being dominated by the power of money. Looking in the rearview mirror, he asserted that what Chanho had just done was extremely extraordinary, and there would be many people struggling who watched him with hope. The driver looked at him through the rearview mirror with an expectant gaze, entrusting him with the belief that he would forever be a symbol of hope for everyone. Hearing those words, Chanho inwardly wondered, what act is he trying to pull? Is he trying to turn me into a walking billboard? Back at the office, seeing Mayor Parkron's fawning expression, he realized the man didn't even bother to hide his intentions, but laid them all out on the table. However, for someone who'd been through countless hardships and betrayals, over 20 years in the other world like him, these political tricks couldn't possibly shake his will. Chanho coldly spoke up, if you intend to support me that much, there must surely be something I have to do in return, right? For example, helping a mayor whose approval rating is dropping get re-elected. Perhaps. The remark hit the mark, leaving Parkron stunned to the point of being speechless. He awkwardly admitted, how did you know that? It's true, I'm seriously starved for votes. Chanho calmly replied that just using a phone, you could tell his term was about to end and re-election was in trouble. Parkron tried to salvage it by reminding him that it was he who had granted permission for a rookie like him to take part in the mission. Chanho understood full well the intentions of this old man. He wanted to turn him into a talent discovered by Pine himself to burnish his own name. He inwardly despised the mayor's intention to ride his coattails. Park Ron continued boasting about his relationships with big companies and made an offer. This coffee brand's model's contract is about to and we could replace her face with Hunter Chanho. Annihilates excitedly spoke of the brilliant future ahead, but Chanho suddenly set his coffee cup down hard on the table and coldly cut in. Mr. Mayor, it seems you're regarding me as some cheap fellow. Before Park Ron's astonishment, he declared that the world needed a new face to change this gloomy atmosphere. Chanho firmly asserted, if a talent like me keeps working as a hunter, then all the things you're promising already belong to me anyway. Read through so sharply, the mayor began to panic, trying to hang on with safe missions and high pay. But Chanho just coldly replied that it was an extremely boring offer. He turned and walked away and didn't forget to mock, "Congratulations to the little model. I'm not here to steal your rice bowl." Stepping out of the building in the pouring rain, Chanho left the mayor in shock at losing an effective political card. At the same time, in a gloomy dark corner under a bridge, a mysterious figure in a black cloak was listening to a report from a subordinate. "I see. So, the experiment on Godong Island failed." The man with a bowed head was kneeling, trembling, bowing to admit his fault. "I'm sorry." The mysterious figure coldly stated that what was done couldn't be undone. But the subordinate hurriedly announced there was good news to make amends. He held out a phone for his master to see the video from Chanho's hunter certification exam center, looking at the black flames blazing on the screen along with the guy praise for his absurd power. The cloaked figure softly muttered the name Chanho. He broke into a sinister smile and remarked, "He's excellent, isn't he? The first day of every month is always a big moment the whole nation looks forward to most. From ordinary people on the street, children at home, to even the crooks. Everyone glued their eyes to their right phone screens to follow the hunter rankings for September 2025. Normally, these rankings rarely change and are only regarded as a form of entertainment, but this time it was completely different. Even the hunters being treated in the hospital had to exclaim with excitement. "Finally it's here. Folks are more hyped for this than for a car crash." At the association headquarters, a staff member respectfully reported, "Chairman, here are the World Hunter rankings for September. Chairman Mun Yong Tai pensively received the information with a face full of thought. Meanwhile, Lee SEO was in the middle of a snowy mountain region and couldn't help curiously asking whether that guy was on the list or not. Chanho was now dressed in an elegant suit, calmly scrolling his phone and telling himself that no matter how much they showed off, what mattered most was still the top 10. The list gradually revealed itself with big-name entries. Rank 10 belonged to Lee SO, who had just finished pitching a tent in harsh conditions. Rank 5 named Kim Chae-hyun, with a cold demeanor. Rank 3 was Si Cho Yoram blazing in red fire, and rank 2 was Jang Tak, full of power. And then a real shock happened when the BOY world's #1 champion spot officially named Chanho. Chanho was faintly stunned at this unbelievable result. A staff member stepped closer to announce, "Work's done, please. Go outside and get some air." He excitedly offered congratulations. Ah, I saw your name, but congratulations, Chanho. Onto the rankings in record time. Nothing key. Normally a veteran hunter single-handedly clearing a Class 3 crack is quite an ordinary thing and usually gets ignored in the hunter world. But for a rookie who just joined like him, this was an earth-shaking feat. A rookie making a feat right after his debut set the lot. Media ablaze, and they swarmed him for interviews. Standing before a barrage of camera lenses, Chanho continuously received rapid-fire questions about his old job or whether he'd really fought alone in the crack without any help. He felt he was no different from a child on a TV Genius search show, and Dizio coldly announced he'd only take one final question. When a reporter pressed about his mindset and his pledge of determination as a hunter, Chanho looked straight into the lens with a sharp eyes. Forget those hollow lines like, I'll do my best. He clearly asserted. Talk less. Look at the file. Results. Then have your say. Right after the scene shifted to a helicopter flying over the sky. Below was a desolate, ruined landscape, a place that was once the bustling Gonsul prison, but now was just a deep black pit. The Neo chairman sitting across said this was the general situation of many countries in the world as most nations lost the ability to manage administration after the corrosion cracks appeared. He proudly declared, however, Korea alone has become a great power that not only successfully protected the country, but also achieved tremendous technological progress. The helicopter we're riding in is proof of that progress. It runs on mana and is completely soundproof from the outside. Chanho pensively asked, the other countries are all dropping off the map now? And received a confirming nod that many capitals had completely vanished. The chairman invited him to observe more closely the 8 cracks, the list of the 8 most dangerous corrosion zones in the world, of which Gonsul Prison was one. Gonsul Prison, suddenly formed 13 years ago, spreading from the city center in a huge circle without any sign or warning whatsoever. The few who survived at first were also quickly wiped out when the surrounding space had completely turned into a corrosion. In just a few short days, an entire bustling city had vanished without a sound. The chairman looked out at the desolate scene below and concluded that though the world map hadn't changed much, in reality the power of the central governments had been severely weakened from within. Seeing the information about the corrosion zones was enough, Chanho coldly spoke up. It's good to learn more information I wasn't clear on, but what does you calling me here have to do with that? Chairman Mon Yong-tai pensively revealed that a few days ago, Son Hyun from the Tape Guild had come to see him with a face full of frustration at being rejected by him for joining. Chanho suddenly recalled the fierce face of the giant who'd threatened him before. The chairman said the man had suddenly asked about his whereabouts, leaving Chanho surprised. He explained that though he hadn't revealed personal information given the big fish eats little fish mentality of the T-Bait Guild, they would surely try to subdue him by force. Chanho clicked his tongue, finding it troublesome. He understood well that with his current strength confronting that monster of a man head-on without pure strength was extremely difficult. Recognizing that he wanted to act on his own rather than be confined within the guild's chairman, Moon suggested that the best way to stop take was to raise his standing through important missions. that he himself would propose. Chanho inwardly realized this old man had his own motive and definitely wouldn't help him for free. In response to that doubt, the Muyi chairman just coldly asserted that the only thing he needed to remember was that it was he who had lent a hand to help him at this moment. With that, he handed over a stack of mission files. Chanho inwardly assessed this wasn't a bad deal because carrying out a mission from the association chairman would help him build his reputation extremely fast. He got straight to the point. Height. So exactly what do I have to do? Chairman Moon assigned him the mission of escorting a cargo ship from Busan to the city of Nanning, explaining that transporting essential goods these days was very difficult because of the corrosion zones. But when he looked at the manifest of goods including Rolex watches, high-end ceramics, ginseng wine, and even luxury cars, Chanho couldn't help mockingly asking whether the definition of essential goods had changed in the 20 years he'd been gone. The chairman calmly replied that for some people they really were essential, and at the same time seemed time. Surprised at the 20-year time frame that he'd just slipped and mentioned, Chanho still couldn't understand why these luxury items were essential in a country where the central government had collapsed. Chairman Moon explained that though countries were falling apart because of the cracks, international politics still always existed, and these items were essential to Greece's diplomatic relations. Realizing he was being dragged into dirty games of power, Chanho immediately unbuckled his seatbelt and decisively declined the mission, despite the chairman panicking to hold him back and asserting how much the Korean government valued this matter. Chanho didn't change his mind at all. He coldly declared, "Politics is a game for old men. I only like clearing monsters." Chairman Moon Yong-tai looked at Chanho with a preachy expression. "Hunter, Chanho, maybe it's a bit rude to say this. You're just a rookie hunter who's only just debuted, and it seems that excessive attention has become poison for you." Not letting the old man finish his sentence, Chanho calmly swung his arm and flung the entire stack of mission files out the helicopter door to Chanho. Watching the pieces of paper listing the luxury goods flutter through the view. "Air!" the chairman screamed in terror. "What are you doing?" Chanho just calmly replied, "Take this pile of scrap paper home and make paper airplanes out of it yourself." Before the utter shock of the old chairman, Chanho threw himself out of the helicopter and free fell through the sky. A loud sound rang out as his body crashed hard into the water surface, creating a huge column of spray in the vast ocean. Standing on the helicopter looking down, the chairman could only stare in astonishment and exclaim wearily, "Kids these days really are." At Incheon port at dusk, a worker was leisurely sipping a cup of coffee when he suddenly saw the water surface bubbling incessantly. A firm hand suddenly reached up and gripped the edge of the dock, and then Chanho shot up out of the water, drenched and breathing out a weary breath. He inwardly thought, "I really thought I was about to die. Who told them to dare threaten me like that?" The worker standing nearby could only stand frozen from being so astonished. Seeing his pitiful state, the kind worker spoke up. "I don't know what happened, but you must have had a really hard time." Chanho gave a slight nod in reply. "Ah, thank you." Standing among the rows of cargo containers, he resolved that what he needed to do right now was to quickly build up his own strength. He told himself he'd prioritize taking on The hardest and worst. Requests to soon become a major figure. Only then would he not be manipulated by people like Son Hyeon or Chairman Moon.D. Chunho scrolled his phone to search for his next challenge and stopped, pleased. Rescue mission on Tsushima Island. Looks lively enough. It was a mission to support the search for kidnapping victims on Tsushima Island with a danger level forecast as a Class 2 corrosion. Cracked. After pressing the accept button, he sat quietly gazing at the brilliant sunset on the horizon and sighed with a woe. Relief. Chunho told himself he was going to be busy for a while. On a certain day, in the middle of lobster season, fishermen from the Manhwa neighboring islands all set out to sea. The waters this time had a strange, deadly air about them. The corroded creatures, dwelling on Tsushima Island suddenly, appeared. They frenziedly hunted and kidnapped the fishermen as if hunting them. According to the account of a survivor who luckily escaped, the captured fishermen were still alive. The mission set was to advance to Tsushima Island, rescue the hostages, and completely destroy the corrosion. Cracked there. Chunho pensively read the information on his phone and told himself, so, that's the content of this mission. With a fee of up to 55 million for a crack forecast as Class 2, he inwardly calculated that if he handled the whole thing himself, it would all be his. Money is truth. Even a hero has to eat. That day was definitely a figure that wasn't bad at all. Not to mention if he succeeded, he'd also gain a resounding heroic story and a glorious reputation. This truly was a challenge worth taking on. But Chunho couldn't help worrying when he knew that the strength of the corroded creatures at each level was completely different. If a Class 3 crack only had destructive power on par with a tank, then a Class 2 creature had the scale of a true natural disaster. Even for Class 1, an entire nation had to mobilize all its forces just to deal with a single creature. Though the Paradox Flame had helped him get through Class 3 easily, whether he could hold out against Class 2 remained a big question mark. To eliminate every risk variable, he realized, he needed a truly useful partner. But capable people usually would never bother to even glance at a request from a commoner like this. In the middle of the deadlock, a familiar face suddenly flashed in his mind. Ah, I've got someone. If it's her. On the deck of the ship cruising the waves toward Tsushima Island, Han Sang-a stepped closer and called out, Chunho, how much longer until we get there? I'm about to turn into a dried fish from seasickness. Chunho calmly pulled out his phone to check and replied, probably about 1 more hour. Sang-a reminded him he should take advantage to recover his stamina because the upcoming battle would surely be far more brutal than last time. Seeing her companion seem distracted, she pressed, Hey, are you even listening to me? Suddenly, her gaze stopped at the armor on his shoulder and she cheered in excitement. Chunho, that thing on your shoulder is the Iron Ssr. Limited edition shoulder guard, right? Look at the finishing coat to boost the aesthetics. You'd have to grind your whole life to buy an item like this. Before her fawning, Chunho could only wearily ask back whether she always talked this much. He calmly revealed it was a gift from the scrap dealer he'd contracted with. What? Hearing that, Sang-a could only sulk with envy because her own partner Never gave anything as slick as that. Chanho smirked, teasing. Of course, kid, because the level of expectation is different. I'm the rising potential who single-handedly cleared A. Class 3 crack, while you're just a rookie, with the title of Academy top graduate at Hahyeon. If you find it unfair, then try to be stronger and more famous. He was as cold as an ex-lover. Those words made Ssr pensively recall the phone call a few days earlier when she was still full of out and asked him, so you really need a teammate? At that time, she was extremely worried because they'd both nearly lost their lives at the live Class 3 crack, and now had to face a Class 2 crack full of dangers. He suddenly posed a question that dug deep into her mind. Don't you want to become stronger? He repeated the very words she'd said before about wanting to learn from someone stronger than herself. Chanho firmly asserted, if you still think that way, I can guarantee this. If I just teach you, you could become many times stronger than you are. Now, what? Ssr looked at Chanho with a resolute gaze inwardly, resolving to become stronger at any cost, even if she had to plunge into hell. Suddenly, a siren rang out, sounding rapidly to signal unidentified objects were closing in ahead. Amid the thick fog, the shapes of 5 ancient bizarre ships gradually loomed into view, full of menace, because they needed to rescue the hostages. Secretly, Chanho was calculating an approach plan when he was astonished to see Ssr calmly gliding across the water surface. Seeing him freeze in surprise, she smirked in challenge. Don't tell me you can't do this. Ssr laughed with delight, seeing the super hunter now had to be carried on her back to move across the sea. A super rank 1 hunter who can't even walk on water. I'm dying laughing. After giving this little brat a knock on the head, Chanho could only, red-faced, ask her to be careful because water was splashing everywhere, and at the same time admitted he currently still couldn't run on the water surface. When they neared the ships, Chanho ordered Ssr to handle the nearest ship. He explained he sensed a mana that was growing stronger and more dangerous at the rear, so he needed to directly advance deeper to check. Ssr quickly nodded in agreement, then infiltrated up onto the ship's deck. But she immediately froze, and she discovered a mysterious figure standing silently in the gloomy space. Chanho coldly reminded her to look carefully because those movements were completely not human, but those of bloodthirsty zombies. The moment he landed, gently he softly warned that if she kept landing so roughly like that, her knees would soon be ruined before she could destroy the enemy. Ahead of them, a large pack of zombies with hideous forms was loitering all over the ship's deck. Chanho judged this lot was only the lowest tier of Class 2 and reminded Ssr that acting recklessly right now would only draw more unnecessary attention. But Ssr didn't care and just spammed skills to destroy the zombies. Witnessing Ssr erupt with a blazing blue electric field to attack, Chanho immediately shouted, Ssr! Using mana wastefully like this, are you trying to burn down the house? He warned that if she kept it up like this, she'd soon be exhausted while the battle had only just begun. Given the level of these weak monsters, he asserted a much lower amount of energy would already be more than enough to finish them. Looking into her eyes full of longing, he promised to teach her how to become many times stronger than she was now. But Ssr still frenziedly charged into battle, making Chanho roar with wit. Impatience, because she still didn't know how to control her energy output. He continuously demanded she reduce the amount of mana spent to maintain endurance for the long battle ahead. Painful memories of a cold and dark childhood suddenly came back into Sang-a's mind. It urged her to resolve never to be allowed to live as a weakling again. She had to become stronger, at any cost, to decide her own. In the middle of being absorbed in fighting, Chunho's shout rang out, cutting across her thoughts, warning that a monster was closing in right in front of her. Sang-a's eyes blazed with resolve, without a shred of fear before the Reaper. For the single reason of having to become stronger, she was ready to hurl herself into even hell itself. The bony monster was finally defeated, torn apart under Han Sang-a's blade. She stood there, breathing hard, her face smeared with blood and dirt, but her eyes still full of foul vigilance, asking, "It's over?" "I'm still not satisfied." Right then Chunho appeared on the ship's side with a confident wave of his hand. "I've handled all the remaining ships already." She softly spoke up to thank him for the guidance just now, admitting she had learned a great deal. Chunho, busy attaching chips to the monster corpses, calmly replied, "Don't mind it, this world is full of fools who won't learn even if you spoon-feed them." Sang-a pensively revealed this really was the first time someone had given her advice. Seeing Chunho ask in surprise whether at the academy there were no seniors or friends who helped her, she just coldly replied that because she learned everything too fast, everyone found her a nuisance. Chunho smirked and asked whether she was dreaming about surpassing him if she kept receiving advice like this. Sang-a looked straight into his eyes with resolve. "There's never been a single creature I haven't surpassed." Nah. Chunho's face changed color in astonishment at her excessive confidence, and he immediately threw a bucket of cold water on it. "That won't happen with me. So don't worry. I'll make you look up at me for the rest of your life." On me. Arrogant reply left Sang-a only gritting her teeth in irritation. Hearing that kind of reply really drives me crazy. After finishing the cleanup on the ships, the two returned to the rally point D. The security staff clearly greeted and reported, "We'll continue guarding the island. Good luck to you two." Chunho calmly replied, "All right, keep up the good work." Advancing deeper into the island, Chunho began analyzing the whole situation based on information from the survivor that the hostages were being held at a shrine. Sang-a said the island had two shrines, Gajin and Atayumi. In terms of distance, Chunho decided the Gajin shrine would be the first stop because they could run there in just a few hours. But Bill, a bad premonition struck, making him furrow his brow and calculate. Getting there is easy, except when we have to haul back the bodies of 15 people, that'll really be hell. According to the report, there were a total of 15 hostages, and bringing them back safely would be even harder if someone was injured. Moreover, Chunho tensed up when he sensed a dark mana hidden behind the thick fog. To avoid being pursued relentlessly by the corroded creatures during the rescue and bringing the rescue hostages back safely, Chunho realized they needed at least a means of transport. Finding a small truck, he turned to ask Han Sang-a whether she was good at driving. Receiving a confident answer, From her, the two immediately set off. But the reality was a nightmare. When Ssr drove like a maniac, Chanho screamed in terror as the car crashed straight into the pack of monsters. Good grief, is the brake just for decoration? Scolded. Ssr wasn't having it either and shouted back, if you don't like it, you drive. Realizing his license had gathered dust for 20 years in the other world, Chanho had to bitterly climb onto the roof of the car and tell himself, whatever, better to get in a crash than to be the one driving. He stood firm on the roof with his spear in hand, asserting he was at least better at fighting than at driving. The car sped along the road, trailing behind it a large pack of monsters frenziedly chasing. Chanho focused intensely, unleashing precise thrusts, crushing the head of any creature that dared to close in. After checking the sturdiness of the rope holding him on the roof, Chanho suddenly sensed danger drawing near. Shouted a warning. Han Ssr enemies coming. From the left, a pack of monsters was frenziedly lunging straight at the side of the car from the bushes. Ssr gritted her teeth with a resolve. Leave it to me. Then she swerved extremely sharply to deal with the surprise attack. Chanho panicked and cried out when he saw Ssr about to do something insane. Wait a second if you do that, but it was too late. The car sped along recklessly, sending the pack of monsters flying everywhere like bowling pins. Laughed with delight in it. Her excitement died down on the road and rolled away. The pretty lady drives like it's an action movie. Looking at the chaotic scene, Chanho could only be speechless and tell himself, maybe I should be the one driving after all. The truck, frenziedly, sped up the long stone stairs, leading to the shrine deep in the forest. Behind them, hundreds of monsters were screaming, chasing hot on their heels like a raging wave, shaking the whole space. Seeing the shrine gate appear ahead, Chanho shouted, I see the shrine. Get it! Inside, Ssr anxiously called out, there are too many of them. Let me deal with them nicely. Then he immediately leapt off the car, as it just stopped. I'll go first. The moment he touched the ground, the purple-black energy of the paradox flame erupted violently around his body. Chanho coldly looked toward the pack of monsters and declared, since you refuse to stop chasing us. He poured all his power into activating the paradox flame, and instead of attacking a pack of monsters directly, he inwardly calculated that he only needed to burn away the mild friction of these stairs below. Chanho had successfully blocked the pack of zombies, while above, Ssr had also discovered the hostages being bound and drew closer to them. She spoke up, asking after them, is everyone all right? She clearly introduced, I'm Hunter. Han Ssr, from the Hunter Association. But instead of rejoicing at being rescued, the man only became more panicked and burst into sobbing tears. Ssr was confused and waved her hands to explain she had come to rescue, not to arrest. But the victim's shrill screaming still wouldn't stop. In despair, the man screamed, run! Quickly, Kyle! Before Ssr could even understand what was happening, a giant dark shadow had loomed into view right behind her. It was a monster shaped like an ancient samurai warrior, its whole body radiating a bloodthirsty blue-green spiritual power. The moment its giant blade was about to come down, Chanho charged in just in time. Facing the new enemy, Chanho's eyes blazed, along with the powerful purple-black energy. He coldly ordered, take the People back. This toy I'll handle entirely. Before the enemy's powerful attack, he gritted his teeth and endured, focusing all his spiritual power to parry the great blade coming down from above. The moment the monster roared frenziedly, about to finish off its opponent, a loud sound rang out from behind. Han Sang-a had driven the truck charging straight in at a terrifying speed, crashing into the monster and hitting it hard against the solid stone wall. Go back to heaven with your ancestors, you obstacle. When she witnessed the enemy crushed under the car in the hazy rubble. After the horrifying collision, the car began billowing smoke. Chunho looked at the pile of rubble, then turned to instruct Sang-a with a very serious expression. On the way back, don't touch the steering wheel anymore. He even made her promise by hooking pinkies. Promise me, pinky swear? Leaving Sang-a only able to snap. In irritation, just get in the car. When he asked about the hostages, she confirmed everyone was already in the car. Suddenly Sang-a's face changed and she shouted loudly, "Chunho, look ahead." Chunho tensed and looked ahead with a very tense expression. From within the darkness of the gloomy forest, a whole row of blazing red eyes were staring straight at them. A zombie monster with a deformed face came looming and crawling out, making Chunho realize the situation wasn't over yet. It seemed it was still alive even after being rammed by the car. He turned to make a request. That stunned Sang-a. "You, Han Sang-a, lend me your sword." She panicked, and Gao shouted in protest. "What? Are you crazy? Asking a swordsman to lend their sword is a brilliant, great insult. Touch my sword and I'll skewer you." Despite the protest, the pack of zombies was still frenziedly screaming and pouring in from every side. Swordsman's honor or a human life? You know full well which one is more important. Wanei. Before Chunho's iron-hard challenge, Han Sang fell silent, then decisively threw the sword toward him. Chunho fought the weapon cleanly, his other hand still gripping the spear, his cold gaze looking at it, the device glowing on his wrist. Not expecting to have to use this thing this soon. Memory took him back a few days earlier inside the Class 3 corrosion crack at Godong Island. Amid the rubble, he had found a strange mechanical gauntlet radiating a purple glow, the Infinity Gauntlet Class 3 version, sucking up mana like sucking up milk tea. The moment he put it on, he realized this was no ordinary item, as it was frenziedly absorbing mana from the atmosphere. Based on its intended use, it seemed to be just basic equipment to replenish mana for oneself, but for Chunho, it was far more than that, considering the maximum mana storage capacity of now. This gauntlet-type battery, he had only about 5 minutes of use. But, in those 5 minutes he was confident he could become strong enough to face off on equal footing with even Lee Ssr. Chunho sprang up into the air, both hands gripping firmly both spear and sword facing the 7 zombies. A whole slew of monsters were slashed to pieces, falling down like rain, making Han Sang-a stunned and exclaim. "No way," he suppressed. "That many monsters?" "Now, Chunho," ordered Sang-a, "straight for the port without looking back." The truck loaded with hostages frenziedly sped off into the night, heading toward Hataku Port. Sang-a gritted, her teeth gripping the wheel. She'd assumed just getting past the pack of monsters from earlier would be it, but the reality was far worse. Zombies from somewhere kept pouring out like a flood, surrounding the car from all sides along with disgusting screams. Realizing the car had begun breaking down and billowing smoke, Sang-a worriedly shouted, "The car is also nearly at its limit. We should get out and deal with them right now. The car's about to break down and you're still bloodthirsty." But Chun-ho immediately cut her off with a decisive commanding tone. "Right. Just keep driving." Though bewildered by the pressure of the pack of monsters chasing hot on their heels, Sang-a still had to floor it and speed straight ahead. A strange thing happened. The car suddenly blazed with a blue-green spiritual power. Sang-a was stunned to realize the pack of monsters that had been frenziedly chasing suddenly got blocked by an invisible wall, unable to advance even one step better. Looking at the pack of zombies growling behind the mysterious boundary, Sang-a wondered whether something was protecting this area or not. Her gaze stopped at Kyle, a blazing golden magic circle glowing on a nearby wall. Chun-ho calmly explained that was a protective geometric formation. Before her bewilderment at this unfamiliar concept, he simply said this was a method of drawing, a ward to drive off monsters. When pressed about its origin, Chun-ho coldly replied, "Don't ask so much. Knowledge of another world is more than you can handle." Smug with his own achievement, Chun-ho inwardly thought his skills were becoming more and more refined. Sang-a curiously asked whether this formation could drive off all kinds of monsters. His gaze suddenly turned somber, and he admitted he also wished that were so, but in reality it was completely useless against those who were truly strong. Immediately, the monster in samurai armor from before had easily broken through the barrier, its eyes blazing red as blood came looming forward. It growled disjointed sounds, full of bloodlust. "Sacrifice, must protect, must protect." Sang-a sensed the bloodlust and was stunned, wondering whether that was the legendary mind's eye or not. But Chun-ho also realized the atmosphere had suddenly turned cold, but to him, it wasn't the least bit threatening as it looked. Sang-a broke into a cold sweat, thinking about the ability to open the sixth sense to predict an opponent's attacks, a technique that even masters could hardly attain. Seeing Sang-a worried, Chun-ho reassured there's no need to be afraid. He coldly asserted, "Mind's eye or whatever. It's ever all a bluff. Why tire yourself believing it?" He asked her to watch very carefully because he would teach her how to deal with things like that. Oh, the samurai monster roared frenziedly, pouring all its power into its sword to unleash a powerful attack. Sang-a panicked and shouted when she saw him advancing. "Alone." "What? Why are you going alone? Are you trying to get yourself killed, man?" Chun-ho calmly explained that the mind's eye was actually just data accumulated from countless battles, a form of conditioned reflex created from that, because it reacts unconsciously to things like hostility or fear, just radiating. Bloodlust was enough to make the warrior opponent fall into a pitiful die-do. Sang-a was stunned to hear him mention supreme realms like Mind's Eye, Mind Sword, or Heaven-Man unity. In the middle of the samurai monster swinging its sword, Chun-ho just swung his spear in one decisive horizontal sweep. A brilliant blue energy explosion erupted, crushing the enemy into fragments in an instant. He calmly turned and walked away, leaving the wild rubble behind, along with a contemptuous remark. Actually, they're nothing special. At all. Chunho inwardly thought, mind's eye and mind sword, it's all just showy tricks. Nah, no. He asserted he had the right to say that, because he'd paid with countless sacrifices to free himself from that trap in the other world. Han Zhang stood silently watching. His retreating back, she inwardly marveled at the absurd power of this man and questioned herself on what she had achieved in this expedition. Sang-A realized Chunho had far surpassed all her imagination of what real strength was. She gripped her sword hilt tightly, resolving that she couldn't continue with a half-hearted attitude if she wanted to achieve her own goal. Looking toward Chunho, she bravely spoke up. I have a request. Chunho. Her eyes blazed with resolve as she made her final proposal. Teach me seriously. Please. Chunho was briefly taken aback and asked back. So this whole time I've been teaching for free? Or do you want me to tutor you 24/7? But for Sang-A, advice or mere demonstrations weren't enough. She longed to receive direct guidance from him. She recognized herself as too weak compared to him, and that was why she wanted to advance even faster. Before her earnestness, Chunho pensively asked about the real reason behind it. Sang-A's gaze suddenly darkened with resentment. To personally destroy Club Sadai. It was one of the 8 most dangerous corrosion cracks in the world. The thing that swallowed the entire Himalayan range. In the blink of an eye, Chunho remarked, that goal was too big for what was necessary, and asked whether she wanted revenge. Sang-A asserted it was a high vendetta for her family. She handed him a card and emphasized, of course, I'm not asking you to help for free. Taking the card, Chunho softly read, Case White. Group. Sang-A revealed it was her family's group with a market capitalization of up to 257 trillion. Though she was the young lady of a prestigious family, she'd given up her grandfather's inheritance battle. Chunho inwardly understood that if she achieved great feats as a hunter, she'd be pulled back into the whirlpool of that power struggle. He asked directly what she wanted. Sang-A said decisively, make me the best. In return, I'll supply you with top-grade elixirs not widely sold on the market. Sang-A believed Chunho also wanted to become stronger like her, and these medicines would help him reach the realm he'd long dreamed of. Chunho just stayed silent. He inwardly thought Sang-A would never believe that he had reached that realm long ago. The figure of the hero in the Sea of Fire came back, reminding him that the only reason he needed strength was to return the world to how it once was. He took her hand and coldly declared, precious medicine, keep it, and eat it yourself. I'm already at the top, no need for any tonics. Chunho asked Sang-A to just prepare those things for him. That was enough. What was more important right now was to get the car carrying the hostages to the medical center. Immediately, after checking the condition of the 7 patients, the doctor pensively took notes and said that given their current malnutrition, it would take at least a week before they could wake up to talk. He asked the 2 to let the victims rest and would notify them the moment they recovered, the moment they left the ward. Chunho suddenly ordered, Han Zhang, follow me to begin training immediately, leaving her stunned and asking back, right now? A master with no days off, this is. Standing in a desolate, empty lot, Chunho gripped his spear firmly in his hand and posed a question. Before we begin, if I swing my spear with all my strength, do you think you could dodge it? Wow. Anzang broke into a cold sweat. She figured it was too obvious a question, because the gap in strength between the two of them was too great. But Chanho firmly asserted, no, you definitely can dodge it. He emphasized that if she knew how to use her senses to the maximum, then it was completely within reach. He began teaching the secret techniques of combat. See with your eyes, hear with your ears, smell the scent, and feel with your very own skin. Why? Chanho demanded she master all her senses to fight in a state of complete awareness. Instead of relying on unconscious instinct, he smirked and asked, so let's go. See how well you've learned. The moment he finished speaking, Chanho suddenly vanished, making Sang-A realize in terror that he'd struck so fast he left not a single trace. Before the sentence even ended, Sang-A panicked and darted her eyes around, searching, trying to use her hearing to locate him. But Chanho had closed in right behind her and coldly pronounced, wrong. The cold, sharp spear blade was pressed against her neck while he threw out, mocking, Gas. Too slow, you flash step, then just stand there. Amateur. Chanho taught that in real combat there's never time to think. The senses must come first and action must follow. He demanded she accept every sensation and move immediately, because senses that haven't been mastered will only get her ambushed. Chanho coldly declared the theory ended here. Now it was time to move on to practice. A loud explosion suddenly rang out, shaking the whole area, making the guards panic and turn back to search for their comrades. A police officer was grumbling, asking why they hadn't called sooner, when he suddenly froze in terror at witnessing an unbelievable scene right before his eyes. Smoke and dust rose thick amid grating collision sounds. In the eye of the chaos, Sang-A was frenziedly swinging her sword to attack. But Chanho parried the blows while yawning, so bored with it all. His eyes were cold, focusing intensely on his opponent's every movement. The powerful collisions created terrible shock waves that shattered the stone floor beneath their feet. Sang-A gritted her teeth, pouring all her power into her sword, but she was stunned to realize she was completely overwhelmed. For Chanho's lightning-fast attack, she despaired inwardly. This one, I can't dodge. The moment the spear blade was about to reach its mark, a call from afar rang out, cutting across the match. Mr. Chanho. A police officer came running over in a fluster to announce that one of the survivors had just woken up and urged him to hurry along with him. Chanho immediately stopped his hand. He calmly muttered, "Ah, so it's that time already." Seeing Sang-A panting from exhaustion, he remarked that since she'd learned to parry fairly well, the first training session would end here so they could go inside. Sang-A stood frozen, only able to exclaim in astonishment, "Huh? Working me to a pulp like this and that was only the appetizer?" When asked whether she was okay, she just gave a slight nod. In reply, wearily. Inside the room, the man on the sickbed trembled as he recounted the horrifying memories. Unless I was hallucinating, but there was a truck that came to where I was being held, and there were people who got out of it. Chanho and Sang-A were stunned and questioned whether those were other hostages. But the survivor's answer was even more terrifying. He asserted those people were extremely calm, even the monsters showed no hostility, but even seemed to be assisting them. Monsters these days have to hit their KPIs too, huh? They had picked out a few hostages, then put them on the truck and moved off elsewhere in a very mysterious way. Chunho pensively realized the reason why at the shrine there were only 7 hostages, when the man figured that thanks to one person escaping, they were rescued. Sang-A was stunned to realize the truth. That wasn't an escape. Those people had deliberately released someone. Chunho firmly asserted that an ordinary commoner could never escape a place that even 2 skilled hunters had struggled to infiltrate, he concluded. If there was no mastermind releasing them, then that person sure had to be a genius hunter immediately. Sang-A gritted her teeth in fury when she realized this whole trip was actually a cruel trap. She couldn't understand why they would dare use human lives to carry out such a Chunho radiated blood-chilling killing intent, his eyes blazing with a fury at the cynicism of the ones behind it. Sang-A inwardly wondered whether he was angry at being looked down on or at the wanbao cruelty of those people toward the hostages. Chunho turned to ask the survivor, "Is there anything else you can tell us? A cat?" They man recalled a detail about a mascot, shaped like a cat on the belt of the one who stepped out of the truck. Looking up the information, Chunho discovered it was the mascot of Yoshima Airport. Sang-A mocked when she saw he was clueless about technology and asked whether he just crawled out of a cave or something, because these days everyone uses their phone to search for information. Standing in the deserted airport without a single person, not even an ant to be seen, Sang-A was about to suggest returning to the shrine, but Chunho had already noticed something unusual. He softly spoke up. "No found. Yamandai." Above the rubble of the Wadilda airport, a man with blue hair and countless piercings on his face stood looking down arrogantly. Chunho inwardly mocked. His appearance is like he was stitched together by a sewing machine, but he also sensed the pressure radiating from someone far from ordinary. This fashion sense really only exists in horror movies. The strange young man crossed his arms, broke into a sinister smile, and threw out a provocative greeting. "Hello, kids. Call me Kim Ji-on. In a bit I'll catch you alive and take you home as pets." Seeing the stunned faces of Chunho and Sang-A, he calmly grabbed the hair of an unconscious hostage and declared, "It seems it would be better to show you the Sewao opposite first." Immediately, he ruthlessly threw the poor man into the deep black pit of the corrosion crack. Witnessing the cruel scene, Sang-A was stunned and thought, "You're throwing people into the corrosion crack? If you do that, they won't be able to escape until the core is destroyed." A gray, hollow hand reached out from the darkness, along with blazing red eyes full of bloodlust. She realized a horrifying truth in terror. A human turned into a corroded creature. The man from earlier had now become a zombie monster with a deformed face and a limp body. Kim Ji-on looked at his product then, remarked in disappointment. "Weak with material like this. How could I produce a unique specimen?" With that, he unleashed a powerful kick, crushing the body of his opponent like a defective toy. Chunho and Sang-A stood stunned, wondering whether these lunatics intended to do the same to them and why they were so cruel. Ji-on smirked, explaining that merely sacrificing ordinary people had failed to produce corroded creatures. That satisfied him. Chunho gritted his teeth. realizing their real purpose wasn't ransom, but using the hostages themselves as experiment material. Behind him was a whole pack of hideous zombies, originally innocent civilians who had been transformed. Jaeon calmly declared that by the order of the Elder, he would explain the great enterprise of the organization named the Descendants of Dangan. He asserted the whole group gathered and acted only for that single purpose. He emphasized maintaining and reinforcing the hegemonic position Korea held so that no one could pose a threat. With a frenzied smile, he declared he would turn this country into an extremely powerful superpower. A powerful stomp of his foot created a horrifying shockwave, sending the surrounding cars flying up into the air like toys. A car was sent flying, then crashed into the Tsushima airport building, creating a huge explosion in a desolate pile of rubble. Standing amid the white smoke and dust, Chanho could only wearily exclaim, "Ah, such a headache, another guy with delusions of grandeur." Amid the rubble, he gripped his spear firmly and asked back, mockingly, "Did I hear wrong? I thought this country was already a superpower?" Kim Ji-on roared with a fanaticism that this much still wasn't enough. He wanted to raise this proud nation to a height where no one would dare look down on it. As he unleashed a chain of kicks, he screamed about the painful history of the Korean peninsula, about the Mue days it had to bow and offer up tribute, and, at its worst, having its worst sovereignty stripped away. The villain, even mid-combat, didn't forget to review his history lesson. It turned out it wasn't just the Chinese, but the Korean Appas were also quite salty toward Japan. Chanho inwardly assessed that his opponent, though not using a weapon and being a taekwondo black belt, possessed a speed faster than he'd thought. With eyes blazing with resentment, Jaeon declared he would repay every humiliation the nation had had to endure without leaving out the slightest bit. Chanho judged his opponent, though fast, still had strength within his control. He began to understand his logic. If the cracks vanished, Korea's superpower status would also be shaken. Chanho coldly questioned, "So that means you have absolutely no intention of saving the world?" Kim Ji-on calmly admitted it, then sowed astonishment when he declared his organization had found a way to control the corrosion cracks. That thought made Chanho pause and consider, because if that were true, humanity would no longer have to suffer hardship. Chanho pressed hard, asking about the degree of control, only to realize the truth when the man admitted they'd only succeeded a little, and he immediately exposed it. "So, you haven't really mastered it yet?" "Yeah." Chanho bored into his opponent, mocking that con artists are usually only good at running their mouths but never able to offer up actual proof. He asserted that a bunch of thugs cloaking themselves in grand ideals like them surely didn't have the caliber to do that. Stung in his pride, Kim Ji-on roared, "Shut your mouth!" then unleashed a powerful kick that shattered the ground. Chanho struggled to defend, inwardly clicking his tongue for having teased him too much. He checked the device on his hand, admitting he was just trying to buy time to recharge his mana, but the current situation didn't allow waiting any longer. With his meager mana, Chanho knew he couldn't activate the paradox flame and could only hold out in a war of attrition. Just as Ji-on rushed in to finish him off, Han Sang-e intervened just in time with a powerful slash that shook the whole airport. Kim Ji-on clicked his tongue. In annoyance, he'd assumed she'd stood still. This whole time out of sheer fear, but it turned out it was all preparation for a lightning counterattack. Kim Ji-on looked at Han Sang-ah mockingly. Well, well, such a cute girl. Yet you fight so fiercely. How about coming home to be my wife? Sang-ah didn't answer, her whole body erupting with a blazing blue electric field, her hand gripping her sword hilt ready to risk her life. Seeing this, Chen-ho hurriedly tried to stop her. Han Sang-ah, you can't handle him, back off. But she remained resolute, softly muttering that she'd seen the energy bar on his bonnet running dry. You need more time, right? Chen-ho froze at her keen observation. Sang-a immediately pulled out a glittering blue vial of Elysia and asked, How much time do you need? Chen-ho pensively replied, About 5 minutes. Immediately, Sang-a drained the vial of top-grade medicine into her mouth, then threw the empty bottle aside decisively. Her whole body erupted with tremendous spiritual power, blue-green electricity enveloping her body, along with a declaration, Leave it to me. Witnessing that recklessness, Chen-ho panicked and shouted, How much elixir did you refine? You'll get overloaded. No, I Sang-a coldly replied that this was an emergency situation and they had only this single chance to understanding his teammate's intent. Chen-ho gripped his spear shaft with a cold daze. Okay, 5 minutes only. Don't let it wreck my airport. Sang-a told herself. Don't you lose, Chen-ho. Amid the dark night of Tsushima, Kim Ji-on broke into a sinister smile. He dodged the lightning attacks while throwing out provocations. Calm down. Pretty girl, you might accidentally kill him. Despite the threat, Sang-a frenziedly charged in, unleashing powerful electric field slashes lighting up the whole sky. A sword strike immediately came straight down on the enemy's position, leaving him no time to parry. Sang-a panted with exhaustion, her eyes focused intensely on the smoke and dust. Not dead yet, huh? From within the smoke, Kim Ji-on came looming out with a streak of blood at the corner of his mouth, but his smile still full of arrogance. Calmly remarked, the attack just now was nothing special, leaving Sang-a stunned in terror. Kim Ji-on unleashed a powerful attack, sending Han Sang-a flying. She coughed up blood and fell into a critical state. Just as she was about to collapse, a hand caught her. In time, Chen-ho appeared with a cold gaze. He looked straight at the enemy and mocked. Hey, machine face, are you ready to die? The man was stunned to realize the mana radiating from Chen-ho's body was surging absurdly. He couldn't believe he could accumulate that much energy in such a short time, and wondered whether he'd been hiding his true strength all this time, or not. Standing firm, shielding his teammate, Chen-ho calmly asked back, Why so surprised? It's just like the principle of those piercings on your face. The remark left Ji-on stunned. In terror. How do you know my secret's been then exposed? Chen-ho coldly added, Only fools wouldn't know that. He pointed out that the surrounding space was flooded with pure mana leaked because Ji-on had abused power beyond his control. Thanks to that surplus mana, Chen-ho had completely restored the paradox. Flame.in. Before his opponent's bewilderment about how a method of wastefully absorbing mana couldn't exist, Chen-ho decisively cut in. You'd don't need to know. Because today you're going to die. Or... Immediately, he activated the ultimate skill called Blue Trajectory. A chain of 16 lightning-fast blows broke out. At unbelievable speed. Kim Ji-on's body had been severely ravaged. He gasped in pain. I can't breathe. He was stunned to realize he could no longer even feel his heart beating in his chest. Chun-ho coldly looked at the loser still trying to hang on, with a shred of mana to keep his last bit of pride. He calmly remarked, I see you're still trying to hold on to your pride, even though I've burned away all your muscular strength. In his dying moments, Ji-on could only cry for help in despair. Save me, Captain. Immediately, a blinding beam of light shot in at a terrifying speed, but Chun-ho dodged it just in time by a hair. He stood firm amid the rubble, his cold gaze looking up and inwardly wondering, another one who likes to play the villain. A gloved hand gripping a traditional bow appeared from the darkness, looking at the hooded figure standing looming high above. He questioned whether this was the captain that Ji-on had just mentioned or not. The energy radiating from the mysterious figure was so strong that Chun-ho had to admit he was fully worthy of that title. He inwardly assessed this guy had to be at least twice as strong as Lee Coo. No, his skill has to be even 3 or 4 times to be accurate. The mysterious figure spoke in a deep, muffled voice full of killing intent. You're quite brave, aren't you afraid to? Chun-ho looked up at the dark figure standing on top of the building, calmly replying, If you intended to kill me, you surely would have done it long ago. Realizing his opponent had no intention of striking immediately, he smirked and let the purple flame of the paradox flame erupt on his face and asked provocatively, Are you interested in this one? Chun-ho's purple flame grew fiercer, making Kim Ji-on scream in despair. Save me. Weak and still acting tough. Standing up high, the hooded figure coldly ordered, First, put out the flame on Kim Ji-on. Warrior. I won't say it a second time, Chun-ho pensively observed. He realized Ji-on's mana had completely run dry, and it was the hooded figure who was keeping his subordinate alive. He inwardly tensed when he realized if the arrow just now had aimed straight at his head instead of his wrist. Oh, and he probably wouldn't have a life left to stand here. But the man had deliberately held back. The moment the flame went out, Kim Ji-on could only gasp, weakly in pain, at a terrifying speed. The hooded figure had closed in and caught him along with words of praise. Well done. Chun-ho was stunned at the speed of closing the distance in justice. The blink of an eye, he pressed, asking whether he knew what he'd done to his own subordinate or not, because with all his muscles burned away, Kim Ji-on would have to spend his whole youth in a wheelchair and sustain his life on mana. The hooded boss called Chun-ho's name and asserted that capturing him alive was necessary. His blazing red eyes flashed along with blue electricity full of pressure. But as long as you're still breathing, that's enough. Not the least bit shaken, Chun-ho challenged. Come on, let's see if you've got a shot, because he'd rather die of a heart attack than become a puppet in his hands. Suddenly, the hooded figure paused. He decided to withdraw because he couldn't yet comprehend the principle of that purple-black flame. Before leaving, he warned that when the cracks appeared, no one thought they could be controlled. However, I have succeeded. The hooded figure left a firm threat that one day Chanho would also have to kneel at his feet as an inevitability. The dark figure of the mysterious man vanished completely in a whirlwind, leaving Chanho standing, silent amid the desolate rubble of the bar. Airport died. Chanho gritted his teeth and told himself he'd just gotten tangled up with someone of an extremely terrible temperament. Han Zhang-a fought through the pain and stepped over, wondering whether their target was his special skill or not. Chanho confirmed it, though he himself wasn't clear on the real reason. Zhang-a judged that if that were so, they could have taken her hostage while she was unconscious. This proved they might already know all about his background. Chanho brushed it off, figuring the terrorists wouldn't bother with things like that. He asked her to think carefully about the real target they were after. Zhang-a suddenly realized a terrifying possibility. Could the Korean government have a hand in this? Chanho coldly added that they might even be receiving direct support from the top. This left Zhang-a bewildered, because if they really controlled the crack, as they'd said, destroying it now might be a mistake. Chanho calmly advised her to just pretend not to know, though she admitted she wasn't good at lying at all. Setting aside the political troubles for now, Chanho decided he had to solve the problem at hand. He asked Zhang-a to stay here so he could go inside himself, though she worried about the terrible things that might be waiting behind the door. Chanho still decisively went in. I'll know once I check the goods. Just sit there and rest up. With that, he immediately dashed off, leaving Zhang-a alone. Amid the rubble, Chanho landed before a giant ancient temple, radiating an eerie blue-green spiritual power. This was the center of the corrosion crack, Class 2, on Tsushima Island, a place holding dangers far beyond imagination. Standing before the massive architecture, sunk in darkness, he quietly observed and pensively told himself, so this is the Class 2 corrosion crack, huh? For a castle of soft, limp zombies. This place is frighteningly sturdy. Do zombies these days moonlight as architects too, folks? He clearly felt the cold, ghostly aura seeming to pierce through his lungs with every breath and gulp down his saliva. He told himself without anyone having to tell him that right behind this door was the core of the corrosion crack. Though he didn't want to have negative thoughts. Before the battle, he knew well that just a moment's carelessness could cost him his life. The heavy door slowly opened, revealing a dark space enveloping all. Stepping inside, Chanho was stunned when he saw a strange object radiating a hazy blue smoke, a cauldron. He couldn't help doubting whether this really was the core of corrosion crack, Class 2, because everything unfolding was too different from what he had imagined. Suddenly, a hand from the darkness grabbed his leg, making Chanho startle in terror. Below on the floor, a man gravely wounded was trying to crawl out in despair, gasping for help. Save me! Save me! Before he could get his bearings, a bizarre object quickly dragged the victim into the darkness. The man screamed in utter agony. The cry for help choked off when he was thrown straight into the cauldron, boiling and bubbling. Chanho stood silently watching that horrifying scene unfold right before his eyes. A bizarre hand suddenly gripped the rim of the cauldron. From within the boiling, bubbling cauldron, a creature with a half-rotted, disgusting face crawled out. Chanho was stunned to realize the horrifying truth. This cauldron was the place that created the zombies by using living humans as material. He painfully wondered why they could be so cruel. A wave of nausea hit him, making him cover his mouth, an utter contempt welling up inside for the garbage. People who had created this hell. Suddenly a deep, muffled voice rang out, another piece of merchandise coming to feed itself into the trap. Chanho tensed when he sensed a cold, killing aura closing in right behind his back. Heavy footsteps rang out, followed by the appearance of a pair of legs blazing with an eerie blue flame. The mysterious figure judged that this sacrifice was extremely special, completely unlike the weak ones before. Softly marveled at an aggressive source of energy, yet one that felt extremely familiar. A warrior with long hair covering his face, his whole body shrouded in blue-green spiritual power, came looming out of the darkness. He gripped his katana hilt tightly, his empty eyes looking straight at Chanho, and asserted firmly, "This is the aura of a true warrior. Draw your weapon, for I will temper my blade with your blood." Enemy before him slowly drew his katana. Chanho gritted his teeth and endured inwardly, wondering whether this really was the core of 4. Class 2 crack when the pressure it radiated was enough to make his hair stand on end. He was stunned to realize the hooded man could have subdued and been controlling a monster as terrifying as this while it was still alive. Chanho realized even the hooded man from earlier hadn't reached this level, meaning there was still someone else stronger standing behind it all. Any carelessness before this one would lead to death. The monster had closed in at an unbelievable speed, leaving him only able to exclaim in terror at its agility. Chanho quickly regained his composure. He understood that the method for dealing with a strong enemy was very simple. Before they could grasp his weakness, he had to end the battle with just a single blow. He gripped his spear shaft, gathering all his strength to prepare for a decisive finishing strike. Thunderous collision broke out between the spear and the katana blade, creating blinding sparks that shook the entire temple. The monster couldn't help being stunned when it saw its maximum power attack completely blocked. But what astonished it even more than being blocked was the power erupting from the other side. Chanho was stunned to realize he hadn't seen his opponent's parrying motion at all. The samurai coldly declared that by its very nature a fast attack shouldn't be seen. Before Chanho could even react, his shoulder took a sword strike. Chanho gritted his teeth in pain, unable to believe his speed could be that fast. The monster gave a slight raise. Blind cat stumbling on a fried fish, you dodge quite well. If so, try blocking this. A thunderous slash came down, leaving Chanho gravely wounded again. He hadn't expected to have to use the paradox flame this soon. But a thorny problem arose because his opponent wasn't a living creature. The paradox flame was completely useless when used to attack him directly. Standing surrounded by the pressure, Chanho gritted his teeth, agonizing over what to do. Right now, the monster expressed curiosity at the successive surprises he kept delivering. It wondered, what should I do to make this stubborn one go down faster? Immediately, another sword arc swung up, leaving Chanho gravely wounded. Chanho was stunned to realize every muscle on his body had been shredded by the enemy's brutal sword strokes. For a moment, he nearly completely lost consciousness from pain beyond his threshold of endurance. Even so, he still struggled to get up, gripping his spear with a gaze full of guile, fury. Luckily, the samurai had missed the muscles from the shoulders up, and Chanho immediately activated the paradox flame to rapidly heal his body. He seized the chance to circle behind his opponent to unleash a decisive blow, but the hope that had just sparked was extinguished by a cold voice. I told you, if it's slow motion, don't show off. A sharp sword strike once again cut into his flesh. Hot drops of blood kept falling to the floor. Chanho collapsed to his knees, breathing hard with all difficulty. The Reaper's blade pressed right before his face, leaving him only able to stare at the enemy in utter terror. The monster gently sheathed its sword, calmly, remarking he was quite lucky the strike just now had missed. Chanho coldly exposed that his opponent had deliberately held back at the wall, finishing blows to keep him alive this whole time. He furiously questioned whether he was toying with him out of pity, or had some other scheme behind this strange behavior. The samurai sighed, softly, admitting a bitter truth. Indeed, I could have finished you, if it were the me of the past. The words left Chanho stunned, and he exclaimed, What? A plot twist no one saw coming. Right now, I can't even remember a single name. Most of the memories from when I was alive have completely vanished. The gaps in his technique from the memory loss had become a fatal weakness, leaving him defeated by someone of unknown identity, and having this humiliating chain put on him. Observing his opponent, Chanho inwardly realized the body was still there, but the experience and memories were almost entirely gone. So his situation was completely the opposite of his own. That chain surely was the control that those people had mentioned. Pain and resentment showed clearly on the samurai's face. I've lost too much of my name and even the fighter could kill. Reason I wield the sword. He gripped the chain on his neck, his voice trembling with it. Resentment. All that remained was resentment overflowing with grief. The pressure from the surrounding spiritual power suddenly surged, making Chanho break into a cold sweat. He gritted his teeth with tension. Damn it! What do I do now? The samurai, with black tears streaming from his eyes, came looming forward with his sword radiating a sky-high killing intent. He asked bitterly. Looking at me now, I'm no different from a monster. Looking at bizarre form with the strange eyes on his opponent's clothing, Chanho judged the samurai's resentment had become more concentrated. However, he'd lost a great deal of technique in combat, experience due to his erased memory. This was the only opening for him to turn the tables. Chanho resolved that if he couldn't kill him in one blow, he still had a chance at victory. To defeat an opponent of this caliber, Chanho knew he couldn't hold back any further. He roared in his mind that he had to pour all his strength into this blow. The black flame suddenly flared up, enveloping Chanho's body, so that all his wounds healed, and his energy was completely restored. In an instant, the samurai stared in astonishment at this strange aura and, remarked, You possess a truly strange ability. That black flame seems to be consuming something else. Chanho smirked and admitted, Your eyes are sharp. This flame consumes concepts. Though it may seem to possess infinite destructive power, in reality, the larger the scale of the scale concept, the more mana and mastery it demands. He inwardly recalled that when he took down Kim Ji-on, He'd had to be extremely careful not to burn away his own muscular strength, too, due to the wild backlash if it were himself at his peak. In the other world, he'd never have to worry about controlling his power as strictly as this. The glory days are truly gone. If in the other world I was as strong as a great sword then, now I'm just like a tiny fruit, paring knife. However, this was not the time to be picky or fear the risk anymore. Chanho coldly declared, from now on, I'll burn away all the durability of this place. The samurai asked back blankly. What's durability? Your language is so hard to understand. Chanho just calmly waved his hand and replied, I've explained enough already, so this time I'll skip that part. A horrifying shockwave occurred immediately, sending the samurai flying and leaving him only able to groan in pain. Chanho gently adjusted his gauntlet, his face showing clear smugness. Try to understand it while you're taking the beating. He inwardly calculated that since he'd recognized his opponent's limits, the current plan was going perfectly. The samurai, his eyes blazing with blue-green spiritual power, stood there, hovering, then suddenly roared, Go somewhere else. To solo, it's too cramped here. Immediately, an earth-shattering explosion destroyed the entire architecture of the temple. The two lunged at each other at wind-splitting speed, creating blinding streaks of light interweaving in the air. The samurai swung his sword extremely fast, creating cold, sharp cutting arc. Chanho gritted his teeth, using all his might to block the katana coming down. Electric sparks flew everywhere as the two weapons clashed fiercely. Chanho's eyes showed clear astonishment. The crushing pressure from his opponent continuously unleashed lightning-fast slashes, forcing him to flip and dodge by a hair's breadth amid the stone blocks falling down. A cold voice rang out. You're cut, Dutch. The surrounding space seemed split apart by the powerful blue-green spiritual power, leaving fragments shattered to pieces in the air. Using the rubble as a foothold, Chanho poured all his force into his spear tip, diving straight down from above like an arrow of light. I do, roared, creating an extremely powerful piercing thrust that shook the whole sky. Below, the samurai looked up at the energy, rushing in with a face full of vigilance. With a fierce attack, the thrust from above came down, creating shockwave energy so powerful it shattered the ground. The samurai backed away in shock and exclaimed, What is this? I've never encountered such a thing, even on the battlefields of the past. Looking at the absurd power enveloping his opponent, he trembled and asked, Are you a human or a monster? His eyes went wide in terror when he realized he'd completely lost control of the match. From up high, Chanho continued to bring down the water. Decisive attack with a blazing cross symbol on his spear tip. A slew of energy slashes crisscrossing at lightning speed. The samurai's figure was completely engulfed amid the blinding blue streaks frenziedly plowing through. He roared in utter agony, his body torn apart by tens of thousands. Cold, sharp energy cuts, frenzied screams echoed throughout the space as Chanho's power crushed every last bit of resistance. Standing up high, looking down, Chanho coldly observed his opponent desperately struggling amid the encirclement of the dense energy sword strokes, gradually swallowing. Yim. Chanho charged in at a horrifying speed, colliding fiercely with his opponents. Katana.d. The two were locked in a battle of speed that ordinary people could hardly follow. A smile full of excitement appeared on the faces of both, signaling the battle was drawing to its close. Memory took him back to the shore, past in the other world where the hero Hanseo pensively asked his teammate, "Hey, what would you do if you met an opponent that you absolutely could not defeat?" Seeing Yang, his companion looked blank. He just smiled and replied, "I'm just curious, how would you handle a battle with a warrior whose strength was on par with your own? I know this question might not concern you, but if someone of a equivalent strength really appeared, such a person appeared?" He looked into the empty void and firmly asserted, "Too simple. One lives. One logs out. Back to the present." Chanho was collapsed to his knees amid the rubble, breathing hard with exhaustion, an arrogant smile once again appearing on Chanho's lips. He looked straight at the enemy and coldly declared, "One thing's for certain, just as predicted, I am the strongest." After the monster completely vanished into the void, a strange object began to take shape from the blue-green Manhwa. Chanho sauntered over, softly exclaiming, "The reward is truly an addict's dream, jackpot." A blazing blue treasure box appeared amid the rubble, and he inwardly felt relieved. Thankfully, the way it appears is exactly the same as in that other world. Click rang out when he directly opened the box to receive the spoils after the life or death battle. Looking at the item inside, he was stunned and wondered. A spear? Picking up the weapon, Chanho couldn't help puzzling. It's too short to be cold. A spear, right? But then, feeling the energy pulsing inside. The grip, he told himself. Don't tell me. The moment he channeled his spiritual power in, weapon suddenly extended like the Rui staff of Sun Wukong. Chanho satisfyingly remarked, "It seems its length can be extended with mana. This thing will be very useful." As he walked, he pondered the rules of the corrosion zone. They say the rewards that drop are based on the number of people who enter the crack. He inwardly regretted having missed the chance to optimize the benefit. I should have brought Sang in here, then left her somewhere safe just to get more rewards. Suddenly remembering his teammates' situation, his gaze sank as he wondered whether Han Sang-a's sword was still intact after those fierce attacks just now. Dengmei. Back at the rally point, Han Sang-a was at this point sunk into an exhausted sleep after being drained from fighting. Immediately a sword was thrown down beside her. She startled, awake, and softly called out, "You Chanho." She stared in amazement at the glossy black katana in her hand. "Such a beautiful sword. Is it a brand item or knockoff? I picked it up on the way here. Based on the one who used it, it's a good blade. Just take it." "Ah!" Sang-a stared in amazement at the razor-sharp sword in her hand and softly exclaimed, "This sword really is amazing. It's even been extremely well maintained. Thank you." He couldn't help wondering how he could find a weapon like this around here, then panicked when she noticed Chanho's tattered, sweat-drenched state. "Don't tell me you just went and cleared out a corrosion crack? Are you okay?" Chanho wearily brushed it off, figuring she'd rested enough while he was away. He gasped weakly, "Now I'm going to go rest a bit, then collapsed onto the floor. Immediately, witnessing that, Sang-A could only stare in astonishment. Oh my, Superman gets tired too? There's an impassable wall separating the Class 3 and Class 2 cracks. Precisely for that reason, when the news that Chun-Ho single-handedly cleared a Class 2 cracker was made public, the scale of the scale feat was on a completely different tier. All over the streets, people buzzed and chattered. Have you heard the news? A rookie hunter single-handedly cleared a Class 2 corrosion crack. Everyone couldn't believe the reality because even talented hunter pairs admitted that doing it alone was unthinkable. Chun-Ho's image appeared densely on the big screens in the center of the city, making anyone passing by curiously wonder just who this guy was. Chun-Ho's phone kept buzzing with a barrage of notifications, making him unable to even check the important messages. Looking at the crowd swarming below the hospital window, he sighed. Being too famous is a hardship too, even wanting to go get somewhere. Fresh air is hard. Right then, a knock rang out at the door. A woman with purple hair in braids and glasses stepped in deep. Hello, Mr. Chun-Ho. I'm Ja Sejong, from the Secretary's office of Bago Tower. Dimmy. Chun-Ho invited her in and thanked her for covering his hospital fees, though he admitted he'd never heard of the name Tower before. Ya Sejong explained that her organization wasn't very well known to the public because its main field of operation was information technology and communications. Ya Sejong told him to report immediately if there was any discomfort during his treatment. Chun-Ho frankly expressed his suspicion. I don't feel uncomfortable, but I have one question. The cost of this treatment and this room doesn't look cheap at all. You must surely want something from me, right? Asked her to get straight to the point instead of wasting time to know their real purpose. Contrary to his serious air, Ja Sejong smiled and offered a gift box and asked whether he liked eating cake. Right after she revealed a device called a protective shield generator, a tool capable of creating a barrier to defend against attacks by corroded creatures. New technology sounds pretty slick, folks. Chun-Ho munched on a strawberry cake slice, while Ja Sejong explained the mission of transporting a protective shield generator that uses This was a prototype from the U.S., with hopes that if mass-produced, it would help save the areas that hunters couldn't reach. Realizing the importance of the mission that could change the fate of humanity, Chun-Ho pensively asked, so this is a fairly large-scale request, right? Ya Sejong confirmed it and said they were calling for cooperation from other hunters. When he heard that, even the Babor Janabi Guild had agreed to help. Chun-Ho couldn't help being astonished. Even Janabi. It seems this is even bigger than I thought. The route was laid out from Vladivostok to the Netherlands by train. Then it would be transferred by helicopter to Dover, the United Kingdom, for a test run. At his question about why they'd chosen such a far-off place, Ja Sejong explained that the Fa restaurant organization in Italy was expanding its influence across Europe and North Africa, making the United Kingdom the only safe sanctuary thanks to being surrounded by the CIA. The situation in Europe was currently falling into anarchy as governments were paralyzed and hunter companies seized control like warlords. Since the train also carried relief essentials, Chun-Ho quickly recognized the danger. Got it. This train is a juicy piece of old bait for that lot, right? Yasujong admitted that brutal truth and asked whether he'd ever been abroad. Chanho said this would be the first time he'd set foot in Europe. Yasujong smiled, confirming she would directly take part to supervise and analyze data for embargo. Tower, seeing her talk as if his participation was a given. Chanho softly clicked his tongue, but still gave. On condition, I want Hunter Han Sang-ae to come with us, he asserted. She was a trustworthy friend to whom he'd made a promise. Yasujong happily agreed, figuring if she was someone he trusted, then her side was also very willing to invite her to join. Feeling this wasn't a bad offer for himself, Chanho smiled and held out his hand and clearly declared, all right, let's go party on this trip. Seeing the helicopter landing on the ground, Chanho couldn't help marveling. I really didn't expect you'd mobilize a whole helicopter just to pick me up for a civilian mission. It seems clearing a Class 2 crack single-handedly really is different from Class 3, huh? Being ranker really is different. Chairman Munjong Tai calmly confirmed, of course it's different. That was the moment my expectation turned into certainty. The association will make every effort to ensure all your activities go as smoothly as possible. That's great to hear. Sure enough, proving actual ability makes everything go much more smoothly, but inwardly, a question still arose. Does this chairman know about them? If he knows, how would he react? Does he really want this terrible reality to end, or does he want it to keep being maintained? As he was absorbed in thought, he softly opened the dividing door and was stunned to see someone he knew. Lee Ezio was sitting waiting. She smiled faintly. Long time no see. The rumors about you have spread all the way to the world, Chanho. He could only give a wry laugh in reply. Ha ha! Now there's probably no one who doesn't know me anymore. But where are we going? A military base? He couldn't help asking. The reason in surprise and learned that the Korean military would also take part in this, requesting Hawaii. He inwardly assessed that once the protective shield generator succeeded, national defense's dependence on hunters would decrease, and surely the military side wouldn't like that one bit. Suddenly recalling an old matter, he asked Lieso, do you know of an organization called the Descendants of Dangan? Or not? She asserted she knew that extremist terrorist group well and couldn't help being surprised he mentioned them. Segio revealed the Descendants of Dangan were appearing everywhere, their specialty being to suddenly jump out and intervene when hunters were clearing a crack. Though he understood part of their logic, he still just gave a slight nod. I see. Suddenly, C.A. threw him a small object. He blankly looked at the candy packet in his hand. Pumpkin. Candy? Are you trying to turn me into a princess? She didn't answer, but asked back whether he'd ever been abroad. He inwardly wondered why Jasujong and now C.O. all asked about his overseas experience, when this really was the first time he'd gone this far. C.O. looked at him with a meaningful gaze. Right then. I guess you can still think that way. This mission will surely make you realize a great many things. The helicopter cruised through the brilliant sunset, leaving the city behind with new challenges waiting ahead. On law, strategy meeting at the military base officially began. Major General and Hanel clearly declared, all right, let's begin the meeting. Please follow along with the materials provided. He began briefing about this large-scale transport operation. The train they were tasked with protecting consisted of a total of 80 cars, of which 65 cars would be used to carry cargo and other purposes. The remaining 15 cars were reserved exclusively for the hunters taking part in the mission, and to ensure resting conditions for the Korean military. Looking at the diagram, Chanho inwardly marveled when he saw Lee Co was privileged to have her own train. The treatment for a world's rank 10 hunter really is different, Major General, and continued. One more thing. Embargo Tower has assigned the protection of the car, holding the shield generator to a small group of hunters including the Janabi Guild. However, considering the long journey and the anticipated fatigue, I propose we let the other personnel, including the Korean military, share the burden of protecting it. Immediately, Lee Co coldly cut in. No, thanks, fend for yourselves. Before the astonishment of the Major General, she asserted that Janabi being responsible for protecting the shield generator meant there were a great many forces targeting it, and he shouldn't ignore that. Seo decisively declared, therefore, no one except Janabi is allowed to approach the shield generator. Her hardline attitude made the atmosphere in the meeting room extremely tense. The officers could only look at each other uneasily. Major General cleared his throat to break the silence. Let's continue. Co smirked and replied, Go ahead. Back to the route map. From Vladivostok through the Netherlands to Dover. The United Kingdom, the Major General briefed on the dangers along the way. The train would have to cross many corrosion zones. In particular, there were 7 specific locations where the cracks were close enough to pose a serious threat. In addition, the raiders rampaging in the Siberia region were also a major concern. Hearing this, Chanho inwardly mocked that having to face train robbers was like acting in a Western film in the 21st century. Major General N said that though he'd sent official letters to the ADR warlords established in Europe, only 3 places responded decently. Everyone in the meeting room immediately realized that meant the remaining 5 were the enemy. An officer worriedly spoke up. How many enemies do we have to face in this mission lasting more than 2 weeks? Corroded creatures, bandits, and even the warlords. Can this possibly succeed? The others also began to grow pessimistic, figuring this was an impossible mission. Amid the worried murmurs, Lee Co broke into a mysterious smile and reassured, Just wait, and see, sweethearts, with me here, I'll handle it all. The day the operation kicked off finally arrived at Vladivostok Station, Russia. Amid the pure white snow, the giant train loomed into view under the strict guard of the security forces. The speaker clearly demanded the second class passengers hurry to board to make the departure time. Chanho leisurely walked inwardly, marveling at the over 1 kilometer length of the train, which made getting to the first class cabin quite a struggle. Free episode streaming right on the train, so convenient. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out, reminding him not to forget the promise from before. Hun. Sang-A had arrived early in a combat outfit full of character, she asserted. She'd hand over all the Alicia she'd promised right after this mission ended. Seeing Sang-A wonder why she hadn't seen him this whole time. Chanho calmly replied that he enjoyed the privilege of the luxurious first-class cabin, so she wouldn't have seen him. looking over at Lee Ao also sitting comfortably. In the VIP cabin, Sang-A could only sulk at the class difference between an ordinary hunter and a world superstar deity. Right then, Jasujong also appeared to greet him. She smiled and asked, "Have you strolled around checking out this armored train?" Chunho admitted. Tower's tremendous investment, but also worried that being too flashy would make the train an easy target for attack. Yasujong reassured him that the train's hull was made of depleted uranium, an extremely durable material used in armored vehicles, so its safety was absolute. Chunho nodded in understanding, telling himself that with the presence of Lee Sao this mission could hardly fail. But the incident struck faster than anyone could foresee. Less than 10 minutes after departing, a swarm of corroded creatures shaped like winged, blazing red eyes frenziedly attacked the train. The radio rang out urgently requesting reinforcements for car number 57 as the soldiers were being gravely wounded and no longer able to resist. Without hesitation, Chunho immediately dashed outside with his sword blazing with blue-green spiritual power. He gritted his teeth in fury when he realized the monsters had appeared so quickly and swung a sword arc, slashing apart the pack of bloodthirsty creatures surrounding them, but that the monsters just kept pouring out like a flood, making him exclaim wearily, "The more I kill, the more there are. There's no end in sight." He inwardly thought that if Lee Ao were here, everything would be much easier. Currently, the Trans-Siberian Railway was severely damaged, so running the train and repairing the tracks had to happen in parallel, because the crew couldn't protect themselves against the corroded creatures. A hunter was forced to stand by beside them to shield them, and, ironically, Lee Sao was the one assigned that duty. The strongest warrior in one place, unable to fully unleash her power, made Chunho furious. If I were the commander, I'd blow the head off whoever came up with this damned plan. The author, who else, man? As he swung his sword, sending another monster on its way, Chunho clicked his tongue. Damn, today is as long as my patience. Meanwhile, A.T. Khabarovsk, Russia, another horrifying scene was unfolding on the pure white snow. A monster shaped like a giant shark was being dragged along, leaving gruesome trails of wounds on the ground. The one holding it down was a huge hunter, bald, with heavy, powerful armor. The huge hunter narrowed his eyes, looking off into the big distance, and muttered, "What's that over there?" Amid the thick falling snow, a man wearing traditional hanbok was calmly standing by a small fire. Recognizing that person's identity, the bald man looked annoyed. Why is it that guy again? After tearing apart the shark's body with his mechanical arm, the huge hunter looked at the man before him and grumbled, showing up without saying a word. What a nuisance. Lee Dai. The man named Lee Hun broke into a calm smile and softly replied, "Hello, dear brother. Been keeping well these days?" Lee Hun smiled and said he'd come to deliver a job, but had incidentally gotten to watch an interesting performance right as he arrived. He called the huge hunter Nikolai Baranov, the ruler of the Khabarovsk region. The man grumbled that he'd just caught a giant shark for dinner, but it had woken up right after being knocked out. Looking at his opponent's scruffy state, Lee Hun told him to wipe off the blood first. Nikolai mockingly asked whether Koreans also ate things like this, and at the same time cursed those who came from there as ill-mannered. He got straight to the point, asking about the job, and at the same time asserted he wasn't short on money. Li Hun calmly replied he knew that well and promised this would be an extremely interesting challenge. He revealed a train departing from Vladivostok would pass by here in a day or two. Nikolai figured it was a cheap joke because the Ssr Trans-Siberian Railway had been destroyed long ago. Li Hun explained that among the awakened there were those possessing rapid repair skills who only needed enough materials. Realizing the train was being repaired as it ran, Nikolai curiously asked about what they were transporting. Li Hun asserted that what was being transported wasn't as important as who was protecting it. When Nikolai pressed on who it was, Li Hun coldly replied, "The Candy Lady of Gyo Janabi Dituwal." The name Li Zhou left Nikolai stunned in astonishment. Li Hun asked whether he'd already got a way to deal with her. Nikolai asserted that robbing a train protected by Li Zhou sounded very tough. Li Hun corrected that it wasn't quite a robbery because Janabi's mission was only to protect one special train car. Nikolai clearly declared, "Then I only need to blow it up and it's done." Li Hun shook his head. He didn't want the car blown up. He handed over a terminal device and ordered Nikolai to break into that car to connect this device with the machines inside. The man asked, "After the job, am I allowed to smash to bits the stuff inside?" Li Hun smiled sinisterly, asserting he'd be very grateful if he did that. Nikolai's eyes blazed with madness. He declared he'd not only smash the cargo, but would kill off all the hunters right before Li Hun. Back to the battle on the train, Chanho was still one man, one spear, taking on the whole pack of monsters. Witnessing that absurd power, the hunters with him couldn't help being stunned. Unbelievable. He's really just a rookie? Single-handedly, he's already wiped out hundreds of monsters. And one even trembled and remarked that he looked more like a monster than those creatures. Planting his spear hard into ground, Chanho calmly judged everything seemed to be settled for now. Looking at the show hunters slumped down from exhaustion, he inwardly sighed wearily. Though it's just the beginning, they're already this pitiful, they really are. No help at all. Maybe I should treat this as a solo battle carrying the team till my back breaks. In the middle of that, Han Sang-a stood up, urging everyone on. "Everyone, get up quickly. The mission isn't over. Yet we can't afford to be careless." Chanho smirked, inwardly praising her as truly the only useful person here. Suddenly he froze when he sensed an unusual killing aura. Chanho worriedly wondered whether it was an avalanche or not, while the control room still complacently announced they'd keep operating despite detecting an obstacle. Li Zhou immediately roared over the radio, "Stop the train right now. The enemy has appeared." She stood firm on the roof of the car, her cold eyes looking toward the danger. Drawing near, a giant drill blazing with fire suddenly came down. Li Zhou immediately swung her great sword. From afar, a blazing red beam of energy shot in, but she deflected it with her sword to another direction to protect the train. Amid the smoke and dust, the giant Nikolai Baranov in his mechanical armor was charging in like a rocket. Han Sang-a was stunned to see the enemy suddenly closing in. Who are they? How are they here so fast? Chanho calmly reassured her. Calm down, didn't you? Read the materials. Near this Khabarovsk, there's only one person capable of doing this. That's the armed gang led by Nikolai.E. At the same time, Lee SEO realized she'd fallen into a trap. Another trap. They were waiting to receive guests. Strange. Talismans suddenly floated around her, radiating a deep purple spiritual power. Lee SEO was terrified to see her body being trapped by lightning bolts and talismans. Witnessing that scene, Han sang panicked and asked, Seo, what's going on? Amid the blazing magic circle, SEO gritted her teeth and admitted, it seems I've been sealed. A hexagonal barrier membrane enveloped her, completely isolating the strongest commander from the battlefield. The grim news was quickly announced to all the hunters on the train. All hunters, attention. We're being attacked from the side of the train. Commander Lee SEO is currently unable to take part in the fighting. The crowd of hunters began to panic. What? Playing the game and losing the buff is game over. The situation became even more desperate when the enemy's numbers reached 500, 10 times the current force. Facing the risk of being wiped out, Chun-Ho clearly declared, though the commander is absent. Risk of being wiped out, Chun-Ho clearly declared, though the commander is absent. We have no way to retreat anymore. Protect the train. Lee SEO added with full killing intent. Let's go hunting. Immediately. Chun-Ho hurled himself off the train. Sang Ai. Jump down already. What are you waiting for? His reckless action made the other hunters astonished and shout. This lunatic really jumped down there? Only 50 people against 500? Provoked by the courage of the two rookies, the others also resolved to charge into battle. Damn it, all right, we can't let the rookies charge in alone. Inside the sealed chamber, Lee SEO gripped her sword tightly, inwardly resolving to soon break the barrier to return to the front of the front. Line day. Lee SEO tried to break the barrier, but the mysterious figure in hanbok standing outside coldly spoke up. It won't be that easy. SEO narrowed her eyes and questioned. This seal, is it your doing? He calmly smiled, introducing himself as Lee Hun of the organization The Descendants of All Dangon Da. He also revealed a surprising truth that they both belonged to the royal lineage of Prince Yong, making him her distant Jun. Lee Hun fine feeling, isn't it a joyous occasion to meet family in a foreign land? So far from home? A loud explosion rang out when SEO's great sword collided hard with Thorn, the barrier membrane, and then shattered. She was stunned and exclaimed, It broke. Lee Hun smugly asserted the seal wasn't so easily destroyed and advised her to surrender now that she'd lost her weapon. But SEO still kept a frightening calm. She gripped the broken sword hilt and asked, Back, why do you have to make a fuss just over a broken sword? Immediately, a blazing blue mana burst from SEO's hand, regenerating a new blade right in her hand, making Lee Hun click his tongue in astonishment that he hadn't expected her to bring that thing. It turned out she possessed the mirror ring, a high-class item obtained after clearing a corrosion crack of class 1, with the ability to copy and instantly restore a weapon when it's destroyed and return it to its owner's hand. Seeing she was still persisting, Hun threw out a mocking remark that she was foolish to try until the seal broke. SEO smirked and replied, Oh, foolish, am I? She coldly added, That Mouth of yours won't find a lover even in the next life. Co poured all her power into swinging her new sword. Chow. Meanwhile, off in the distance, the enemies were stunned to witness the pillar of light blazing to the sky. The giant ball. Nikolai hovered in the air, thanks to his jet armor. He laughed arrogantly. In challenge, you think you can stand against us with just that meager number? You're the one who decides who gets to leave alive. Hurry, lay down your weapons and surrender. I might spare your lives. Chanho looked up at him with curiosity. He realized that even while flying, this guy radiated no mana at all. Hacking the game and not getting banned? Sang-A explained that armor was a product of the Predator project from 10 years ago, designed to fight without mana and with a built-in translation feature. Chanho inwardly wondered why an experimental military item of Korea's that had already been scrapped due to material shortage would fall into the hands of the Alpha faction leader of Russia like this, facing an enemy that was human. Sang-A showed clear worry. She inwardly wrestled with the idea of having to actually kill her own kind. Recognizing his teammate's hesitation, Chanho coldly spoke up. This is the first time you fought humans, right? If you feel you can't bear it, then go back. Sang-A inwardly wondered whether he too had never faced humans before, but Chanho had immediately acted. He decisively asserted that since they were trying to kill him, there was no difference from the corroded creatures. Rapid collision sounds rang out as Chanho and Sang-A began air sweep. They quickly took down those blocking the way with decisive and powerful blows. He advised Sang-A to just act if she could and not let guilt gnaw at her. With a cold gaze, Chanho asserted that unpleasant feeling would also fade away after a few days, or at the latest a month. Screams and shrieks echoed across the snow-white battlefield. Weapons clashed with grating sounds. The scene grew brutal, with grave wounds and utter chaos. Looking at that scene, Chanho just furrowed his brow with a face full of full disgust, truly repulsive. He mocked himself that he felt as comfortable as being at home in this mess. Amid the incessant metallic collisions, Chanho focused on observing, realized that though his side had superior skill, the enemy's numbers were too great and were creating crushing pressure. The Russian criminals were frenziedly attacking, using overwhelming force to push back the hunters' formation. Chanho understood there was only one way to turn the situation around immediately, and that was to take down the enemy's commander. Ahead, the giant Nikolai was laughing arrogantly while using his mechanical hand to choke under a door. Recognizing his presence, the man exclaimed with delight, "Oh, the rising star from Korea is here. Hello, sweetheart." Chanho inwardly mocked when he realized that even the Russian thugs already knew of his reputation this quickly. Before he could even finish, Nikolai swung his blazing blade in a powerful attack, forcing him to gather force to defend. Nikolai sneered with contempt. "What's this? You're nothing special either? Could Korea really be this short on talent? Growing early, what did you eat, man?" Chanho inwardly assessed his opponent was both fast and strong, and also possessed armor so sturdy it was hard to leave even a single scratch. Yeah, admitted this was a fairly tough opponent, and it wouldn't be easy to win the victory. But that was if he'd never set foot on Tsushima Island and gone through the grueling training there. Immediately, Shanho erupted with speed, unleashing a powerful blow, sending the giant flying. Nikolai gritted his teeth in resentment and roared this bastard, and frenziedly activated his jet armor and lunged in like a blazing arrow. I'll finish you with this blow. Shanho still kept a calm attitude to observe every opening. He realized something extremely contradictory, contrary to his threat to finish him off. He was actively holding back his firepower. Why? Was he afraid of damaging the protective shield generator? So the attack just now was simply to stop the train, Shanho continued, to link the strange events unfolding. If Lee S.O. weren't here, everything would surely have shattered to pieces already. This means they'd known in advance who would take part in this mission? Too many points of doubt appeared in his head, from the Russian boss appearing in a Korean military uniform to the SEAL master showing up at the crucial moment. The instant the two clashed, the purple-black flame began gnawing at the metal shell, making Nikolai panic. What is this? Shanho coldly retorted. By burning away its durability, I'll end this as fast as possible. Suppressed by the flame, Nikolai roared frenziedly, in helplessness. You coward! Rat, not giving his opponent a chance to retaliate. Shanho poured all his spiritual power into the ultimate attack. He clearly called the skill's name Blue Trajectory. The 16-hit combo, the powerful collision, created a terrible shockwave, making Nikolai stunned to realize his sturdy armor had developed a crack. He panicked and thought about having to back away to buy time, then shouted, trying to find a way to negotiate. Wait, don't you want to break the seal for the bow? Candy lady, if you stop, I can help you. But the reply to those words was only a cold sword arc that cut his body in two, ending all his cowardly hopes of negotiation. Shanho coldly looked at the pile of toil, rubble, and declared, "What a shame. I can handle it myself. I don't need an old head like you to help." Right then, dry cracking sounds rang out from the direction of the train car. A foot stamped hard onto the ground. Nikolai's underlings stood rooted to the spot, their faces showing clear terror when they sensed a tremendous pressure erupting. Shanho smirked, his gaze full of belief that she could do it herself. Inside the crumbling magic circle, Lee S.O. appeared with the bearing of a war goddess, her cold eyes focused intensely to break the last of the chains. The train loomed through the snowy mountains, leaving behind a battlefield with countless enemies no longer able to resist, lying sprawled across the cold snow. Shanho stood silently among the other hunters, calmly looking toward the train, gradually stabilizing again. After escaping the SEAL, Lee S.O. stepped closer with a radiant smile. Well done, Shanho. This result far exceeds my expectations. She calmly handed him a pink candy as a reward for encouragement. Shanho took it, inwardly thinking, candy again? He puzzled over whether the SEAL master from earlier was a member of the descendants of Dangan or not. CO confirmed he'd escaped just as she broke the barrier, leaving her regretful for having lost track of him. Hearing that, Shanho just softly replied, "I understand." Then he calmly peeled the full candy wrapper and was about to put it in his mouth. This action made the surrounding hunters panic and shout, "Don't eat that! Careful or you'll drop dead." The crowd of hunters all shouted, in astonishment. How can you eat that? Das? Have you lost your mind? Chunho looked at everyone's overreaction. He just asked back blankly, what's wrong with all of you? If you don't eat it, are you supposed to? Use it to play house? Ssr laughed and explained that the other hunters usually collect her candy as a kind of medal to show off their achievements, leaving Chunho speechless, thinking to himself that everyone was overdoing it. Suddenly his gaze hardened when he observed the Korean soldiers busily collecting the fragments of Nikolai's predator armor. Chunho inwardly raised a doubtful question. Are they cleaning up trash or destroying evidence? The fact that Nikolai could own and operate special issue equipment of the Korean military was extremely unusual. To do that, he had to have backing from a force strong enough to ignore the government or the military itself had secretly abetted these actions. Looking toward the soldiers clearing the battlefield, he couldn't help doubting whether he could truly trust the people traveling with him on this train or not. Meanwhile, at the Kone base with the ancient architecture of the descendants of Dangan organization, Lee Hun was staggering along. With a haggard face, he gritted his teeth, blaming himself for having spent too much mana on that seal earlier, yet still not yielding a result. The moment he saw the captain appear, Hun bowed his head full of remorse. Captain, I'm sorry, I failed. And yay. Contrary to the tension, the captain just calmly consoled him that it was only a small failure and that stumbling was hard to avoid when aiming for larger goals. He advised Hun to focus on recovering his health instead of forever cowering like a little mouse after one failure, and instructed his subordinate never to lose his self-respect. But the moment he stepped into the elevator, the captain revealed the extreme fury he'd been hiding all along. He felt his heart being torn apart when both of his trusted subordinates, Kim Ji-on and Hun, had each fallen in turn at the hands of a rookie. He gritted his teeth and told himself if he'd seen through the mana rule of Chunho's paradox flames sooner, he would have personally finished him right on the spot. The elevator stopped. At basement floor B3, the captain stepped into a room flooded with computer screens and called the name of Dr. Segonu. Seeing the uninvited guest, the obese doctor, who was in the middle of eating a piece of chicken, looked up and asked about the purpose of the visit. The captain got straight to the point, asking about the progress of that thing the two had discussed before. Segonu asserted this was completely feasible but required an enormous budget and a great deal of time. The captain coldly replied, "Money's no problem. I just worry you won't make anything of it." Dr. Say softly clicked his tongue in regret, figuring that if they grasped the operating principle of the protective shield generator on the train, the project would progress much more smoothly. Then Captain stood in the darkness, his blazing red eyes glowing with schemes as he asserted, "Why worry? This train still has plenty of room for us to play." Meanwhile, the train continued speeding along through the snow-white blizzard, but inside the control car, the atmosphere was tense as a taut string. A soldier with a face showing clear exhaustion was reporting the damage situation after the brutal clash just passed. Report, we have 5 dead and 10 wounded. So we've lost a third of our force. Right from the first battle. Sitting pensively by the window, ACO couldn't help worrying that the casualty figure was so large. Right as the journey had only just begun, she immediately ordered First, give first aid to the wounded hunters. Proper treatment can only be done when we reach the world in Poland. Contact them right now. An army officer spoke up, asking about the force holding control in Poland, and received the answer that it was Mazuka. Hearing that, Seo decisively ordered, contact the Hunter Guild that signed a contract with Mazuka right away. Tell them we request cooperation and hope they'll comply. The officer hesitated a bit, wondering whether the warlords there would really so easily cooperate with a stranger like this. Seo's eyes narrowed sharply. She broke into a smile, full of confidence, and firmly asserted, they'll buy. Have no choice but to do so, if they still want to. Receive help from me and the Janabei Guild in the future. In short, they'll have to help whether they want to or not. Rest easy. Meanwhile, at the Hunter Guild headquarters in Poland, the atmosphere was also boiling no less. Robert Diner, a partner hunter of the guild, was flying into a rage upon receiving the cooperation request from Korea.or. K.A.E. roared with contempt. What? A cooperation request from the Janabei Guild? Tell them to get lost. Who do they think they are? Daring to give us orders? A lower-ranked hunter hurriedly tried to stop him, reminding him that this wasn't a request from any ordinary hunter, but from the Candy Lady Lee Seo, who had single-handedly cleared more than 5 Class 1 corrosion cores. Ha! Warned that refusing her request without a legitimate reason would lead to unforeseeable consequences. But Robert still wasn't the least bit shaken. Shouted aggressively, she's also just a hunter. If that woman told you to jump into a fire, you'd probably do it too. A blonde hunter standing nearby clearly asserted, if necessary, I'm willing to do exactly that. Furious, Robert scolded his subordinates as fools and asserted Lee Seo was also just a partner hunter making a living by carrying out commissions. He furiously threw open the door into the meeting room, but immediately had to freeze in astonishment when he saw all the hunters in the guild had already gathered in full. A female hunter with red hair stepped forward with a resolute gaze and firmly declared, if you refuse the Candy Lady's request, I'd rather pay the contract breach fee and leave this guild. Now choose help or not. If they pull out all at once, you'll have nothing left. Robert Diner was extremely furious. He gritted his teeth and roared in front of his subordinates. That woman is also just a hunter. No matter how famous she is, she's just a hunter like us. Nah. However, Robert's words were immediately buried by fierce protests. One hunter clearly asserted the Candy Lady was completely different. The others also began to speak up Lee Seo's kindness with boundless gratitude. If not for the support fund she set up, I could never have become a hunter. Thanks to her, my mother got surgery in Korea when I was wounded at a corrosion. Or, if not for her rescue, I would have there, witnessing the absolute loyalty, a close friend. Advised Roberto, if everyone quits right now, the company will collapse before the enormous pressure from his own brothers. Robert Diner broke into a cold sweat. I gritted his teeth and cursed inwardly. Damn it, Lee Seo, is her influence really this great? Meanwhile, on the train speeding through the desolate lands, EEO was sitting pensively by the window with a worried face. She worried about the condition of her wounded teammates. Their condition is worse than I thought. We still have at least 5 more days to get there. Can they hold on? I just hope there won't be any more delays. But our wish quickly vanished when the siren rang out rapidly. The emergency announcement rang out across all the train cars, leaving everyone stunned. Owl, hunters, attention! Corroded creatures have appeared. A pack of slimes is chasing us. I repeat, a pack of slimes is chasing us. Looking through the train window, giant blue-green spheres were leaping and pursuing the train at a terrifying speed. A clear command rang out. Everyone, prepare for battle. The crowd of hunters began. The panic screams rang out everywhere. Slimes? No way. Hurry to the roof of the train, quickly. They're right on our tails, everyone. Sao quickly gripped her sword hilt. Why are slimes appearing here? Don't tell me it's... Damn it. Everyone stay calm and be ready to fight. Seeing her serious air, Chanho asked blankly, "What's a slime?" Sao explained it was a corroded creature from the Class 1 core located in Brass, a place he dubbed the refrigerator. Chanho was stunned and exclaimed, "Class 1?" He couldn't help wondering, since Brass was more than half 600 kilometers from here. How did we fall into their sights? Sao, as she jumped up onto the roof of the train, coldly replied. The corrosion zone must have spread over the past while. She took a stance ready to face the danger. Damn it, dealing with a Class 1 creature in this state will be very tough. Looking at the blue slimes looming forward, a hunter couldn't help worriedly asking whether they were really that dangerous. Say, I explained sternly that these monsters' body temperature was equivalent to liquid nitrogen, and just a light touch was enough to freeze a hunter's equipment and shatter it instantly. But something more horrifying was still ahead. The Archer squad clearly shouted, "Aim complete!" and fired in unison, the magic arrows shooting off rapidly. But an unbelievable scene unfolded. The magic arrows touched the slimes, bounced off dryly as if striking boulders. CO judged that some individuals in the slime pack possessed extremely strong magic resistance. Yu Shanho pensively analyzed if magic attacks had no effect and ordinary physical arrows couldn't wound the corroded entity either. Then it meant they had absolutely no way to destroy them. The hunters began to fall into panic. They screamed in despair, seeing the magic arrows completely useless. If we can't escape the corrosion zone before the train gets surrounded, this mission will surely end in miserable failure. No. As everyone was at a deadlock, Yu Chanho suddenly stepped forward. He calmly proposed to an archer in the front row to lend him a bow to try his hand. Despite it, that hunter rambling on, instructing about focusing mana and adjusting the trajectory, Chanho just clicked his tongue and let it pass because he intended to do it his own way. CO stared in amazement after his back, not understanding what he was about to do. Chanho gripped the bow tightly, channeling spiritual power. So the arrow erupted with the eerie purple-black pillar of flame of the paradox. Flame, time. He told himself, if their magic resistance was the obstacle, then the simplest solution was to use this flame to burn away that very concept of magic resistance. Immediately the sturdy, protective membrane of the monster was gnawed by the black flame and completely dissolved. The surrounding hunters couldn't believe their eyes. They shouted in astonishment when they saw the magic resistance that had long been a source of dread. Dissolved in just an instant. Chanho inwardly thought that, though covering the entire battlefield with a paradox, flame would be more effective because he worried he couldn't fully control its destructive power in this situation. He had to choose the deadly pinpoint attack to open a bloody path for the train. Chanho instructed the hunter. Beside him with a calm face, he could attack the moment the black flame died down a bit. Either way they'd throw each other into disarray anyway. Watching from behind, Co couldn't help tensing. When she recalled the attack she'd once thought was impossible to dodge, she was astonished and wondered whether the magic resistance of the slimes had just been completely crushed. Co realized this was the skill from last time and inwardly wondered whether Chanho's special power was erasing intangible things or not. To her, this man really was a mystery full of secrets. But brushing off her astonishment, SEO immediately acted when she saw the chance had come. Either way, if their magic resistance is gone, a flashing sword strike cut the giant slime block into two halves right in midair. The hunters cheered in excitement. Awesome, we can take this thing down. Co quickly reminded there are still a few more loitering, while another hunter shouted an alarm about the last monster, charging straight toward the train at a terrifying speed. The giant slime suddenly leapt up high, blotting out the whole sky above the train cars. Shrill screams rang out everywhere. It's right above us. Everyone hurry, find somewhere to hide. We're going to be crushed to death by it. Co gritted her teeth, calculating in worry. She knew she could slash it, but its size was too huge. Her equipment would surely shatter instantly from the freezing temperature before she could recover to save everyone. In despair, she wondered whether there was any single move that could save everyone. Right now. Right then, Chanho still kept a calm attitude and began gripping his weapon. The overwhelming power from the monster's colossal size and an extremely low temperature made defeating it seem impossible for any hunter. It's this huge. Even just body slamming us would be enough to sink the whole train. But Chanho calmly asserted, however, the answer was surprisingly simple. He swung his glowing spear up high, putting forth a simple truth. I don't mind its power. Once it's been turned to ash, everything ends. Co stood frozen, watching that magnificent scene, when the monster that had been a source of dread was now just dust particles fluttering down through the void. Glorious scene of turning the impossible in the possible unfolded before all those present, though it lasted only a brief moment. Everyone sensed the pressure and the extraordinariness from the man named Chanho. Fragments of slime rained down, making a hunter groan from the bitter cold. Chanho gently reached out to touch the dial. Leftover liquid, then calmly remarked, "Cola flavor. I prefer cola flavored. Candy more. Hey now, I think you're a bit unsanitary. Not everything can go into your mouth, you know." The Trans-Siberian train under Lee Co's command continued its arduous journey, getting through countless attacks by corroded entities to head toward Poland.Key. Inside the control car, the far atmosphere settled somewhat when an army officer announced the schedule ahead. To treat the crowd wounded and distribute relief goods to. This region will stop at well for 3 days. The officer also added that Warlord Mazuka and the hunter company that cooperates with them had promised to support with all their might. Hearing that, SEO softly sighed with relief. That's great, Addie. At least for now. However, she still couldn't help worrying about the cooperation of other forces, so she pressed, and about the cowl. Transport cooperation? Any news from the other warlords besides Mazuka? The officer shook his head helplessly, saying they still hadn't received any response from the other warlords. CO pensively ordered there's no other way. Keep trying to contact them. Either way will stay in Woe for a few days. Right after, the train loomed into Poland's central station. Yushano stepped off the train looking around with full expectation, because he'd once heard Poland was one of the countries with better living conditions in Europe. Let's go see how swanky Europe is. But the reality that struck his eyes was a horrifying scene beyond imagination. Chanho was stunned and wondered, what the hell is this? This is a country? Before him, the station was now no different from a den full of corpses lying sprawled amid the rubble. Not only that, the surrounding landscape was frighteningly barren, almost without a single trace of vegetation. He inwardly guessed bitterly that they'd probably eaten anything edible and burned the rest to keep warm. Looking over at Lee ICO and the other veteran hunters, he was surprised to see them completely calm before this hellish scene. Chanho wondered whether this had become normal for them. As he was absorbed in observing, a middle-aged man with a mustache and a neat uniform stepped closer and asked, "You're Yu Chanho, right?" Chanho was slightly startled that this guy could speak Korean. The man introduced himself. "I'm Warrant Officer Joseph Polanski of the Mazuka faction. I'll too lead you to your lodging right after." A luxurious car picked him up and cruised through the ruined streets of the city. Whoa! Sitting in the car looking out at the desolate scenery outside, Chanho realized everyone was moving in their own separate directions. He inwardly judged, it seemed, they assigned lodging to each person based on ability and status. The more valued you are, the more grand and fully equipped your lodging. Warrant Officer Joseph Polanski began his enticing pitch. He knew Yu Chanho was a freelance hunter and proposed he consider staying in Poland to work long-term instead of returning to Korea. He promised that though the infrastructure here couldn't match the modernity of his homeland, in return, Chanho would gain something far more precious, that being absolute power. Looking at the expensive champagne set on the table, then looking out at the corpses lying sprawled in the street through the window, Chanho inwardly despised, wondering whether the power he spoke of was being able to calmly enjoy luxury amid this hell. Joseph continued to work on his psychology, arguing that in Korea he was constrained by moral rules and his public image. He began revealing his rotten nature when he made disgusting offers. "But if you work for us, whether it's women or anyone, for you to beat to death for fun, we can. I'll provide whatever you crave." Hearing this, Chanho's face darkened with extreme disgust. He looked at the warrant officer with a cold gaze, inwardly cursing this damn bastard. Should I punch him right here? Or not? The car stopped before an old, worn building as the sunset gradually faded, ending the conversation full of the foul stench of the subordinate under Warlord Mazuka, stepping into the room. Arranged for him, Chunho couldn't help being disappointed at this reception. He'd assumed with his reputation they'd give him a decent place, but in reality this room was no different from a cheap roadside motel. He sauntered off too, checked the bathroom, and consoled himself that at least it wasn't too filthy. But when he saw the cup noodle boxes set out on the table in place of dinner, he could only sigh wearily at the stingy hospitality of the Mazuka faction. As he was about to pick up the noodle cup, a knock at the door rang out, cutting across the silence along with a familiar voice calling his name. "Chunho, are you in there?" The door opened. Yasujong appeared with a face slightly flushed, full of shyness. She softly greeted him and said she was just wondering a bit about his condition after the Her purple hair was still a bit damp, and her face gave off an irresistible allure. Under the room's dim light, it turned out she wanted to borrow Chunho's bathroom. The stream of warm water quickly washed away the dirt, fatigue after the battle on the train. Yasujong shyly spoke up from inside the BOR bathroom. She apologized because her dormitory complex was of such poor quality, with rusty water, that she had to come borrow his room. Chunho calmly replied that it was fine, that this was even a good chance for the two of them to understand each other better. However, he immediately posed a doubtful question when he looked at the pile of food in the room. Why are the essential goods here all products from Korea? Yasujong softly sighed. She revealed it was a consequence of the current trade policy of the Korean government. She explained that from minerals, fuel, to food, everything produced in other countries had to be exported to Korea first. This was a domestic consumption priority policy, where imported goods would be used by the Korean people to the maximum extent possible, and only the surplus would be sold back to other countries. Chunho couldn't help being astonished that other countries would accept such unreasonable demand. Yasujong bitterly said that if they displeased the Korean government, they wouldn't receive any support from the hunters, because hunters' visors were all controlled by the government. In a world where farming or mining was impossible without the protection of hunters, the other countries had no choice but to submit to these unreasonable demands to survive. Truly, with money and power, they push people too far. The result of the loop of goods from Europe to Korea and back was low-quality products, from expired canned goods to grains that couldn't be sold, or potatoes that had already sprouted. Looking at the cup noodle boxes on the table, Chunho pensively asked about the state of the relief goods they were transporting on the train this time. He worriedly asked whether they were also carrying terrible foods like sprouted potatoes. Yasujong stepped out of the bathroom in a robe. She gently adjusted her glasses and revealed an even more horrifying truth. The relief goods on the train were called recycled compound powder number 65. She explained it was actually food waste dried at temperatures above 390 degrees C, then ground into a powder. The name number 65 meant it contained up to 65% organic matter recycled from waste products like fish bones or banana peels. Chunho fell silent before the cruelty of reality. He knew full well Korea was completely capable of sending better materials to the world. Why do it to this extent? Oh, my beloved homeland, you're pulling this kind of trick. She explained a cruel truth about the current world. If we sent Genuinely valuable food. It would never reach the hands of those who would truly need it. He was stunned and asked back, "What did you say?" She continued to point out the bitter reality. If it were that red earth stuff, whose mouth do you think it'd go into? She explained that if you supply good food as relief goods in the best case scenario, it would fall straight into the hands of the warlords. Worse, they'd take that food and sell it to buy weapons. His heart grew heavy, realizing this. World was running in such a terrible way. Looking at the long scar in the palm of his hand, he inwardly understood the meaning in what Lee Sao had said before. "Chanho, you've never been abroad, right? You'll soon realize a lot of things." He bitterly told himself he had been too naive. This world was even more rotten than the other world he'd been through. It was absurd that with the world on the brink of destruction, there were still organizations scheming to control the corrosion cores just to maintain this chaotic state forever. His anger erupting, Chanho crushed the noodle cup in his hand. He had determined the attitude he needed to have from now on to deal with these parasites. Turning to Jasojong standing beside him, he coldly called, "Sujong, can I ask you something?" Chanho's sudden closeness made her briefly startle in confusion. Chanho's gaze turned sharp as he got straight to the point. Where was the nearest warlord faction that refused to cooperate? Right after the scene shifted to Hamburg, Germany. The military base of Warlord Kaiser's faction. Chaos was breaking out in broad daylight. Daniel Lewis, leader of the German warlord faction, was stunned and shouted when he saw his soldiers beaten to a pulp. "What the hell is going on here?" A soldier ran over in a panic to report. "Boss, that Korean bastard, you. Chanho, he's raising hell and demanding to know the reason why we won't cooperate in running the train amid the enemy's encirclement." Chanho was frenziedly sweeping through each of his punches, sending the armed soldiers flying meters away. Good grief. What kind of person comes all the way here to fight to corner you? Seeing his men taken down easily, Daniel Lewis shouted to stop him. "Stop! Right now. If you dare make another move, I'll send an official complaint to the Korean Hunter Association." But the reply to that threat was complete disregard. Chanho continued to unleash another powerful punch straight into the soldier's face. Daniel furiously screamed, "You dog! Do you really want to die that badly?" He looked straight at Daniel Lewis with an ice-cold gaze and calmly declared, "If you intend to kill me, then it's best you do it properly." Chanho emphasized a brutal truth, because that's the only way you could survive. Chanho's overwhelming presence made the atmosphere in Hamburg more tense than ever. Rewinding time to 3 hours earlier, Chanho had pressed about the location of the nearest uncooperative warlord and received the answer that it was the Wo Royal Castle. With decisive footsteps echoing throughout the Wayo Palace corridor, he headed straight into the office and softly apologized for the unusual abruptness of his intrusion. Inside, Lee Sao was buried in a pile of ledgers. She coldly asked him to be brief and get straight to the point because she was very busy. Chanho didn't beat around the bush. He revealed shocking information. The organization, the descendants of Dangan, is scheming to control the source of the corrosion. Lee Sao was stunned and asked back, and he asserted this was what he'd heard from the very mouth of member of theirs on Tsushima Island. Before her astonishment at why he only spoke up now, Chanho just kept a calm face full of thought. Seeing his resolve, Lee Seo realized he had truly made a decision. Chanho asserted he would never stand in the same ranks as those strange people, making her smile with satisfaction that he'd made the right choice. As if I'm a fool who stand there. Right then, an announcement rang out about the arrival of Han Zhang I. CO brought up how the two had once fought side by side at Tsushima and guessed that she was surely also thinking the same as him. Han Zhang A walked in, the face heavy with worry. She bitterly admitted the pitiful situation in Wool was something she couldn't believe, even Bei, witnessing it with her own eyes. Sang Ye pressed whether in Korea people were really clueless about what was happening in other countries or not. CO looked at her, meaningfully reminding her that with her status as the young lady of the Jumwai group, she should have been the one who understood best. Sang bitterly realized that if she hadn't become a hunter, she might have had to live in darkness her whole life before. The despairing question of whether they could do anything to change this reality. Lee Seo just coldly replied with a single word, no. She asserted that though this was a tragedy, it was completely outside the scope of the mission they had to carry out. Lee Seo wearily lamented that they were up to their necks in work with this request and had not a shred of help from behind them. She advised Chanho to just focus on the mission at hand because the situation was very dire. But he suddenly spoke up about that. There's something I want to say. CO was blank when she heard him propose he'd go negotiate with the German warlords himself. Chanho firmly asserted he'd handle it his own way. Han Zhang couldn't help worrying about this so-called own way, especially when he calmly asked whether he could use force to crush those damn warlords outright. A warlord who won't drink the toast offered kindly and wants the punishment drink instead. Sang A immediately reminded him he couldn't do that because he had to maintain his public image. CO also admitted diplomacy was a torment, but Chanho had a different calculation. As a freelance hunter not belonging to any organization, he would be the one directly holding the whip to punish them. He told them to just stay in Poland a while longer, and he'd go settle this matter for good in the meantime. Though his method seemed a bit extreme, Sang A still had to admit that right now there was no other way to turn the situation around. She worriedly asked whether he'd be okay going alone. Chanho confidently asserted he'd be done before the relief goods here were all distributed. He asked her to just come and clean up the aftermath when he was done. Sang A still wasn't really reassured. She worriedly asked whether it was too dangerous, and offered to go with him if he needed. But Chanho brushed it off, asking her to focus on the training he'd assigned and even threatened that if he didn't see progress next time she'd be in big trouble with him. And he turned to ask for a helicopter to be prepared and estimated it would only take about an hour to get there. With a confident air, Chanho opened the door and walked off. Didn't forget to leave a parting word. Then I'll see you all again in Germany. I'll go show them what diplomacy through action means. Meanwhile, the Kaiser warlords in Germany were still mistakenly believing that the mana in Chanho's body was nothing special. They believe that since a person's mana always has a certain limit, with overwhelming numbers and cutting-edge equipment, they had more than enough to take down even a Famous hunter from Korea if it came to that. From the viewpoint of those arrogant ones, this was an extremely logical assumption, but they had no idea. They were preparing to face a real nightmare. An earth-shattering energy explosion erupted right in the middle of the enemy formation, sending the armed soldiers of the Kaiser faction flying through the air like dry leaves before a storm. In the eye of the destruction, Chanho stood towering with a completely overwhelming presence. Every assumption of theirs about the mana limit of it, an ordinary hunter, had completely collapsed, because Chanho had never been an ordinary hunter. His eyes cold and sharp, boring into the enemy, he clearly issued an ultimatum. Make your choice. We'll settle this by words or fight until it all ends. If I fight any longer, where will I find anyone left to talk with? Witnessing that absurd power, Daniel Lewis, leader of the Kaiser faction, couldn't help being stunned, cold sweat pouring down his panicked face. He couldn't believe his eyes. What kind of creature is this guy? His mana should have run dry long ago. How can he still move like this? In his desperation, Daniel frenziedly ordered his subordinates. You useless lot, what are you still standing? Therefore, open fire now. A whole slew of gun barrels fired in unison toward the target, but Chanho had vanished in an instant. Daniel could only exclaim too fast before feeling a hand, steel already choking his neck from who knows when. Daniel trembled in fear, still unable to process that his opponent had closed in on him at some point. He tried to use his last shred of authority to threaten. You? How do you intend to bear the consequences after this? Chanho's eyes narrowed with contempt. He repeated the word as if it were a joke. Consequences? With a sharp gaze enough to freeze the blood of anyone. Facing him, he calmly concluded, don't care. Realizing his opponent's hardness and overwhelming power, Daniel Lewis completely broke down. He trembled and raised his hands in surrender. All right, let's talk properly. The scene shifted to inside a military tent, where Chanho was sitting resting after the sweep. He picked up a glass of dark liquid and took a big gulp, but immediately had to grimace at its strange flavor. What the hell is this? You said this was cola, but its flavor is completely different. Daniel awkwardly explained that in this desolate place they only drink that liquid because it has a similar color and is the easiest thing to find. Chanho looked at the glass with a weary face, inwardly realizing that reality in Europe was so terrible that even a real glass of cola had become a luxury item. Daniel smacked his lips bitterly. How many years has it been since I last got to taste the flavor of a cola? Really, everything here is even worse than in Poland, though there's translation technology to help. The harsh reality is the people still have to live in it. Tattered huts. Electricity and water are. But when the support from the government ran dry, it was just a pile of rubble. An eyesore and pitiful. Daniel couldn't hide the helplessness in his eyes. Felt humiliated realizing how much his country was lacking in strength. Chanho took a sip of the black liquid, then coldly got straight to the point. So, why did you refuse to cooperate with the train? Daniel set down his glass, his face turning grave and full of resentment. Because we need that shield. Generator more than the United Kingdom, it's all. Because of that damned restaurant. Hearing that name, Chunho inwardly recalled the information about restaurant, one of the 8 great cracks headquartered in Naples with the influence covering all of Europe and North Africa. Daniel roared, asserting the wide corrosion zones the UK was facing were nothing compared to the pressure restaurant was. Pushing up from Italy to the north, they're having to fight desperately every second to stop this encroachment, so letting the shield generator pass through is hard to accept. Chunho still kept a calm attitude. He explained that the shield generator was still in the testing phase and they needed a stable place like where he was to collect the most accurate data. He issued an iron-hard warning: if you don't cooperate now, will you still have a chance to receive it later? Daniel clicked his tongue in annoyance, figuring this was nothing like a negotiation at all. Chunho decisively retorted, if you want to, then stop talking nonsense and cooperate. Seeing his opponent still trying to keep his arrogant attitude, Daniel challenged, asking whether he had any other choice. In reply, Chunho gripped the glass in his hand tightly, his sharp gaze reminding him that this warlord had witnessed with his own eyes his other choice, which was the force from earlier. Wah! Don't be stubborn about that punishment drink any longer, or you'll hurt yourself, warlord. Najadie. A dry crack rang out. The glass shattered right in the palm of Chunho's chi, and shards of glass piercing his flesh so blood began to drip to the floor. He coldly declared, I don't recommend you try that option. Why? Witnessing this madness and overwhelming power, Daniel completely broke down, trembling. As he asked about the specific form of cooperation he wanted, Chunho calmly replied, that's not your business, you're just the middleman arranging the meeting. Why? Daniel looked at him doubtfully, asking whether it was the Candy Lady Lee Sao who ordered him to do this. Chunho just glanced at him with an expressionless face and concluded, no, it's just that I saw everything moving too slowly, so I decided to step in to speed up the Yero progress. That's right, Leo would never be as reckless. Daniel Lewis stood up, straightening his clothes with a face full of doubt. He sullenly accepted the truth that he'd been backed into a corner. All right, I'll contact Lee CO. Now you can get lost. Nah, day. But Chunho still calmly sat there, he coldly retorted with an attitude full of defiance. What are you talking about? I'll stay right here. Nah. This action left Daniel stunned in astonishment. What? Chunho looked at him with a cold gaze, decisively explaining the reason behind it. If I just left after only getting a verbal promise, who's to know whether you'll buy it? Change your mind afterward? Do you look at me like some fool? The warlord roared with irritation at the young man's stubbornness. And you intend to stay here for free? Not making him wait long. Chunho spread out his hand, revealing a small glittering object. Here's my lodging. Feed. Daniel looked blankly at the strange object in his hand. What's this? Cola. Flavored candy. I had a really hard time getting it from a slime. Hearing Chunho's calm explanation, Daniel looked at the candy. His face suddenly sank with bitterness. He softly said, you Koreans must feel really happy getting to live so carefree. Like that. Daniel bitterly admitted the harsh reality the people in Europe were having to endure. Here we don't even know whether we'll survive to tomorrow. or not. Looking into the warlord's weary eyes, Shanho fell silent and pensive, keenly feeling the rot of this world. Shanho's gaze grew deep and resolute. He inwardly told himself, well, now I've seen clearly just how far this world has collapsed. Whether it's the Class 1 corrosion cores or even the 8 great cracks choking humanity, all of it is within my Wanda. Shanho drew back the curtain and looked toward Daniel sitting alone in the distance, a confident smile flickering across his lips. Daniel, one day you'll have to thank me. With the iron resolve of a hero who once saved the world, he resolved to crush all those dangers to bring back peace once more. I'll wipe out all of them and save this world, because I'll be the one to ensure that in just a few years, you'll be able to drink the flavor of a real glass of cola again instead of that filthy liquid. At the square in front of the royal castle, a long line of people waited in hopelessness for the meager relief rations. The your shouting of the distributing staff rang out coldly. Next person, get in line right now, wait for your turn. And what they received was only a watery bowl of soup, that recycled compound number 65 that Jasujong had mentioned. A murky brown liquid, looking no different from sewage water, holding the bowl of fire. Soup, a middle-aged man, couldn't hold back his resentment. He looked at the plain water in the bowl and screamed in fury. Are you joking with me? This soup is basically just plain water. How am I supposed to eat this thing? Immediately the armed soldiers stepped closer with an aggressive attitude. Hey, don't cause trouble anymore. Back off right now. The man still refused to submit. He shouted in their faces. I expected more when I heard the news that Koreans were coming. Turns out this is all there is before the tense situation, the commander coldly ordered. Over the radio, suppress the civilians. Permission to use force. A black gun barrel pointed straight at the poor man, as he bitterly exclaimed, You're also just a bunch of fakes, no different from this rotten government. DIT, truly a cornered dog, starving and unable to bear it anymore, poor man. But the man hadn't even finished when the gunshot rang out. The man collapsed amid the shock of the surrounding crowd. Shrill screams rang out all over the square. You really killed him. Just over that one thing? Amid the gunsmoke that hadn't cleared, the soldier calmly lowered his weapon and announced he wasn't dead. It was just salt rounds. The officer stepped forward, looked at the crowd with an expressionless gaze, and declared, I know everyone is really struggling, but to ensure everyone gets a share, we can't give out larger rations. If anyone still dares to riot, we'll use salt rounds without hesitation. But that threat backfired severely. The crowd began to murmur. Salt rounds? That means they can't really kill us. Realizing this truth, the hunger they'd endured all this time overwhelmed even their fear. God, you won. The whole square erupted into a horrified brawl as the crowd frenziedly rushed to loot the relief crates. Pine screams and trampling rang out everywhere. Move aside, I haven't eaten anything in 3 days. The soldiers struggled to hold on helplessly, only able to shout over the radio, damn it. Call headquarters for reinforcements right away. Meanwhile, inside the office at the royal castle, SEO was buried up too, her neck in reports about the chaotic Situation outside. Announcements of casualties kept flooding in, confirming there were 37 lightly wounded and 8 gravely wounded. Another staff member reported. More about the fraud running rampant. This is already the 24th case of forging ration cards. Looking at the pile of files, stacked high as a mountain, Sang wearily told herself everything was still a mess. They were truly and severely short-staffed, as she was buried in the pile of wild piles at the office in woe. A sudden announcement from a staff member made her startle. "Please, AO, we just received a message from the Kaiser warlords." CO couldn't hide her astonishment and immediately ordered, "What? Connect the line for me right now." Picking up the receiver, she clearly confirmed her identity. "I'm Leah CO from the Janabi Guild, Korea." The moment she heard the information from the other, and a triumphant smile appeared on her lips. CO inwardly marveled. "You did it, Chan-ho." So after his negotiation by fist, the fist, Kaiser warlords had finally submitted and accepted the cooperation request of the Janabi Guild. The scene quickly shifted to Hamburg, Germany, where the Kaiser faction was garrisoned. Daniel Lewis, with a face full of fight, sternness, and some reluctance, had personally come out to receive the group. "Welcome to Hamburg, Miss Lee. You really sent a very strange fellow." Mentioning the strange fellow, Chan-ho, Daniel seemed still not over his shock at his power. Annihilates Ssr calmly replied politely. "Very nice to meet you, Daniel. Thank you for my agreeing to cooperate with us." While the leaders were beginning their talks, Chan-ho chose for himself an isolated spot, sitting perched on a high beam of the station to quietly observe the whole area from above. Seeing him sitting there alone, dazed in the cold of Germany, Han Sang-a flew up and asked, "What are you doing?" "Up here?" Chan-ho gave her a slight glance and replied calmly, "Just observing the area." "Is something wrong?" Sang-a announced. "Miss EO is looking for you." Chan-ho gave a slight nod. "Got it. I'll come down right away." But his words suddenly trailed off. The hero's sharp eyes suddenly narrowed, focusing entirely on an ancient clock tower towering in the distance. A mysterious blue spark suddenly flashed and then went out at the top of the tower, leaving a mana fluctuation extremely small, but not something that could escape his notice. Chan-ho gave no word of explanation. He immediately hurled himself off the beam. Han Sang-a could only shout in astonishment. "Chan-ho, where are you going?" Landing on the balcony where the spark had just appeared, he looked into the empty void before him, his face turning extremely grave. Though trace had been wiped clean in an instant, Chan-ho still inwardly asserted firmly that he had surely been right. Here, right after being detected, the mysterious figure had immediately used mana to hide his whereabouts and flee. But no matter how faint the trace was, it still couldn't escape Chan-ho's sharp eyes. He inwardly judged that, though it was very faint, he could still see the mana trajectory. By following that trace, he believed he would soon find his location. Chan-ho's gaze turned upward with a doubtful look. His position is up on the wire ceiling? No sooner had he finished than a sword strike came slashing straight down from above at his position, but with his quick reflexes he easily blocked his opponent's attack. Chan-ho narrowed his eyes inwardly, surprised at his opponent's technique. Special power? Well, this really is a novel move. From within a spatial crack, a man with a full beard-wearing hanbok and a traditional conical hat came looming out. He softly remarked, "I didn't expect you to find my position this quickly." This mysterious figure was Seo Jo-yeon, a member of the descendants of Dangan. He coldly declared he had to subdue him before leaving to eliminate future trouble. Looking at his opponent's somewhat bizarre outfit and weapon, Chunho couldn't help mocking. A hanbok and a sword hidden in a hollow staff. What style are you trying to go for? Stung in his pride, Seo Jo-yeon snapped. This isn't a hollow staff sword, he clearly asserted. It was a jangpum. Immediately, Seo Jo-yeon plunged in at a terrifying speed. Grating collisions rang out incessantly as Chunho struggled to parry the attack from above. The pressure from his opponent's blade made him grit his teeth and endure the Doranaya. The battle of speed unfolded extremely brutally. The two constantly swapped positions amid blinding streaks of light. Seo Jo-yeon was astonished to realize Chunho's movements were extremely strange. He inwardly thought the attacks just now should have hit their mark, but somehow he could dodge them all so skillfully. Looking at his opponent struggling, Seo Jo-yeon threw out a provocation. You'll have to try much harder than that. Meanwhile, Chunho still kept his intense focus. He softly noticed something unusual through each exchange and wondered whether this was a trick of visual deception or not. I wonder if this guy studied magic tricks. Suddenly, a deep purple spiritual power erupted from Chunho's legs, creating a tremendous pressure, making the Seo Jo-yeon stunned in terror. Not giving his opponent time to get his bearings, he dove down from above like a light arrow, pouring all his power into his weapon to unleash the decisive blow. The moment the spear tip was about to reach its mark, an unbelievable scene unfolded. Seo Jo-yeon suddenly split into two, making Chunho stunned and wonder. He split into two? He arrogantly declared with full confidence, "You'll never be able to lay a finger on me." Before this magical splitting technique, Chunho could only exclaim in astonishment when he realized he'd missed his target by a hair and had to face two entities at once. In a moment, he saw through his opponent's secret. I've realized two things. First, he uses splitting, and when those splits merge, his speed and strength increase manyfold. Though at a disadvantage, Chunho still calmly analyzed the enemy's combat mechanism to find an opening. I didn't expect to run into a worthy rival. Seo Jo-yeon stood looming under his conical hat. He clearly declared the second thing. You can't do anything to me. Believe that, with a gap in speed and the splitting technique, victory was firmly in his hands. But a decisive thought flashed in his head. He said, wrong guy. Though wounded and having to face a tricky opponent, he still nursed a plan to turn the tables and crush the enemy's smugness. In the very next attack, Chunho narrowed his eyes, observing he realized Seo Jo-yeon's speed had surged abnormally right after his splits merged back into one. Inwardly assessed, this was surely his innate ability, boosting his physical strength to the maximum. But the most only problem wasn't the speed, but the dematerialization technique that let all his opponent's attacks pass through his body as if passing through. Standing under the brim of his conical hat, CEO Jo-hyun gripped his sword hilt, radiating a cold, killing intent, and clearly declared, "I'll end your life with the next attack." Looking at that arrogant attitude, Chunho inwardly judged that based on SEO Jo-hyun's demeanor, perhaps this piercing technique of his had never been countered by anyone before. A smirk flickered across the hero's lips. He's really unlucky of all people. Had to face me of all people. Memories of the years of fighting in the other world, suddenly came flooding into his mind. That was the time when he, under the name of the hero, Lee Hun-seo, had also had to face creatures with a similar ability. Amid the brutal battlefield in the world, beyond small but bizarre, monsters constantly drove the hero's army into dire straits. A teammate, a knight in heavy armor, had to shout in despair, "Damn it, Lee Hun-seo, how can we possibly kill these things? Our attacks just pass right through their bodies. Nothing works at all." No. Carefully observing the enemy's every movement, Lee Hun-seo coldly realized the truth of the matter. They're not just simply letting the attacks pass through them. They're using mana to shift their physical bodies into another space. Playing dirty like that, who can beat it? The teammate still couldn't help asking on any bewilderment. So then, how can we counter that trick? Lee Hun-seo calmly analyzed that skills of this type are usually activated at the exact moment they're attacked, meaning it automatically matches the speed of the opponent's strike. To dodge, he inwardly deduced a rule. So, to catch that moment, I just need to readjust the speed of my own attack. That's enough. Back to the present, Chunho concentrated his whole mind. He lunged in at a completely different speed, unleashing a deadly spear thrust right when his opponent was still hovering in the air head-on, shattering the smugness of the one bearing the name descendant of Dangda. CEO Jo-hyun was stunned, cold sweat pouring down under the brim of his conical hat when he realized the absolute overwhelming. He buckled, having to plant his sword hard into the ground to keep his balance while his breathing turned rapid and full of helplessness. In his head, he screamed questions with no answers. How could this possibly happen? He couldn't believe that at that speed, his opponent could catch up, seizes this vital position so easily. CEO Jo-hyun trembled and wondered, "Well, what the hell kind of creature are you?" Suddenly, an explosion abruptly rang out from the direction of the buildings inside the city. The two immediately froze. All the pursuit action halted before the horrifying, unexpected incident. Chunho was stunned, looking toward the smoke and fire rising, and exclaimed doubtfully, "An explosion?" Taking advantage of the chaotic moment, SEO Jo-hyun smirked and mocked. "Looks like in the end, I got lucky after all." Right then, the communication device on Chunho's ear rang out with the rapid calls of the commander. "Chunho, stop the pursuit and come back here immediately. The situation is extremely bad. A sarin gas bomb was just dropped on the northern outskirts of Hamburg." No. Chunho was stunned and shouted, "What? You have to know that sarin gas is angas, extremely potent nerve agent that can cause paralysis even at extremely small doses. This is a weapon banned throughout the history of all warfare and terrorism, because once it's released, that area will instantly turn into a hell on Earth. Good grief, what kind of monster drops that? There's nothing human left in them. Ugh. Suppressing his astonishment, Shunho decisively replied over the radio. Understood. I'm on my way there. He immediately turned around, leaving the assassin behind to use all his power to dash rapidly across the high-rise rooftops. However, in his mind, he still kept posing questions about the enemy's tactics. But this is really strange. Why didn't they attack the center of Hamburg directly but chose the outskirts? Do they still have some hidden schema behind this cruel act? The Korean army had carefully calculated the impact location, wind direction, and wind speed. They estimated the sarin poison gas would cover the entire city of Hamburg within the next 15 minutes. If they didn't act quickly, all the precious relief goods on the train would also be completely contaminated. Therefore, the train was forced to depart for the Netherlands within the next 5 minutes, dashing quickly across the rooftops to return to the group. Shunho felt something was extremely unusual. He wondered whether there wasn't another enemy lurking and received the feedback that currently there was only a single enemy, and Lee Seo was having to hold him back alone. Immediately, Shunho saw through the real scheme. I've seen through their objective. Now, before his teammates' astonishment, he explained that the enemy deliberately created a diversion. This chaos to separate Lee Seo from the train, because once it loses the protection of the strongest hunter, seizing the train carrying the shield generator would become easier than ever. They've used the lure the tiger off the mountain trick. This trap is quite thorough, too. When asked who Lee Seo was having to face, the answer made everyone shudder in terror. It's Iwei, an archer, the very mysterious archer we encountered on Tsushima Island, looking toward the battlefield being violently ravaged by tremendous energy surges. Shunho could only grit his teeth and click his tongue. What a mess! Ahead, Lee Seo was caught in an extremely tough battle, her gaze blazing with resolve, not letting the assassin have any more chance to attack the train. But the archer of the descendants of Dangan had prepared a devastating attack. He drew the bowstring taut, packing an enormous amount of mana, radiating blazing blue lightning bolts. An arrow of light was launched with earth-shattering power. Facing this sudden thunderous attack, Lee Seo couldn't help being stunned in an astonishment. However, with the skill of a world's rank 10 hunter, she still stood firm amid the storm of energy, her old eyes focused intensely to find a way to counter the power frenziedly, sweeping in, resolutely refusing to retreat. Before her lifelong enemy, behind her, a soldier shouted in a fluster to announce, "The relief goods have been fully loaded." Now, the situation was extremely urgent as smoke and fire engulfed everywhere. The train had to prepare to leave immediately to avoid the poison gas disaster drawing near. Urgent shouts rang out rapidly. "Hurry! What? Up! Get on the train quickly!" The last hunters hurriedly rushed into the train car before the doors closed with a dry hiss of pressurized air. The control system clearly confirmed all personnel were safely on the train. Right after the departure order was issued, the faces inside the train car all showed clear tension and were drenched in sweat. After those life-or-death moments, from inside the train speeding along, the soldier stared in shock out the window. Hunter trembled and exclaimed, "That guy, that Archer? Who the hell is he?" Another worriedly observed the battle from afar and remarked, "It seems even Lee. COO is being pressured by him. Even the world's top 10 is being pushed like this, then we're just like stinky ants before them." Fear began to envelop the bay. "Train car," a soldier muttered in despair. "Don't tell me she's losing." Suddenly, a strange clacking sound came from the direction of the train ceiling, making everyone startle and look up blankly. The hatch suddenly opened and Chanho suddenly appeared, upside down from the ceiling. "Down, mine," he calmly muttered. "Whoa! I almost didn't make it in time." Nanye. Before the utter astonishment of the crowd, he calmly asked, "What are you all doing?" The soldiers could only stand, frozen, stammering his name in astonishment, not understanding how he could appear here at this moment. Chanho looked straight at the bewildered crowd of hunters and asserted that Lee SEO wasn't risking her life fighting just so they could sit around and take it easy. Warned that those bastards separating the rank 10 hunter from the train was an omen of a horrifying disaster about to strike. Immediately, "Chanho! Everyone hurry! Up top to prepare to deal with the worst situation." Immediately, a hunter clearly gave an order over the radio to reorganize the formation. "Hurry up, those bastards are coming and won't miss a single hit." Now an emergency order is issued to the whole system. "All hunters hurry toward the protective shield generator right away." Meanwhile, amid the battlefield, thick with smoke and dust, SEO was still one woman, one sword blocking the enemy's sharp arrows. She inwardly marveled at what her opponent's skilled technique and wondered whether the hooded man standing before her was the supreme leader of the descendants of the Dangan organization or not. The Archer also spared no words praising SEO's strength when she could block all of his attacks, a feat worthy of the reputation of a world's rank 10 hunter. Though under pressure, SEO still smirked confidently. "Sorry for wrecking your plan, but..." The blazing red eyes of the Archer behind his mask revealed a chilling, sinister look. He calmly replied, "Don't worry, the moment we separated you from the train, our victory was actually already decided long ago. It turned out holding her here was just a feint, creating an opportunity for the other members of the descendants of Danganto quietly infiltrate and seize the train, speeding through the desolate land. It's over. They've planted spies right into the very stronghold. I don't know if the train will be okay." The train was still shaking violently on the tracks, completely unaware. The Reaper was already present right inside. In a key train car, a woman with long black braided hair and a gentle but dangerous smile had been waiting for who knows how long. She softly spoke to greet her comrades. "You've arrived?" That was Sonju, a high-ranking member of the descendants of Dangan, who was directly holding the fate of the protective shield generator and all the personnel on this fateful train. An alarm immediately rang out in the earpiece. A suspicious group of people has appeared on the bridge ahead. Chanho immediately pressed his hand to the communication device. His cold eyes focused on observing the fight situation ahead. On the bridge, a band of people wearing bizarre red masks were forming up in ambush, giving off the thick killing intent of professional killers. The battle order was immediately issued. Clearly, all hunters prepare for battle. From atop the train cars, the hunters simultaneously hurled themselves down to meet the Wawa. Enemy. Leading was a woman with a woman. Long black hair and a bizarre outfit, carrying a large object wrapped tightly. On her back, the clash officially erupted. The masked people attacked with extreme ferocity, overpowering the hunters with a brutal and calculated blows. Amid the chaotic scene of smoke and dust, raiding collisions, the mysterious woman from earlier sauntered forward, bearing extremely leisurely as if strolling through the battlefield. She softly smiled, her eyes giving off a sharp look, and spoke with full politeness toward the protagonist. "Very nice to meet you, Shanho." Shanho narrowed his eyes, looking straight at his opponent warily, and asked back, "You know me?" The woman smirked, revealing a sinister smile, and calmly revealed her purpose. "Yes. My superior ordered me to capture you. Alive, but I'm actually not very good at it. Taking prisoners. And besides, those old men aren't here right now, so if I accidentally kill you, well, so be it." Her gaze suddenly turned cold. "Oh, women are such sources of pain." Looking at the object her opponent was lowering, Shanho was stunned too. "Recognize her weapon. A Gaia Gium. Ssr?" Before he could get his bearings, the woman had struck at a terrifying speed. A shockwave of sound aimed straight at Shanho, leaving him no time to react. Shanho could only raise his hands to defend, but the pressure from the zither sound was too great and left him struggling. This enemy really possessed an extremely bizarre and formidable kind of power. It turned out she attacked with sound waves. Shanho gritted his teeth and judged that though this attack was extremely unpleasant, he still kept his composure and told himself if this was all she had, then it still wasn't enough to subdue him. But the situation immediately changed when a strange man with slitted eyes wearing traditional attire suddenly appeared. He held in his ear and a large blade fitted with bronze bells and muttered about their war power, then began performing a bizarre ritual dance, radiating a blazing red spiritual power full of dark energy. Hey, another horror freak coming to play the spiritual angle. The slit-eyed man's dance was not at all simple. It created continuously vibrating sounds. The bells echoed everywhere, carrying an enormous invisible pressure, making the surrounding space seem to warp. Witnessing this strange technique, Shanho was stunned to realize that dance wasn't an ordinary ritual for show, but concealed a far more terrifying secret. It was a buff skill. Right after a sound wave explosion occurred, shaking the entire train. The shock was so strong that Han Sang-a in the distance was also stunned. She was terrified and wondered whether it was a sound wave, shock wave or not, and worried to the extreme when she realized that if the sound was loud enough to be clearly heard from this distance, then Chanoatwi, the very center, was surely enduring a terribly tremendous pressure. At the scene, Shanho was straining to hold on. Blood had begun to seep from the corner of his mouth under the crushing pressure. Though his ears were ringing from the reverberation, Shanho still struggled up, his cold eyes looking straight at the enemy and throwing out a sharp iron-hard mockery. "Your zither playing really is absolute garbage." Seo Jondu smirked sinisterly, she asserted sound was, something he could never block, and told him to just thrash about, in despair, until his final breath faded out. Hearing those words, the purple-black pillar of flame of the paradox, flame began erupting strongly on his. Annihilates, he coldly replied in his mind. You say I can't block it. Ha! If so, try this. The paradox. Flame erupted violently, engulfing the entire space in a stream of eerie, purple-black spiritual power. Seo Jeon-do was stunned at this terrible power. She tried to shout to warn Lee Hun to prepare for the next attack, but immediately an extreme horror showed clearly on her face. Jeon-do's eyes rolled back, her mouth agape, but absolutely no sound came out. She panicked, realizing her voice had completely vanished. Amid the chilling silence, Chun-ho still kept a cold face and calmly muttered, just as predicted. He had burned away the very concept of sound, turning the battlefield into a mute realm. If one side is deafened, then pay it back by silencing him too. One eye. Looking at his opponent's bewildered face, Chun-ho coldly added, It seems you're not very used to a silent battlefield, are you? Right after, he suddenly vanished in lightning-fast purple streaks, making Seo Jeon frenziedly dart her eyes searching. Where did he go? Though outwardly showing contempt and figuring this was just a petty trick, inwardly Jeon-do was extremely tense. She reassured herself that she was still in the upper hand with two people against one, and even if he launched a surprise attack, her teammate would finish him off in time. To Jeon-do, anyone who took a hit in this game would have to gamble with their very life. But an ominous premonition struck when Jeon-do saw a strange expression on Lee Hun's face. He was stunned and wondered, why does Lee Hun look like that? A horrifying thought flashed. Don't tell me I'm the one being ambushed. Just as predicted, Chun-ho had appeared right behind. A cold sword strike came down, immediately leaving the enemy gravely wounded. Jeon-do Hun's original plan was to be ready to sacrifice one person to capture Chun-ho alive, but the brutal reality unfolding was completely the opposite, yet also seizing that chance the other one had successfully used. A sealing talisman on Chun-ho amid the smoke and dust and residue of spiritual power. Seo Jeon-do gritted her teeth, blaming her teammate for why use the seal before truly subduing the opponent, but Hun could only gasp, but he had no other choice. A giant magic circle enveloped everything. Lee Hun broke into a triumphant smile through the pain and declared firmly, I've caught him. My seal has blocked not only officials, but even Lee Seo couldn't escape it. Holding back someone like Chun-ho is surely more than enough. Lee Hun smugly told himself, believing victory was firmly in his hands. But his smile suddenly died out when a dark figure came looming out of the crumbling spiritual power, making the assassin tremble in shock. What could it be? He broke through the seal? Was I so tense that I didn't even notice? I thought 2 against 1 Chun-ho would be crippled if not dead. He panicked and shouted, Snap out of it, Jeon-do. We have to grab the shield generator and retreat immediately. But before he could act, Chun-ho's sharp spear tip had pierced his. Lee Hun coughed up blood violently, unable to believe the reality unfolding. How is this possible? He surely couldn't Possibly have escaped, right? Chanho stood, towering with an overwhelming presence, coldly. Spoke up. Who gave you permission to? Decide on your own to leave. Are you out of your minds? Chanho smirked, with contempt as he watched. Go ahead and try running. Seo Yondu, and you too, Li. Leave the shield generator and try. Running. Widen. His gaze was cold, as if wanting to freeze every attempt at escape. Bye-bye. The enemy right there at the central station of Hamburg. In short, getting here is easy, but leaving requires my decision, understand? Meanwhile, the battle between Li Sao and the mysterious archer also reached its surprising end. Seo panted with exhaustion, the bleeding wounds on her face, showing the brutality of the battle. The archer suddenly stopped, calmly. Declared that's enough for today. He left behind fanatical propaganda words about how her very existence was proof of the superiority of the Korean people. Li. Seo watched the dark figure vanish, softly, clicked her tongue in disgust. The Hwan Gu theory. You believe in that? Nonsense too? The Han Guk theory? A crazy fabricated pseudo-historical theory claiming that an ancient, immortal kingdom once ruled the entire Eurasian continent around 60,000 years BCE, even possessing modern technologies like submarines and telephones from that era. This was the brainwashing tool the descendants of Dangan organization used to gather forces and sow extremist ideology, a laughable truth that the world outside all saw clearly. Looking at the fanatic before her, Li Sao, her face smeared with blood, could only coldly retort with full contempt. You'd have to be pretty out of your mind to believe in that nonsense. She couldn't understand why someone as strong as him could worship such a baseless theory. His life before was probably so stressful and dull that he accidentally clung to that straw of faith in that hollow legend. But the archer still kept a calm attitude. He threw out philosophical but no less sinister words. Whether I believe or not, does that really matter? He asserted the core wasn't in the authenticity of history, but that there were countless people out there believing in it. And precisely because of that blind faith, they were ready to follow him to realize a great dream. To him, faith was the supreme power used to manipulate the masses without needing any scientific proof. Faith needs no proof. You just need to believe in it. That's all. Right after that arrogant assertion, the archer's figure vanished completely into the air, leaving a chilling, silent atmosphere. Li Sao stood silently amid the desolate battlefield, around her only rubble and shattered fragments of brick and stone. She propped her great sword against the ground, her body drained after the tense confrontation. Though the enemy had withdrawn, his words still haunted her like a ghost, signaling that the scheme of the descendants of the Dangan against the train and the protective shield generator was only the beginning of a horrifying storm to come. In short, getting the shield generator to its destination is still very arduous, no different from the Tang monk journey to fetch the scriptures. Looking at the slit-eyed man who had just fled after cutting off part of his own flesh to escape, Shanho inwardly judged that with wounds that grave, he surely couldn't run far. He was debating whether to chase after him to finish him off when the radio suddenly crackled, cutting across his train of Huang thought. The control side announced they'd completely lost contact with Commander Lee Co. Before the Razor's Edge situation when the strongest hunter was absent, temporary command of the entire relief train was officially transferred to Manhwa. Immediately, the red-masked lackeys of the descendants of Dangan frenziedly lunged in, surrounding him with screams, full of killing intent. Die, you bastard. One ferocious one swung his blade down, but Chanho just gently sidestepped and dodged the lightning attack by a hair. Not giving his opponent time to react, he unleashed a powerful spin kick pushing back the encirclement, then added a thunderous punch straight into the enemy's face, making the mask shatter along with the dry crack of breaking bone. The battle unfolded extremely brutally. Chanho caught the sword falling in mid-air, then swung a basic arc, sweeping away those blocking his way. The whole group of assassins was sent off to sell salt in an instant. Standing amid the corpses, lying sprawled, Chanho picked up the radio. This is Chanho by the Temporary Command Authority. Given to me, I order all of you to immediately have the train depart right now. This decision met with fierce opposition from the members of the Janabi Guild. They insisted on stopping to search for and protect Lee Seo first. However, Chanho kept an iron-hard attitude. He inwardly thought that in terms of the buyer, Boro would bow future diplomatic relations, this might be an inefficient and risky choice, but he absolutely did not regret it, because what was being carried on this train was nothing other than relief goods, the lives of millions of people waiting. So she absolutely must come back safely, Lee Seo. Amid the silent atmosphere of the train car, Chanho's gaze suddenly sank with a look of thought. He wondered whether his decision to have the Hamnet train depart immediately was too cruel when the whereabouts of Lee Seo were still a big question mark. A dark thought flashed through his mind, making him shudder. Wait, why? If she still hasn't come back, could she really have died? Just ask. The worry reached its peak. An army soldier ran in a fluster down the corridor, panting and shouting loudly. Mr. Chanho. Chanho turned back, narrowing his eyes and asking with a wary look, What's going on? The soldier, gasping for breath, announced, A shocking piece of news. Commander Lee Seo, Commander Lee Seo has returned. Hearing that, a confident smile mixed with a bit of relief immediately appeared on his lips. Chanho softly muttered, I knew it. How could someone like her possibly die over such petty things? Behind him, the figure of the world's rank 10 commander appeared proudly, though her face was still mottled with wounds from the life-or-death battle. Good that you made it back. After being taken to the medical area, Lee Co. lay on the sickbed with an IV drip flowing steadily into her veins. Seeing Chanho come to visit, she smirked and teased. You're not sulking because we left earlier, are you? Chanho calmly replied, No. You did very well. Seo looked at him doubtfully, wondering why that was. The first thing he thought of instead of asking after her health. Her eyes suddenly turned distant and full of resentment. I'm still reviewing the battle with that archer dart, she bitterly admitted to herself, but I just couldn't see any path forward at all. If you hadn't gone easy on me, maybe right now I couldn't even sit here to talk anymore. Now looking into the empty void, Seo questioned herself in despair whether this was her final limit or not. She pensively concluded that the sudden burst of light, like in the movies, actually doesn't exist in the real world. Did she just fight one battle where she was outmatched and already lose all her confidence? Shanho just stayed silent, listening, then skillfully changed the subject. So how is the distribution of the relief goods going? Everything is progressing very smoothly. Hearing that, Chanho expressed his satisfaction in his own way, making Seo doubtfully ask back whether it really was going smoothly. He calmly briefed the next planned diet after they finish loading the relief goods to the United Kingdom. At the port, the protective shield generator will also be transported along, so make sure you take it with you. Seo was surprised and asked whether he intended to stay in the United Kingdom or not. He lowered his voice and asserted, I suspect that the descendants of Dangan won't give up so easily. At the question about a specific plan, he decisively declared, I'll stay in the United Kingdom for a while to raise my skills, and then, on the way back to Korea, I'll settle those guys for good. This can't be trifled with, folks. Nay. Right in the ward, Chanho suddenly made a decision that made the atmosphere especially tense. I'll challenge the crack we just passed. I intend to handle the corrosion. Crack, Class 1, named the refrigerator inner brass. Li Xiao was stunned to the point of being speechless. In her head, she screamed in terror. He decided to challenge a Class 1 crack this easily? With the experience of a world's rank 10 hunter, she knew well that even her first time conquering a Class 1 crack was extremely arduous, and even if it were, Chanho, charging in there single-handedly, was extremely insane. Seeing Xiao's worry, Chanho calmly added, I thought so too, so Han Zhang-A and I will go together. I've already talked to her about it. Hearing this, Xiao could only inwardly curse these lunatics. Whether going alone or with two people, the difficulty is still exactly the same. However, unable to abandon her teammates, she decisively declared, I'll stay too. I'll help as much as I can. Well, more people, more strength. Everyone lends a hand to speed it up, folks. Although brass was rated as one of the weakest Class 1 cracks, the SEO still didn't forget to remind them. Even so, Class 1 is still Class 1. She looked at Chanho with full hope, recalling his arrogant promise from before about crushing every crack on Earth to save the world. Seo softly said, even after you experience the Class 1 crack in brass, I hope you can keep that blazing will alive. In response to her expectation, Chanho just smirked, smiling confidently. Then I have a request to ask of you. The scene shifted to a modern and spacious villa complex arranged as the temporary base for the group of hunters. Chanho satisfyingly remarked, the conditions for us to protect the shield generator aren't bad either, right? This place is very spacious, extremely suitable for training. Han Zhang, walking beside him, still couldn't help worrying. But is this okay? This place is quite far from the location of the shield generator. Oh. Chanho reassured that here the lodgings conditions were better, and since their mission was to sortie the moment a problem arose, this location was still perfectly fine. He asserted that as long as they complied with the condition of reporting over the radio once every hour, the management side wouldn't interfere with their activities. Sang-a pensively nodded. Then she brought out a bucket full of glittering vials of Alicia Dyer. Anyway, about what you requested I brought them here. Stock in the warehouse isn't much these days either. But what are you doing playing with a whole bucket of medicine? Seeing the bucket of Alicia, Chanho's eyes lit up. This much is more than enough. Without any hesitation, he took the vials and began drinking continuously, in a frenzy. Witnessing that, Han Sang-a could only stand frozen, in terror. Does he really have to drink it? Like that? Chanho, while chewing and swallowing weakly, explained with a face contorted from the bitterness. It's very bitter, drinking one vial at a time is unbearable. After taking in enough energy, he wiped his mouth and clearly declared, Now I have what I need. Let's begin. Sang-a looked in the direction he pointed and was stunned to exclaim, Aren't those just eggs? Chanho smirked, picked up an egg, and firmly asserted there was no training tool more intuitive and effective than an egg. In my left hand is an ordinary egg, and in my right hand I'll channel mana into it. Chanho began the training session with an intuitive example, making Han Sang-a curious. Sang-a was stunned observing the result. While the ordinary egg kept its yolk and white separate, the egg that had mana channeled into it had completely blended together. Right inside the shell? Chanho softly asked. Do you see the difference between these two eggs? This question I'm stumped on. And how about you all? Han Sang-a pensively observed. She quickly recognized the master's intent. I see this is an exercise to master mana control. Chanho gave a slight nod of approval for her outstanding sharpness. He frankly pointed out that Sang-a still lacked the ability to finely control mana, and this exercise would help a great deal if she did it whenever she had free time. Seeing Chanho about to turn and walk away, Sang-a panicked and called him back because she wanted to train in real combat immediately. But Chanho coldly reminded her, Didn't you hear me say to do it in your free time? That's homework. Well, wait, Matt. Before her disappointment, he asked back about the most important lesson. In the first training session, training always begins with real combat. The moment he finished, the wooden door opened and the world's Rank 10 Hunter Lee Zio stepped in with her giant great sword on her shoulder. Seo broke into an excited smile and asked whether everyone was ready. While no, Chanho calmly confirmed Han Sang-a could only stand frozen, cold sweat pouring down in terror before this out-of-her-league opponent. And at the same time, in a dark basement dense with cobwebs, strange humming chants faintly rang out. Eerily. Nope, it's that kind of vibe. Boo-hoo. Running into it in broad daylight is enough to make you wet your pants. Let alone at night, folks, right? Amidi. The machinery covered in tangled cables, Kim Ji-on, the one who had just failed miserably at Chanho's hands, was chained up and wearing an oxygen mask on a cold experiment table. His eyes hazily opened, seeing the dark ceiling and the wide face of the obese Dr. Sigonu, leaning down looking at him. He weakly asked about his current location and received a smug answer that this was the doctor's private laboratory. Sigonu sneered, admitting that secretly moving him from the ward back here was a fairly exhausting job. Ji-on was stunned and wondered why the doctor would do this insane thing to him. Sigonu calmly explained that since Ji-on was now no different from half a corpse, the Doctor feared he'd get bored if he just kept staring at the hospital ceiling. Offended, Kim Ji-on gritted his teeth and threatened, "Do you want to die?" But the doctor just laughed loudly because he knew well he couldn't even breathe without the mana breathing machine, with sinister eyes glowing behind his glasses. Segonu leaned close to his ear and revealed that he had just succeeded in a small experiment full of promise. He looked straight into Ji-on's eyes full of resentment and made a tempting offer. "Now, Kim. Ji-on, don't you want revenge?" A new dark scheme began to take shape from the very resentment of the defeated one die. He was infected again and had taken the bait of the old Dr. 1 month after starting the grueling training process in the United Kingdom. Han Sang-a was still diligently working on the wild mana control exercise using eggs. She gently cracked the shell but saw the white and yolk still separated. Sang-a couldn't help being disappointed and told herself, I still can't do it like Chun-ho, though I've given my all. Controlling mana so finely as to blend everything inside the thin, fragile shell is still too big a challenge for her." Right then, Chun-ho's decisive voice rang out from behind. "Your 5-minute break is over. Get back to priming." Looking at Chun-ho already dressed in a combat outfit and gripping his great sword, Sang-a could only exclaim wearily, "It's over already." However, she quickly regained her spirit, decisively, tossing aside the eggshell in her hand, and replied, "I'll be right there, ready to dive back into the endless grind of training day and night. I wonder if she's made any progress at all." Folks, the sparring match officially began, with the toughest challenge, 2 against 1, against the world's rank 10 hunter, Seo Bot. Chun-ho had clearly determined that this training session aimed at 2 core goals. The moment they entered the fray, Lee Sao erupted with tremendous spiritual power, creating thunderous collisions that shook the whole ground and sent the surrounding rubble flying, forcing both Chun-ho and Sang-a to use all their skills to keep from being blown away by the crushing pressure. The first goal was nothing other than to become stronger. Eo lunged in at an unbelievable speed, unleashing lightning-fast sword arcs, leaving Han Sang-a completely on the back foot. Sang-a's eyes went wide in shock when she realized the gap in strength was too great. She gritted her teeth and endured while her body was continuously pushed back and could only exclaim in despair, "I haven't even touched the ground yet," though she'd been through a month of grueling training before the overwhelming power of a true expert, she realized. The road to reaching the peak was still extremely arduous. Amid the breathless sparring match, Lee's Eso unleashed powerful sword swings, leaving Han Sang-a completely overwhelmed. In a moment of opening, Seo was stunned to realize the great sword, her pride and most important weapon, had been knocked out of her grasp. As she was still stunned, Chun-ho's decisive shout rang out, urging her not to give up, but to immediately find a way to counter Ray. Attack to reach the world's rank 10. Commander Dechihais. That was also the moment the second goal of the training session was activated, improving the combat coordination between Han Sang-a and Chun-ho. Taking advantage of her teammates' guidance, Sang-a fought through the pain and flipped up into the air. Her whole body erupted With a blazing blue electric field, she poured all of the mana accumulated over the past month into a strike from above, creating an earth-shattering explosion of spiritual power, shaking the whole ground and blowing away every ray, thing around in a thick cloud of dust. It seems after all these days of training, she's gained a bit of combat experience, too. When the smoke and dust gradually cleared, Liao softly broke into an amused smile. She admitted she truly hadn't expected to be disarmed by two rookies in a deadly coordinated situation like that. I spared no words praising the tremendous progress of both over the past month of grueling training, though she didn't forget to remind them meaningfully that she'd have to teach them again how to keep a firm grip on their weapon in hand. But the relieved atmosphere didn't last long before an emergency signal from the radio suddenly rang out, shattering the silence. On the other end was a shrill cry for help from Dover, reporting an emergency call. Shocking news immediately struck. The descendants of Dangan had officially launched a large-scale attack. Worse, a mysterious and thick black smoke had covered the entire area where the protective shield generator was placed, making the situation extremely critical. Before the plea for reinforcements, immediately the gazes of all three hunters turned cold and full of killing intent. Without a second's hesitation, they immediately got in the car and sped off at wind-splitting speed toward the battlefield to stop the enemy's insidious scheme. Hurry, let's go pound them too. Scatter like birds and beasts in the car. Speeding along like flying, Liao couldn't help screaming in terror at her teammate Slick, driving Daiwai in Baylor. Damn it, why are you the one driving again? Han Zhang still calmly floored the gas. She clearly retorted, because I'm the only one here who has a driver's license. Seeing the speed getting more and more out of control, ESEO could only grip the seat tightly and beg, "Can't you drive a bit more safely?" Suddenly, Chunho's eyes narrowed warily when he sensed an extremely powerful killing aura closing in. Before he could get his bearings, a deep purple dark shadow suddenly lunged straight into the windshield, making the whole car shake violently. A dry thud rang out when the car crashed into the target, creating scorching skid marks and completely shattering the car's glass. Hanai Sanga panicked and slammed the brakes. She trembled and exclaimed in utter horror, "Wait, don't tell me I just hit a person." White smoke rose from the hood, obscuring the vision of those inside the car who were in chaos. Chunho coldly looked out the window to confirm the situation. He lowered his voice and replied, "No," looking at the purple corpse with bizarre tubes on its back lying motionless on the road. He firmly asserted, "I don't think that's a child." But dry cracking sound suddenly rang out from the pile of rubble. That creature began twisting its body and stood up in a bizarre way. "Found you." Chunho was stunned when he saw the enemy's face clearly through the doorframe. He couldn't believe his eyes. "Huh? Wait, that guy. Kim Ji-on, the one who had just been humiliatingly defeated by him earlier now, had become a hideous biological monster with purple skin and eyes blazing with spiritual power." Kim Ji-on growled his name Chunho, then threw out a cryptic threat. "You'll never know." His appearance with a completely remodeled body signaled a bloody revenge that the Dr. Si-gon Yu had painstakingly prepared to face the hero. Each of his footsteps now carried the weight of 1,000 tons, cracking the bar and bar. Road surface. He roared in fury through gritted teeth. To be able to reach a pathetic wretch like you. Do you know how many things I've had to give up? His whole body was now a mass of mass. Purple muscle, eyes blazing, with a frenzied pink spiritual power. One powerful stomp of his foot created a horrifying shockwave, making the surrounding buildings shatter and collapse to pieces in the thick dust. Standing before the rubble, Chan-ho still kept a strangely calm face. He inwardly assessed his opponent, that's right. No way you'd go down as easily as that. Clearly I burned away all his muscular strength, yet he can still move, though the appearance of Monster Jian was outside his calculation. Chan-ho quickly made a decisive decision. This deviates from the original schedule, but I'll finish everything here before setting off. He turned to order his teammates. Split up here. Hanzang. You head toward the port, and I'll go directly to headquarters. Each of us takes a task to speed it up, folks. Lee Say gently slipped out of the pile of rubble. She glanced at the monster, then reminded Chan-ho, that thing seems very angry with you, so make sure you finish it off. She didn't forget to urge Sang-a, who was still stunned in the car. Han Sang-a, you have to get out and run. Now, this car's completely wrecked. Lee. Sang-a hurriedly replied, Yes, ma'am. Witnessing that, Kim Ji-on smirked, laughing with contempt. How laughable. To see the great Lee Seo having to flee with her tail tucked between her two legs like that. Ji-on's blazing purple eyes bored into Chan-ho. He growled venomous oaths. I'll hunt down all of you and tear you to pieces. Starting with you, Chan-ho. Facing the threat full of killing intent, Chan-ho just smirked and asked back with full mockery. Kill me? You? He looked straight at his deformed face and threw out the utmost contempt. Just looking at you, I see you're only at the low level of a small-time nobody. The remark hit the mark, driving Ji-on mad. He gritted his teeth and roared, Again! Your pathetic jokes, do you? No? From the moment you made me a cripple, I've no longer been the one you used to know. I've sworn to myself every day that I'd make you taste that exact pain. I'll tear your body to pieces. Chan-ho. Kim Ji-on roared in madness, the tubes on his back shuddering with each panting breath. Looking at the enemy who had completely transformed into a hideous biological monster with what? Purple skin. Chan-ho narrowed his eyes, his face turning extremely grave-eyed. He inwardly judged this guy might be a bit dangerous. While the battle between Chan-ho and Ji-on was about to erupt, the scene shifted to the port area where Han Sang-a had just landed. Amid the fog, looking at the ruined and unusually deserted scene around her, she couldn't help being stunned and telling herself, this is absurd. Could all the hunters at the port have already been taken down? Already? Among the stacked cargo containers, Sang-a warily observed every smallest movement. Suddenly, a red-masked assassin of the descendants of Dangon sauntered out. He smiled sinisterly. I thought there were still a few lucky survivors left. He stared at Sang-a, his eyes behind the mask blazing with greed when he recognized her identity. Oh, so you're the young lady daughter of the case. White group? 2 other accomplices also gradually revealed themselves from the darkness, surrounding her from all sides. The leader smugly declared, "We'll surely earn a huge ransom from you." Aha. Sang-A stood rooted to the spot. She inwardly panicked when she realized the truth. Witheth ein day. Just these 3, they could clear out this entire area. But instead of trembling in fear, Sang-A made a remark that left the assassins frozen. "But using the your daughter already implies she's a young lady, so you're making everything sound really forced when you call it." That," she calmly suggested further. "Just call me the daughter of the case, white group, or the bitch of the case, white group. That'll do." Fine, die. Her naivety and bizarre logic left the 3 assassins only able to fall silent and stare blankly at each other for a moment. Then the leader suddenly burst out laughing, uproariously. "Ha ha ha! I thought you were some haughty young lady. Turns out you're no different from a village idiot." "Oh." Sang-A could only ask blankly, "An idiot? Don't mess with this idiot." "Whoa." The assassin immediately returned to his cruel demeanor. He swung his blade and clearly declared, "I originally intended to capture you alive for ransom. But looking at this state of yours, I suspect I couldn't even get a good price. And besides, we're also feeling a bit bored. Now, we'll spend some time playing around with you a bit before ending it all." Facing the 3 assassins of the Wa, descendants of Dangan surrounding her at the porch, she realized a harsh truth, that each of them possessed twice the mana of herself. Amid the razor's edge situation, sweat pouring down, Sang-A softly breathed out a breath and suddenly recalled the iron-hard teachings of Chunho. In a real battle, the amount of mana isn't the most important thing. The key is the composure to read the flow of the battle. The figure of her strict master came back like a firm spiritual anchor for her. Right now, just follow the master's teachings. Everything will pass. Suppressing her anxiety, Sang-A reassured herself. Right, I have to stay calm. The moment the 3 assassins simultaneously lunged in with their sword arcs, she resolved that at all costs she had to hold out until Chunho could arrive as reinforcement. She understood that with a body trained to endure pressure 7.6 times that of an ordinary person over the past month, she wouldn't be so easily subdued. Time again rewound to the past at a gloomy secret laboratory. The mad Dr. Segonu was holding a test tube containing a deep purple liquid glowing. Eerily, he looked toward Kim Ji-on, who now was just a soulless corpse after his humiliating loss, and declared that this drug would pump a new source of strength into his hollow body. Segonu asserted that with this enormous amount of mana, Kim Ji-on would no longer have to depend on the breathing machine. However, he also didn't forget to warn about the horrifying side effects. His bones would shatter, his organs twist, and his eyes would go dry as if burned by hellfire. Good grief, there'd be nothing human left. Hearing about the too steep price to pay, Kim Ji-on trembled and gasped in utter terror. No? But Segonu just looked at him with a cold, contemptuous gaze and asked back, "Are you afraid? Are you more afraid of that pain than of having to live your whole life as a cripple?" Before the despairing silence of the defeated one, the obese doctor leaned close, his eyes glinting with malice as he made his final offer. "I'm not giving you a chance. A cruel scheme to turn Kim Ji-on into a real monster to take revenge on Chanho was gradually reaching its conclusion. It's a chance to make Chanho taste a fate even worse than what you've had to endure a DVD. That's right, Chanho, what I should be staring at right now is not that damned hospital ceiling anymore. There's only one thing I need to see, and that's your pathetic corpse. Kim Ji-on roared in his mind with utter hatred. His face was now completely deformed with a purple crystal set on his forehead and bizarre pupils, blazing with spiritual power, proof that he had completely cast off his humanity in exchange for the power of revenge. Immediately, the battle erupted extremely violently. Kim Ji-on dove down from above like a frenzied predator, abandoning all defensive rules. He unleashed a rain of punches at a terrifying speed, creating incessant grating collisions. Facing that extreme ferocity, Chanho still kept his composure and intense focus. His eyes narrowed to catch every lightning-fast trajectory of movement of his opponent, who was out of control. Steel punches kept coming down, but Chanho had quickly employed skilled technique, using his spear shaft to counter all the crushing pressure. Before the chance, when Ji-on was so absorbed in attacking that he left an opening, he channeled spiritual power into his weapon and unleashed a powerful reverse uppercut directly, sending the monster Ji-on flying up into the air amid his own utter astonishment. Tai sent flying up high. Ji-on gritted his teeth, enduring the pain tearing through his body. Damn it, he dared send me flying up into the air. He got the swore a venomous oath that the moment his feet touched the ground, he'd pour all his power to finish off Chanho immediately. But when he looked down below, Ji-on suddenly froze in doubt. What is he doing? That guy down below, Chanho, had no intention of standing still and waiting. He had gone into a ready stance, prepared for an even more horrifying next attack to end this battle. Hurry. Your hands and feet up. There's still a ton of view work at home. Just as Ji-on was still hovering in the air and believed he had escaped his opponent's reach, a horrifying scene unfolded right before his eyes. The spear in Chanho's hand suddenly extended at a terrifying speed, piercing through the clouds and closing in on the target in an instant. Ji-on was stunned, his blazing purple eyes showing clear terror as he realized the absurd truth. His spear can extend to that length. He had absolutely no way to retreat when Chanho had appeared right above him. Chanho gripped the spear shaft. He smirked and admitted with full mockery, "Honestly speaking, I'm quite surprised. Kim Ji-on, your punches now are much stronger than before." But the killing intent from him suddenly surged. Chanho poured all his mana into the next attack and asked back, "Let's see how durable you are, whether it's as strong as your destructive power." Ji-on could only exclaim what in utter astonishment before a storm of blue-green energy from Chanho's spinning spear completely swallowed his body, not giving his opponent even a second to breathe. Chanho decided to unleash his ultimate technique, the infinitely repeating twin trajectory suppression spear. Tens of and thousands of blinding blue streaks from the spear tip, frenziedly plowing through the space. A thunderous explosion shaking heaven and earth occurred, flattening the entire surrounding area and turning everything to ash under the destructive power of the hero. Amid the scene of the ruined and rubbled city after the battle. The thick dust gradually cleared to reveal a lone figure collapsed amid the warabai rubble. Amid the ruins, Kim Ji-on was now just a corpse barely breathing. He gasped in utter agony. "Kill me." Chan-ho sauntered over, his gaze holding not a shred of fret. Pity, but full of doubt. He inwardly judged, no matter how he thought about it, this was really strange. Chan-ho realized mana was flowing in Ji-on's veins instead of blood. This was an extremely advanced kind of magic, something that Manhwa, even in the other world, would require dozens of great mages working together to perform. Why, in such a sophisticated process, would they not remove the impurities? Moreover, the blood flowing in his body was already no longer human blood. Memories of the old world came back into Chan-ho's mind, where humanity had spent thousands of years just to research the nature of mana. From the viewpoint of someone who had gone through the tempering of the other world, he judged that humanity's current understanding of mana was truly too primitive. They were no different from cavemen who just accidentally discovered fire, clumsy and full of danger. Chan-ho inwardly mocked how laughable it was for a primitive to find a kitchen knife and be using the blunt side of it to cut meat. The descendants of Dangun might be proud that they'd invented this kind of power, but with his blood and bone experience, Chan-ho knew well the truth behind that purple crystal dye. It wasn't a great invention, but a landmine that some mysterious entity had deliberately planted in this world. Standing before the defeated one, Chan-ho firmly asserted that this was absolutely not the work of humans. He wondered whether she had made a pact by mana or not. But a mighty entity had extracted its own mana, materialized it into a crystal, and put it into a human body by accepting that foreign power. In essence, they had agreed to a deal, trading away their very soul. Chan-ho looked at Kim Ji-on, so pathetic beneath his feet, and inwardly thought, I'd assumed a puppy had just eaten chocolate by mistake, but actually she'd signed on to a blank contract without even knowing it. He coldly looked at the crystal on Ji-on's forehead and questioned, did you really know what the hell you were doing from the very start? Right after, a cracking sound suddenly rang out as the crystal on his opponent's forehead began to fracture. Blinding light suddenly erupted from the point of impact, making Chan-ho also narrow his eyes. From the tremendous pressure, an earth-shattering explosion occurred, swallowing the entire surrounding space in a blinding white. Standing in the epicenter, Chan-ho was stunned to realize this was not simply an ordinary mana explosion. It was total destruction, a genuine erasure of reality. When the smoke and dust cleared away, an entire bustling stretch of city was now just a deep, flat, black pit. Everything had vanished without a multiple trace, leaving the hero standing alone amid a barren wasteland, chilling to behold. Looking at the rubble after the explosion, Chan-ho inwardly realized a worrying truth. This was a method he was all too familiar with in the other world, a pact with a demon, though it wasn't clear which entity Kim Ji-on had signed with, based on the residual mana it surely possessed an extremely terrible power. Chan-ho clicked his tongue in annoyance. He'd assumed he'd cleaned out the demons in the world beyond already. Could they have crept all the way here too? However, with the current situation, he had to set aside this concern to deal with later. There's still a ton of work at home. Let's go, folks. Meanwhile, at the port, Han Sang-a still hadn't gotten over her shock at her own power. Wow. She realized everything was absurd. Though she'd only focused on countering the opponent's attacks as Chanho had. The result was that the whole gang of assassins had been neatly taken down. Sang-a softly smiled, inwardly admiring Chanho's guidance because she had truly won the victory exactly as he had predicted beforehand. 2 assassins had fallen to the ground. The last one, seeing this fight wasn't going his way, decided to bolt. But Sang-a was faster. She immediately drew her sword and gave her opponent a one-way ticket to meet his ancestors. Sang-a leisurely sheathed her sword back, inwardly judging that she'd controlled things very well and hadn't wasted any energy. She wondered whether this was a perfect ending or not. Right then, Chanho's voice rang out, right behind her, making her startle. I know a gal remarked that though the finishing blow was fairly clean, she was thinking too much during the fight. Chanho reminded her that once you stand on the battlefield, the only thing to do is to focus completely on taking down the opponent instead of getting absorbed in analysis. Hey, when did this person get here? Standing around like he's watching a movie? Sang-a, but only irritably asked back how long he'd been standing watching because he always starts grumbling the moment he appears. Chanho calmly replied that he'd only just arrived. Setting aside that irritation, the two together looked up at the sky, where a giant energy ring was glowing brilliantly, covering the entire port area of Dover. Chanho pensively looked toward Bao, the beam of light, and softly asked, "So, this is the protective shield generator?" Standing before the Thabian giant energy ring glowing brilliantly, Han Sang-a couldn't help being overwhelmed at its magnificence. She softly exclaimed, "This truly is the pinnacle of mana technology. It has condensed an enormous amount of mana." Manhwa. The light from the protective shield generator seemed to want to swallow the whole sky, proof of humanity's extraordinary effort. As the two were absorbed in observing, a familiar voice rang out from behind. "So this is where everyone gathers." "Huh? No?" Li Ziao sauntered over, her giant great sword still on her shoulder, glowing with spiritual power. Seeing their commander safe, Han Sang-a and Chanho both sighed with relief. "Li Ziao, is everyone all right?" Ziao stood amid the rubble. Beneath her feet the corpses of enemies she'd Chanhi taken down. Meanwhile, Chanho was sinking into his own calculations. How? Inwardly worried about how to explain Kim Ji-yeon's transformation. Chanho told himself making up a reason wasn't hard, but if he told the whole truth about having gone to another world, saving it, then returning to Earth to be a hunter because he was unemployed, surely no one would believe it. He imagined the scene of himself excitedly recounting his heroic past, only to get back doubtful and contemptuous looks from Sang-a and Sco. There's no way they'd believe a story like that. He inwardly clicked his tongue helplessly. Suddenly an idea flashed in Chanho's head. He recalled the nonsense that the clergy in the other world often spread and called prophecies. He decided to string together those fragments of memory to create a perfect lie. Chanho began to tell it. "During the fight with Kim Ji-yeon, I was enveloped by a pitch black smoke, and then I heard a voice. Sang-a curiously interrupt. A voice? What did that voice say? Hey, calm. Down and listen, pretty lady. To make it more convincing, Chanho began to weave a mystical vision about a mighty entity. Destruction is drawing near. Know that we exist beyond the veil of darkness. He wears robes woven from sulfur fire, holding in his hand a gold-black chalice full of bitter medicinal water. Nay, nay. He inwardly gloated, just patched together anything that came into his head, as long as it sounded mystical and frightening to divert their attention away from the cow. Descendants of Dangan organization. The result was surprising. Both Han Sang-a and Seo showed utter belief. Sang-a pensively said, So, that's it? They really exist. Lee Seo also nodded in agreement, figuring that in Ian, a world full of cracks and corroded creatures, the appearance of mighty entities like gods of that sort. It actually sounded quite convincing. Shunho smirked, laughing to himself that he hadn't expected his clumsy lie to be so effective. They'd better watch out, because if they knew the truth, these two lionesses would tear me apart in a second. However, the truth about the descendants of Dangan was still a threat not to be taken lightly. All three agreed that they couldn't regard them as just a small group of extremist patriots. Han Sang-a's gaze turned cold as she looked toward the horizon, inwardly sensing a horrifying storm gradually forming from the very dark schemes of those people, and the journey to protect the protective shield generator would surely have many thorns ahead. The transfer market is about to open. Han Sang-a suddenly revealed an important piece of information that left Chanho stunned. She explained that this was the only period when hunters are allowed to change their guild affiliation, but more importantly, it was where the representatives and heavyweight figures gather to exchange all kinds of intelligence information. If so, we could take advantage of this occasion to discuss the story you just told. If a hunter with a influence like you speaks up, surely the others won't be able to ignore it. Before the praise about his reputation rising like a kite in the wind, Chanho could only blush shyly. This fame of mine really is such a hassle. Life's current pushes me to be famous, so I just have to bear with it. He even joked whether the giant Yun Son-hyun would, out of sheer admiration, come all the way to the UK to beg to meet him. Setting aside the jokes, Chanho returned to a resolute base thought. Either way, it's fine. This was originally my own problem. Meanwhile, at the grand headquarters of the Tae-Bake Guild, a gloomy and pressured atmosphere hung over everything. A dark figure, full of light authority, sat looming up high, his deep voice ringing out full of threat. You surely must have something you want to say to me, Yun Son-hyun. That was Son Shun, the powerful representative of the Tae-Bake Guild, the one possessing an extremely terrifying psychokinetic skill with a body of bulging muscle and all brilliant red hair. Before him, the giant Yun Son-hyun was kneeling in utter humiliation, gasping out an apology. I'm sorry. Son Shun's gaze was sharp as a razor. He growled and asked back, You're sorry? Failing at the job? Then dragging your mouth back to apologize. What kind of deal is that? You deserve a beating. Right? Without holding back at all, he activated his psychokinesis, lifting Yun Son-hyun's huge body up into the air and choking his neck. Son Shun coldly declared he wasn't here to hear meaningless apologies. In utter agony, Yun-sun and Hyeon could only plead that this failure was because of that. Chanho kid who'd become famous, far exceeding all their initial expectations, making recruitment infeasible. Son Shun clenched his fist, the psychokinetic power radiating from his body, making the surrounding fragments float in the air. He growled with his full pressure. If we can't even handle a matter like this properly, what will people think of Tebake? And what will they think of me, the master of the Ake Guild? He asserted. He extremely hated hearing lame excuses from his subordinates. Immediately, a powerful psychokinetic slam came down, making Yun-sun Hyeon only able to roll his eyes. In horror, in pain, the giant trembled and gasped his last words in despair. He said he had no intention of joining Tik. Does his intention matter? Son Shun coldly cut in, his face sunk in menacing darkness. He firmly declared that there would be no second chance for any mistake anymore. A supreme order was issued. Make sure Chanho joins Tpak during this transfer window at any cost. The scene shifted to Chanho's group's modern villa in the Yukai and Chai. Looking out the window, Chanho narrowed his eyes doubtfully when he saw strange dark figures lurking outside. What's wrong with those guys? Han Zhang-a, standing beside him, also couldn't help being surprised. They've come all the way here? Outside the gate, Yun-sun Hyeon loomed inside with the two black-clad bodyguards. His face was now covered in scars and bandages, the gruesome result of Son Shun's fury earlier. The meeting took place right in the villa's living room in a extremely stifling atmosphere. Yun-sun Hyeon got straight to the point with an undeniable tone. Daewon, I won't be long-winded. When the transfer market opens, keep your promise and join our guild. Facing that pressure, Chanho still kept a calm attitude. He coldly replied, "The Ssr. Current conditions have changed. That's right. Pulling you over now requires an 8-man palanquin to carry you." Chanho flipped through the file, in his hand, his gaze showing clear contempt. Even looking at the documents you gave me, clearly you, from the very start, had no intention of negotiating seriously. He began to analyze the difference between Tebake and the other hunter guilds. Usually, the guilds have no real representative. The partner hunters simply gather together to work and split the profits. But Take is different. They have a master, truly Son Shun, and that's both a strength but also the fatal weakness of this guild. Yun-sun Hyeon firmly asserted. That's right, Representative Son. Shun is the supreme master of Tebake. Nadigari. However, Chanho inwardly judged that, no matter how strong, Son Shun currently had absolutely no real combat activity, and the action of a truly strong person should carry far greater weight than that. A hunter who's no longer active, can he still be called a hunter, or does that just turn him into a rich, unemployed man? Chanho's provocative question left the Tate Guild's subordinates stunned in astonishment before the arrogance of the young man. Yun-sun Hyeon narrowed his eyes with killing intent, his scar-covered face becoming more terrifying than ever. He growled a warning, watch your mouth, keep running it carelessly and you'll die without leaving a trace bite. Looking at the fierce reaction of the subordinates, Chanho inwardly judged that at least the man had kept the absolute loyalty of his underlings, beaten until they're barely recognizable as human. Yet they still don't complain. Despite the threat, Chanho kept a decisive attitude. Looked straight into Yun Son-hyun's eyes and, declared, "I refuse your offer." "Sir." A deadly silence fell over the room before Yun Son-hyun roared, "No, you don't have the right to. Choose." Immediately, he channeled force into his arm, flipping over the stone table, weighing tons toward Chanho. The flip was so powerful it created a howling gust of wind. He unleashed a 1,000-ton punch at a terrifying speed. Chanho struggled to dodge. He inwardly was terrified at the pure strength of his opponent. A missed punch of Yun's came straight down on the sturdy wall, making it shatter like crystal and creating a deep pit, proof of the terrible, destructive power that could crush any creature. What does this guy eat to be so strong, folks? This is not an ordinary punch-out. It really reaches the level of a wrecking ball. Chanho gritted his teeth and judged when he felt the pressure from his opponent's swinging arms. I inwardly resolved. All right, if you want to play all out like that, then I will too. But just as he was about to counterattack, Chanho suddenly froze, and enormous pressure suddenly bore down on his shoulders, making his body seem pinned down to the ground. Oh no. He was stunned and wondered, what is this? Something is bearing down on me. Terribly? Chanho's eyes blazed with spiritual power as he tried to see through the flow of energy around him. Mana? Since when? He immediately looked back at the two large subordinates, standing motionless behind him. It turned out from the Manhwa start they had no intention of taking part in close combat. Chanho gritted his teeth, realizing his mistake. These big guys aren't warriors. They're specialists in mana manipulation, Tata. They're together creating an extremely powerful gravity field to lock down his movement, turning him into a living target for Yun Son-hyun. The video ends here. Everyone, if you liked it, please hit like too. Support Go's channel. Thank you and good way.